Holy shit!
Oh my god, it's so bright. Oh my god. Holy shit, dude. That thing looks freaking crazy.
Rewind. Rewind.
Yes! Yes! $69!
I'm gonna aim so far above his head.
Rewind.
I don't have superpowers yet, do I? Oh, he's got big eyes. Wait, superpowers! Do it. One shot him. Oh my god, you did. Wait, you one shot Bolt.
Rewind.
Yo guys, what is up? Yo guys, what is up? Yo guys, yo guys, Yo guys, how are we doing today? Welcome to our stream. Big day. Finally, dude. My goodness. Actual patch day. What's up, Paul? How you doing? Beast J, welcome in. Dark, Coolio. It's been 84 years. Steph woke me up this morning and said, Merry Patchmas. I wish I was kidding.
That's a lot of damage.
What's up, Steelers? How you doing?
That's a lot of damage.
Darb, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Mike Yolo, thank you for the 66 months. Dan, thank you for the super chat.
That's a lot of damage.
That's echoing again, isn't it?
Patch day hype.
Patch day. The patch is not out yet. It should be out in 22 minutes. Should be out in 22 minutes. Boom, 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 boom. Zico, thank you for the 2 months. Hungry Suchan, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Appreciate that. What are we guessing for farming Halloween events? We're gonna need to go farm world events. What the best way of doing that is, I don't know. We shall find out. How long? 20 minutes. Ready to get spooky. Let's go. We survived to patch day. I know, right? Didn't literally. I feel like I haven't been able to post a video in like a week because of just this patch constantly getting delayed. I think this is going to be like an actual patch, big wee. I don't think this is going to be hotfixes. It's like literally adding new stuff. Hotfixes are usually for like adjusting values. Make a little patch day. Big changes. I guess I'm kind of pre-firing that. I'm hoping there's big changes. I'd be sad if there isn't. Big changes. Patch day. A live stream.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Boom, boom. Spider, thank you for the 52 months. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Throw that up there. Cool. That works. Doo-doo. Where can we read the patch notes? Patch notes will be live on the 2K Borderlands website when it goes live. Still 18 minutes. 18 minutes. Which Vault Hunter you expect to be get the biggest changes? Amon, to be honest. Probably Amon.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Moxie hype.
Boom. All right. Thumbnail set for the YouTube stream. Jamie to the 9 months.
Oh,
Appreciate
that's
that.
a lot of damage.
Elvis thing to the T1. Appreciate that. New camera. Same camera. It's just brighter in here because it's the morning. Does it come out for the same time for consoles? Yeah. There's too many Halloween events. I'm torn between BL4, D2, and Fortnite. Yeah, every game's doing their Halloween events right now. There's a treasure train going on. Pog. Is the patch live? Not yet. Not yet. 18 minutes. Boom, 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 boom. What's your wallpaper from? Naruto. It's iced coffee. I got some iced coffee. Am I nervous, excited, or both? I'd say I'm just excited. Hey, Jade, appreciate that. Yo, strawberry cheesecake. Thank you for the $5. Hello from Norway. Hello. What if it's petite changes? I'm gonna be sad if it's petite changes and I'll update the title. Have I modded my iridium? Never. I have farmed all of my iridium through vile bounties. I farmed 20,000 iridium the other day. What if its medium size changes? Favorite Dragon Ball character? Probably Goku, but I haven't watched Dragon Ball in like 14 years. Back high for the past 13 hours, trying to get a triple bypass with action skill cooldown, and have not gotten one yet. Oh, you don't need action skill cooldown on triple bypass, though. Just use now with caffeine. It's better without action skill cooldown. It doesn't stack. Boom, 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 boom. It says I only have 4 on this character. Did I get the other phosphines? Do they not count? I'm missing my, like, Anarchy, Star Helix. No patch? It's not live yet. It goes live in, 14 minutes. 14 minutes! 14 minutes! Who is gonna help me do the, Maurice hunting? I need Maurice hunters. When does the batch go live? 12 minutes. Man. Hope they fix blackout. Fingers crossed for blackout fix. Fingers crossed. I'm trying to find my bod that I liked using. I don't know where I put it. Wasn't anything special. It was just an SMG bod. Didn't even have good damage roll. But I liked it. I don't know where I put it. Hope they make the map in the STU account wide. That's probably my biggest... Oh, my curtains fell. That's why it's so bright in here. That's probably my biggest, like, fingers crossed for a moment for this. Is that those get made account wide.
That's a lot of damage.
Brody, thank you for the 48 months. Appreciate
Happy
that.
patch day.
Yoshi, he probably did. That's fine. I don't want to make him worse. Biothresher Omega, big encore. Don't you put that evil on us. Are we really getting a patch today? That is what the devs have said. It won't come out. If it comes out, though, it won't be for another 10 minutes. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Interesting. I've lost my board. You just go to customization and then change their name. You're calling Axmal for big encore. I hope. What's up, Chris? Going well? Literally lost it. That's crazy. Did the update come out yet? No. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Boom. Put that on screen for 10 minutes. Boom. Is it true they're nerfing the crit knife this patch? We're about to find out in 10 minutes. They did say that on Twitter, though. Make the node bigger. Wouldn't be a bad idea. Don't you remember you gave it to me the other day? Wait, no, I didn't. He's trolling. Better not be Driller Hole. It's already been Driller Hole. I don't think he would cycle back to Driller Hole that quickly. Best class mod for Incarna Carla. I like the Bio Robot. If you don't have the Bio Robot, you can use a Savant.
That's a lot of damage.
Guess for Big Encore. The thing that I don't know is if Big Encore is like set in motion already, or if they pick a boss each week. You know, it might be on like an automated system already where it just picks a random boss. I hope that's not the case, but it might be. God, they chose bangers like Shadow Pelt and Oppressor to start. Yeah, exactly. Oh, I didn't hit the thing. That's why I'm like, surely they're not manually picking these, right? Boom, boom, boom. I hope it's Bramble Song. If they put Bramble Song and it's 2 weeks in a row of gear falling off the map, people are gonna be real pissed.
Thought you could use a boost.
Boom, boom. Interesting. Are my save files fucked up? What does this update give us? We find out in 4 minutes. That says Reactor Harlow, but it's on Infinite. Is this set up for neutron capture? Don, you think with the $2? They need to make raising UVH levels worthwhile. I agree. This is also on Infinite. Interesting. What's going on there? Okay. Why does Bramble Song only drop 2 convergences and 100 kills? Because friction. Don't you know? Oh shit, are they live, CZ? Patch notes live. Oh shit. Don't be troll. Don't be troll. Wait, mine hasn't updated yet. That still says October 16th. Refresh. Oop, that's not what I wanted to do. Wait, you can see the changes? I see no changes. Update nodes. Control F5. Still says October 16th. Control F5. Borderlands 4. Latest. Update nodes. Why do you forsake me? Borderlands 4 update nodes. Oh, there they are. We got them. 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 Do. All right, we're gonna read through these and then we'll like make a video on it. But let's just say October 23rd. Hello, Vault Hunters. Can you believe we're already shared more than a month of mayhem together in Borderlands 4 to celebrate? We have an update that includes widespread stability improvements, multiplayer fixes, UI polish, and a suite of quality of life upgrades across visuals, audios, and accessibility. It also addresses various reported issues for Vault Hunters, including major balance tuning, loot systems, gear, achievements, further refining of late game mission flow, and overall player experience. We'll monitor the community closely for feedback and respond after the changes have settled. This measured approach to your input will provide a consistent and better experience. As a reminder, our primary goal with balance adjustments is to provide you with the greatest number of viable builds. To all PC players with NVIDIA GeForce hardware, we highly encourage you to update to the latest drivers 581.57 that we released on Tuesday, October 14th, as NVIDIA has addressed a number of GPU crashes. Please restart your game to ensure the update goes through. Change list. Hearts of Kairos. Free mini event will go live until November 6th. Added the Murmur Legendary Teeter Assault Rifle and Scully Legendary Order Grenade. For the world bosses across Kairos, these special drops will only be available during the Hearts of Kairos and be delivered to the reward center. These do not change the rate on any other gear for that boss.
Shit, a patch.
Holy shit, a patch. I know, right? Progression, loot, and rewards. Reduce specialization respec machine from 5,000 to 1,500. W. Added drops to a certain boss fight that was not dropping loot. RJ? They buffed, they gave RJ loot? That's gotta be RJ. That's the only reason they wouldn't name him. I wonder what he drops. Dude, imagine if he drops enhancements. PC Ultimate Vault Hunter level rank 5 up mission now correctly increases rank on Steam. Granted mission cosmetic rewards for players who completed Cairo Speaks with 155 echo logs. Oh, so if you didn't get the 156 echo logs, you only got the 155 because of the bug, you still get the reward. Improved equipment handling when opening rewards while driving. Lost loot machine logic updated. W. Lost loot machine SDU upgrades now properly expand slots. Addressed a reported issue with lost loot machine that caused duplications. Golden chest now can consistently be opened after joining a session. Reward center behavior adjusted after claiming Gilded Glory. Break free reward bundle standardized. Adjusted unlock conditions so Rift incompatible achievement can now correctly complete for all players in multiplayer. Level-based progression updated so Crimson Rising achievement. Okay, these are a bunch of achievements. Achievement tracking. Various fast travel stations have been adjusted to unlock when they're intended to, including concerns seen in Ultimate Vault Hunter mode. Cool. Vault key animations now play correctly. Of mission waypoints not showing up. Cool. Gameplay. Maurice's Black Market Vending Machine is able to be interacted with in multiplayer. W. Legendary Vending Machine no longer closes unexpectedly during Vend of the Line. W. Made general improvements to prevent enemies from getting stuck when spawning. Huge. Bounties not spawning. Improved echolocation guidance across several missions. Awesome. Vault Hunter changes. Oh, Lord. Address some Gravatar builds that reportedly cause performance slowdowns. Nice. They should no longer prevent UI elements from updating or fight for life sequences from completing. I'm imagining that was the radiation bug. Gravatar passive and augment bonuses to gun damage now correctly apply to Ripper heavy weapon barrels and the Ripper legendary weapon streamer. Entanglement interactions also function as designed. Gravatar class mods have been adjusted to no longer roll +5 pencils down and push passives past their intended cap. Creative burst, balance adjustments. Neutron capture now oh god. Neutron capture now converts all gun damage into radiation and now only applies to gunshots and not all instances of gun damage. Dev note, Neutron capture is one of the best damage scalers in the entire game, but during testing we found that this was erroneously applying to all instances of gun damage and was able to scale in unanticipated ways as a result. This new change will still see Neutron capture being one of the best, if not the best, damage scalers in the game, but the power level will be much more in line with our expectations. Additionally, since all damage from the gun is converted into radiation, it should have more scaling vectors for clever build crafters and allow for meaningful boosts from gun damage. Wait, so... Okay, so first, it's not going to apply to, like, you can't do a neutron capture grenade build anymore. It still gives you damage based off of your action skill, right? And it adds it into the gun? Oh, this might be literally a rip to Katagawa. Oh, fuck. Does that mean the convergence isn't going to work as well? Oh, no. Cosmic Brilliance. That could kill the root, too. Potentially. We're gonna have to mess around with that. Cosmic Brilliance passive, Flux Generator, Annihilation interaction updated, so spawn grenades now scale properly with character level. Cool. Aim on the Forge Knight. Shield visuals adjusted for improved clarity. Hallelujah. Trait Forge Skill, adjusted interaction with Forge Master Class 1, so Forge Skill now respecs its cooldown in multiplayer. Onslaught or Calamity. Camera behavior stabilized when combining Onslaught with Order or Legendary Pistol. Noisy Cricket. Attack frequency of Rocket Punch is now consistent in multiplayer. Balance adjustments. Seeing Red duration restored no longer increases per point invested and is now 4 seconds for all ranks. Def note, Seeing Red was always meant to have huge damage scaling potential, but it was always meant to be hard to maintain. We didn't want to nerf this passive's power, but we're making the effect harder to maintain. Seeing Red. Is that Berserk?
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
There is only red. Duration restore? Patches live? Yep. Which one is Seeing Red? It's in Calamity, no? Seeing Red duration restore. Yeah, Zane had a skill called Seeing Red. Do you think they meant there is only red? I think they meant there is only red. They don't even know Amon's abilities. Oh, the update is live. Relaunch on Steam? I will. Let me finish reading through these patch notes. They definitely, unless Max Roll is wrong. Let's see. No, it's called There Is Only Red. Duration Restore. That definitely just spelt it wrong. Or got it confused. Duration restored no longer increases per point and is now 4 seconds for all ranks. So that's going from 9 seconds a kill of restore to 4 seconds. Which means that you will have, it's going to be harder to maintain Berserk. You're going to need to get a kill every 4 seconds instead of every 9 seconds. It's a pretty huge nerf, honestly. Scourge, Vengeance. Scorch Kairos passive now displays consistent magazine values for Ordnance Gadget. Forge Wave no longer fires unintentionally during Glacial Rapture. Projectiles no longer get stuck in the air. Blackout. Shock damage now properly scales with points invested. Let's go. Blackout is now 15%, down from 21%. Dev note, after fixing the scaling of the dot damage over time, we found that Blackout was overperforming a bit. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be broken regardless. So we gave it a slight readjustment. This will still be an overall buff now that the dot properly scales. So they nerfed Blackout, but they're going to make it work. Cool. Visuals corrected, so Forge Knight Forge Axes no longer disappear when activating Crucible at the same time as throwing with Double Edge. Corrected the animation of Crucible when criming. Raging Inferno incendiary damage now properly scales with points invested. W. Vex the Siren. Spectre's copied weapons now display proper visual effects when firing with a Malawan Elemental Switcher. Bleed from Bloodletter has been updated so no longer recursively triggers itself, preventing unintended damage loops. Yep, saw that one coming. Trouble! Double Trouble illusion damage multiplier is now 75%, up from 50%. Double Trouble's illusion duration is now 8 seconds, up from 5 seconds. Apex beast damage dealt increased from 15% to 50% from 10%. It still kind of needs more. I don't think that's enough. Free grenade from Philanthropo class mod now deals appropriate damage even when no grenade is equipped. Apavis Lance, changed to penalize gun accuracy instead of gun handling, results in projectile speed being unaffected. Apavis Lance now benefits from cooldown reduction. Hallelujah! You can actually play Apavis Lance. Skills that boost gun handling now properly increase projectile speed. That's great. Freeloader enhancement. Reduce critical chance on Jacob's crit knife to 30%. There it is. It had to happen. You knew it was going to happen. 30% crit knife. RIP. I mean, it's still going to be really good. The Songbird no longer stacks infinitely. Using a Jacob shotgun with toric sticky projectiles, and the knife launcher Underbellow no longer deals knife damage after switching firing modes. Jacob's weapon parts updated so ricochet effects only trigger from intended damage sources. Oh. Is that a Midnight Defiance nerf? That might be a Midnight Defiance nerf, actually. I think it is. Ripper Legendary Shotgun Golden God overheating effect now clears correctly when swapping weapons. Oh, that's not what I was expecting to read. Oh my god, to the first 3 shots no longer consume ammo without dealing damage during continuous fire. Heavy gun Gamma Void corrected to apply proper increased radiation damage to enemies instead of the singularity. Pog. Weapons with CFV magazines now function correctly if a repair animation is triggered within a rep kit. Nice. Frangible removed from loot chest tables. AR first impression reduced the critical damage multiplier. Interesting. Vladoff Flamethrower Underbellow no longer deals infinite damage or bypasses bio armor. There we go. Gadgets no longer reset to maximum uses after gaining second wind. Interesting. Order Cinder Shelly combat voice lines now trigger at the intended frequency less often to be less distracting. No, they nerfed the Cinder Shelly. Gear balance, assault rifles, Star Helix, 33% fire rate. That needed more. I'm telling you right now, that needed more. Bonnie and Clyde base damage increased by 40%. Pair of Thieves bonus damage granted increased to 150%. That's huge. Okay, that's a good change. We like that. Bugbear base damage increased by 40%. Rotary gun max damage increased to 200%. Huge. Rowan's chart. They increased the fire rate of the Rowans by 100%. What? What the fuck? 100% fire rate? Lucian's Flake base damage increased by 50%. Aegon's Dream base damage increased by 35%. Holy shit. Gamma Void base damage increased by 450%. Holy shit. Singularity decreased from 16% or from 6 seconds to 10 seconds. Radiation damage increased from 50% to 40%. Gamma Void cooldown increased by 100%. Holy shit. Raven Fire buffed. Class mod. Class mods relating to melee damage, action skill damage, and specific one-off stats of legendaries have been buffed to make them more desirable. Melee damage, action skill damage, and level 50 class mods have been increased by 50 to 60%. This was 50%, so 10% increase. Skill damage on level 50 class mods has been increased to 45%. That was 30%. Siren class mods. Avatar attunement skill duration on level 50 increased by 45%. Kindred cooldown rate on level 50 class mods has been increased to 45%. Forge Knight. Forge Drone duration on level 50 class mods has increased to 45%. Blacksmith's legendary effect now increase all Forge Drone damage by 20% per effective or per active Forge Drone. Viking's detonation damage on level 50 class mods has increased to 60%. Forge Drone's Forge skill damage on level 50 class mods has been increased to 60%. Elementalist legendary effect is now increases all damage dealt by Amon by 2% per active affinity skill. Okay, that's interesting. Bio Robot's hazard damage increased to 60%. Skeptic's stasis damage increased to 60%. Other gear effects that have been related to melee and action skill damage have increased effectiveness. Rep kits, hard hitter gives you 50% from 40%. Firmware, real big fist now grants 25% melee damage at rank 1 and 2. Okay. 25% melee damage. Action skill and action fist give you more action skill damage. You get more from the shield rolls. Groundbreaker now only stores gun, action skill, and ordnance damage. Dev note, Groundbreaker was causing recursive loops that could lead to infinite damage by storing bonus damage across the board. We still want this skill to be effective, but it should not be able to scale infinitely. We'll be monitoring melee builds after this change to make sure they're meeting expectations, and we'll further adjust if necessary. This ultimately had to be fixed so we can establish a baseline before we investigate further buffs and changes. I mean, I guess we'll see, but like, they didn't really buff melee. They just buffed the like passive rolls on your class mod and the passive rolls on your firmware, and then just deleted Groundbreaker, or like it's not gonna work nearly as well. I don't think that's quite compensation. I was expecting them to like buff up a bunch of the like melee skills and class mods and stuff like that. You're getting like 10% more melee damage. You net positive on a melee build, you're probably netting out like a 50% increase to melee damage, but like added to 50%. UI fixes. Sorting settings in menus now persist when switching tabs or leaving the menu. Hallelujah! I'm not going to read through all of these because we still got to make our video. Weekly is Battle Wagon. Battle Wagon's Infinity XXL, and what else? Is that a kickballer? Legendary gear reward, the kickballer. Oh shit, that's actually pretty good. Harlow's scuff now, at least Chroma. Yeah, let's go restart to go see this Chroma accelerator change. They nerfed the Midnight Defiance. Yeah, I mean, the best gun in, or top 3 best guns in the game probably shouldn't be from a Twitch drop. That seems a little bad. Did they fix the kickballer? That's a great question. Oh, I think they did. There was a note about Jacob's ricochets. Jacob's weapon parts updated so ricochet effects only trigger from intended damage sources. That might be a kickballer nerf. Anyone have a Jacob's kickballer on them to test? If the crit knife's only 30%, then it won't change infinitely. Also true. Yeah, they fixed the songbird. Was there any Vex changes? Yes, there was Vex changes. Has anyone found Maurice's black market vending machine? What do you think we'll find in the RJ's loot tables? That's a great question. I have no idea. Fingers crossed for legendary enhancements. Do 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 boom 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 boom. RJ isn't dropping anything for you? RJ still drops nothing? People posted drops from RJ earlier? Kill him a few times. The patch isn't out yet? I mean, I just installed the patch. What are you talking about? Could be a disk launcher nerf. It probably is. Do we get a bingo? Good question. Let's see. We get the free slot, lost loot fixes, nothing with phosphenes being account wide, crit knife, blackout inferno fixes, AR buffs, weapon handling fixes. I guess you could kind of say green tree Amon buffs, like hardly though. Maurice co-op fixed. Groundbreaker nerfed. They didn't really buff Blue Tree Harlow. I'm not giving them that. Songbird fixes. Trouble fixes. UI improvements. Legendary Classmon buffs. Echolog on first character. No, no bingo, no bingo. There's still other things that we gotta go through, but I don't think they mentioned anything about shared bank SDUs, map transfer, loot going through ground type deal. Where's my Harlow? My poor Harlow. You tried kickballer with Jacobs and disc. It sucks now. Pog. All right. I'm scared to look at this. All damage of Harlow's unstable energy pocket deals to enemies is stored whenever it explodes. Harlow's gunshots are converted to radiation damage and gain increased damage dealt based on a portion of that stored damage. Do. How does my game look like it's in 2 FPS? Oh, I gotta delete that. Thank you. Alright, here's the test.
Moving the cannon!
Oh my goodness. Katagawa's no longer procs neutron capture. No, green. They didn't touch Green Tree Harlow. Also, I need help finding Maurice. They made it so neutron capture only applies to gunshots. Meaning that, like, all of the little things that hit with neutron capture from, like, the little lightning orbs no longer work. Which I think breaks the convergence as well, potentially. I don't think the convergence is going to work with it either. I think that means that we go back to using, like, fire rate weapons. How we like originally set up neutron capture before I knew about the Katagawas and convergence was we were just using buris with like big fire rate and just shooting them really, really fast to proc neutron capture. Time for the mad light. Yeah, like just normal fire rate weapons.
I think a little chaos is in order.
All right, I want to try the convergence. Do do do. Affinity. Yeah, affinity could be an interesting option.
You signed a release form, right?
I mean, I don't know if that was working on the convergence or not, but we still nuked him. Noticeably slower. Oh, that didn't look nearly the same. I can like one or two shoot him with this build prior. I don't know if I don't know if that was actually working or not. Blackout was fixed. Oh, we can use the crit knife now. Rip Midnight Defiance. I think so, yeah.
Here comes the brain power.
Bullet stacking still in the game? I don't think so. Penetrator, damage to the target has a 30% chance to be a critical hit for 5 seconds. Ah, this is my bot that I was looking for that I couldn't find earlier. That's the one we were looking for. %30 crit knife, only for 5 seconds. Yep, 5 seconds still. Well, then not being able to use your map bug is still in the game. Can't move it anywhere. Wildcard reward is the kickballer. That is kind of crazy. Hey, we made the kickballer not worth a damn, but it's also the weekly wild card. Legendary on 7th RJ kill. What did it drop?
If only I had a spinny chair! Someone's ready for the
I don't think it's working on convergence projectiles, actually. Yeah, I'm only getting one big number on a convergence. I think convergence is just working normally. It's still a strong weapon, shooting quickly with neutron capture. The event should be live in the game now. You gotta find a world event. Finding a world event is what changes its look. Just go over the patch notes. We just did that. What the fuck does finding a world event mean? You drive randomly around the map. I guess so, yeah. Where's Maurice? I don't know yet. I haven't logged. We need to find him. So RJ has a loot pool now, apparently. Wait, someone said that they bottled lightning, Paraguay direct affinity, bottled lightning, and pneumatic hat trick. Damn. What's RJ dropping? Vax bleed's still viable. It'll still be viable, but it's not infinitely stacking. RJ's dropping the Dark Beast. Eh. Did the Dark Beast not have a drop source before? You got an AC May from RJ? RJ drops AC May, RJ Fisheye, and AC May. Okay, cool. Yeah, okay. I mean, neutron capture is still crazy. Like, that's 16 million damage in a single mag. But it's not working on additional instances of damage. Yeah, trim the beard. I know, it's long right now. I got a haircut too. Lucian's flank is mid. Bonnie and Clyde is nuts. Hell yeah. Good to actually shoot now. Yup. They didn't nerf the bullet hose. The flamethrower gun still stacks. Interesting. The Golden God also doesn't work with Rafa and Finna anymore? Really? Can anyone else test? Katagawa is useless on neutron capture, exactly. It doesn't double dip because it's not bonus damage anymore? I don't know if that's necessarily true. We'd have to go test that. Yeah, also got an AC May from RJ. Cool. Golden God still working. Still working for me. You got a fisheye? Okay. RJ's fisheye and AC May. What's AC May do again? Fires projectiles, and I think in a heart shape. They scale back the crits from Green Tree Harlow. No. No, Green Tree Harlow wasn't touched. There's no cooldown on map routing. S tier buff. Pog. The converting to radiation damage could potentially be interesting. Wait, is it being considered as gun damage now?
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
I'm not sure. We got a lot of testing with that to go do. I wanted to try the Midnight Defiance real quick. If I have it on this character. Oh, that doesn't do anything now. Well, it literally does nothing. Very different. All right, W Stray. Is the patch out? It is out, yeah. Is the event out? Yep. Spread launcher does decent damage. Yep. Has anyone found Maurice yet? Not the Valley Girl accent.
Now that's a lot of damage.
On how long it takes to find the Halloween event? Text, test, vax, next. Yep, can do. Who's RJ? If you don't know, I don't want to say. Is Red Tree Harlow nerfed? Yes. Did the Stray take a hit with neutron capture? Oh, potentially. I mean, a neutron capture might not work on Jacob's ricochets anymore either. I would have to test that. They might not work on Jacob's ricochets. I mean, that still looks pretty solid. No quality of life, just nerves. There's definitely some quality of life nerves. Jacob's Gigabar no longer goes crazy. Indeed.
Capture feel now?
How does it feel? Different. It feels different. It's still strong. You just have to play it differently. They didn't nerf the damage of it. They just nerfed what can proc neutron capture. Is Katagawa cooked? Gone. Bod weapon damage stacking wasn't removed. Yep. All right, let's find Maurice. We gotta find Maurice. Maurice was just in Carcadia. Prior to that, he was in Dominion. So I'm guessing either Fade Fields or Terminus. Either Fade Fields or Terminus. Maurice is in the same spot? Even after applying the thing? That'd be weird. It was, like, right here? I want to say, like, right there. Yeah, the, like, teaser image that they put was in the same spot. That's dropping the kickballer. Battle Wagon's the big encore. Some people haven't updated the game. I'm imagining that's the case. I'm just gonna go check. Wait, why am I following this line? The line always lies. Okay, it feels good on your Vex. Because it wasn't changed on Vex. Okay, definitely has moved. That's where I was before. What happened to the crit knife? I got changed from 100% crit chance to 30%. Blackout still doesn't work? Blackout was fixed. Okay, so where has he been? He's been down in this region in Idolator. He hasn't been in Dissected Plateau. He has been in Coastal Bonescape. He hasn't been in the Howl yet. Let's check the Howl. And it is on Red Tree Harlow right now. Neutral current capture isn't feeling like it is with non-gunshot projectiles not getting scaled. You just have to use gunshots. It's gonna go back to how we played neutron capture when the game first came out, which is high fire rate weapons with fire rate increases. Just proc neutron capture as fast as possible. You're not gonna be using the convergence or like the Katagawas. I'm gonna be honest, I don't like that change. I understand why they did it, but I thought it was like a cool interaction that was fun and not necessarily broken. It made like other weapons that maybe you wouldn't be using normally exceptionally good on Harlow. Vex Bleed is terrible now. We'll mess around with that next. Yeah, it just makes the skill like more boring to use. So now I just gotta like hold mouse 1 and that's it. Can't do a neutron capture like ordnance build anymore either. That's not me being like, oh my like Harlow build is worse. Why'd they make Harlow bad? You know what I mean? Like we still melted Origo. Like it's still really strong. It's just less interesting now. There's less cool things to do with it. Less weapons that you can use with it. I don't know. I feel like it goes in the opposite way of what they were talking about with making more diverse builds. Boom, boom, boom. All right, let's find Maurice. Let's find Maurice. Do 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 do. Now just find fire rate and hold trigger. Yup, yup, yup.
Trying out this shortcut.
You know, we could come across a world event while we're looking around. What weapon should you use for Buri? Or for neutron capture? Probably Buri's, Looty Mad Lads. Basically anything with high fire rate.
Gives quality vehicle.
Do world events show up on the map? That's a great question. I think they said that somewhere in the patch notes that they would. Why not convergence? The additional projectiles that spawn out of the gun don't proc neutron capture anymore. Only the initial shot does.
I haven't shot anything in like minutes.
They do show up on the map. Word.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Boom, boom, boom. Zero chance they'd put him over there. Get a world event. Nice. So if you get a world event, is it guaranteed to be a is it guaranteed to be the Halloween event? Yeah, Bloodshot was not changed. One bad map thing to the Twitch Prime. Appreciate that. The game runs so smooth with the new graphics drivers and patch. Ooh. I have to update my drivers because I rolled them back because I was stuttering so hard on the new ones. Golden God doesn't work on anymore on Rafa. Out of curiosity, do you have a COV part on your Golden God? Blackout's working now. Yep, Blackout's gonna be crazy on Amon. Retry Harlow useless now. No, but you have to use different weapons than we were using in the past. Maurice did reset today. He's no longer in the location he used to be. We're looking for him now. RJ now has loot. Yup. AC May and Fisheye. You got a murmur. Nice. I don't think they nerfed the projectile stacking. I thought they did, but people are saying it's still working. You can't, like, bypass immune phases with it, but apparently it's still working. And it started raining blood. Hell yeah.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Yo, Faux King, thank you to the Twitch Prime. Appreciate that.
Fighting metal with metal.
All right, no luck over here. Let's go down this way, and then we'll check
Oh,
we'll check
that's a lot of
Terminus.
damage.
Rowan's crank is still buns. Really? Kurger Bing, thank you to the Twitch Prime.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Your chat is spicy today, XD.
Spicy indeed, yeah. Crit knife still seems broken. I mean, the crit knife is still going to be really good. It's 30% crit rate. You put 5 points into a Vex skill to only get 15% crit rate. You know what I
That's
mean?
a lot of damage.
Like, it's still going to be good. Still going to use it. It's just not as, they don't want it to be the only choice for Ordnance.
What do you have against quality vehicles?
RJ's dropping the Guardian Angel as well. Noted.
Surprise, surprise, another murder bot.
Oh, Maurice.
Big old boots on the ground.
I don't think they would put him like this deep in an area, but they did put him in that cave that one time, and that was basically impossible to find. I think the best Vex builds are going to be the Bloodshot build and Teen Witch builds. I think Bleed's still going to be strong, but no longer her strongest.
Orders up.
Ceramic Bod still good? Yup. Did they touch the bod? No, bod was not touched.
When you need it.
Bod was not touched.
Should call him chaos now.
You got a Guardian Angel shield from RJ? Okay, so Fisheye, Guardian Angel, AC May. Word. Thank you. Oh, there's no chance it's down here, right? That would be spicy. Oh, just to start Helix. No, not yet. I want to find this Maurice vending machine. See if anyone in the Discord's found it yet. Blade, thank you to the Twitch Prime. Appreciate that. We're going to get this patch notes video out, and then we're going to test all the changes and farm the stuff. Work on new builds. Doesn't look like anyone in the Discord's found him yet. It moved from Carcadia. Yeah, moved from Carcadia. It's no longer there. We're trying to check the areas, the regions that it hasn't been yet right now.
What's the worst they can do?
That's a lot of
Is what I'm doing. I should keep a running list of all the regions it's been. Just kind of remembering. For the week of Maurice's Black Market located in the ruined Sumplence district of Carcadia Burn. No, that's old stone. That was last week. That was last week. I already checked there. It's moved. Boom, 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 boom. How does blue Vax look? I don't know if much changed with blue Vax, to be honest with you. You get the new nade where it sounds like if you do the event, there's a very good chance of you getting the new stuff. If everyone's getting them when they're doing the event, well, this area is pretty as hell. You done it twice and got nothing. Noted. It hasn't been in like a wildlife place yet. It's mostly been around like humanoid enemies. Like, I'm not expecting to find it, like, just, like, hidden in the grass or somewhere. I think it's going to be, like, actually, well, I guess last week was kind of, in its own spot. Where are we right now? Okay, we're still in the plateau. It has yet to be in this region.
What's everybody laughing at?
This robot's about to be a relic.
Pearlescent items will be interesting. Yup. I hope so. Adding them to the world, boss. I mean, they had that solved with BL3. It wasn't like a random event thing. It was like a genuine, like, new area that you would go to go fight the Halloween event. I'm guessing maybe a little bit harder to like implement like a brand new area since it's an open world. Just for an event to go away.
Never thought I'd be tired of robots.
Maurice! How's Patch? Patch is good. Patch is very good. They addressed a ton of stuff. Made a lot of good changes. Some of the biggest ones I was hoping for, they did not get to, which is unfortunate. And, one nerf that I personally don't love, but all in all, good. I still think they're going a little light on the buffs that they're doing, to be honest. Whether that's afraid of them having to nerf something in the future or whatnot, but...
You're dead to me, and everyone else.
Oh, we will see. Where's the new event? It's from world bosses. You just gotta go find a world boss. Okay, I don't think it's gonna be this deep. We're just checking. What nerve are you not stoked on? The Harlow's neutron capture nerve. It just kind of hurts the amount of weapons that you can use. I understand why they did it, but it makes way less weapons viable on the build, which is unfortunate. Boom, boom. Let's go check down here real quick, and then we'll move to Terminus. What weapons work with neutron capture? Only direct weapon damage works with neutron capture. So, like, extra, like, all of the lightning orbs from Katagawa's, that doesn't work. I'd have to test if Jacob's ricochets proc neutron capture. I haven't tested that yet. Convergence doesn't seem to work. Boom, 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 boom. Actual, like, neutron capture damage is still crazy. Like, you still do an F ton of damage. You just less weapons you can use with it. Complex route probably no longer works. Potentially. Alright, I don't see it here. To just use a Buri. Exactly. Buri, Looty Madlad. That kind of stuff. What are we looking at right now? Down here? Fuck, we might as well just go check. I haven't even been to this part of the map. They wouldn't put it in this blue hut, would they? I honestly don't know if I've been to this part of the map in Borderlands 4 before. I don't know if I've been here. This is crazy looking.
Sleek little spark plug, isn't it?
Why the hell is there a ship here? What are you looking for? Maurice's black market vending machine. Looking for Maurice's black market vending machine. They have hit it very well this week. You need to do more side quests. I know. That's disappointing. One shot any boss with spread launcher and amp shield. Yup. They patched the songbird glitch. I mean, come on. Did they nerf Katagawa's? No. It just doesn't work with neutron capture anymore. Oh, that's a change to neutron capture. The Katagawa's wasn't changed. Boom, 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 boom. This is that order bunker. They've never put it in an actual bunker, right? I don't think so. Jacob's Ricochet is still proccing Neutron. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Favorite class to play with? I really like Harlow. Kickballer is fixed. Yup. Haven't had any world events pop up, have we? Doesn't look like it. Boom. What they have to fix with the kickballer? It infinitely ricocheting. So one shot an entire screen of enemies. I'm not saying it needed fix, but I don't think that was working as they intended it to. Yeah, that'll fix the disc launcher as well. All right, I don't think it's here. Good check. Rift champion. Ayo. Right lower quarter. I see it. I'm on my way. I wonder if the move for this is just basically like running drill sites out in the world and then checking your map occasionally and see when one pops up. All right. Oh, it's starting to get bloody.
It's about to get cold.
Where's my blood rain? Interesting. You found the vending machine. This is on Kyra. It's huge. Thank you for the help. Rift champion reward. Throwing knife. Sad we didn't get anything. Amazing event. Truly incredible. Boom, boom. Isn't in rewards. I checked my reward. We didn't get it. We just got unlucky. Is Midnight Defiance cooked? Yup. Anyone in the Discord find it yet? I don't see anything yet. People said south of Moxie. That's the old, where it was last week. That's where it was last week. All right, we checked a lot of the Fade Fields. It was in Carcadia last week. Let's go check terminus. We just gotta find this. I just want to find this so that we can make the patch notes video, and then we can go mess around with all of the buffs and work on new builds. Try the Shatterfield. Shatterfield? Is that another word for the moon? Disappointing. Yeah, I mean, I wish it was a bit more like the Borderlands 3 Halloween event. Okay, let's do Stoneblood Forest first. I don't think it's ever been in Stoneblood. You checked Dominion? No, but it was in Dominion the week before. It's still good. Yup. Yeah, Maurice moved. It moves every Thursday. Outlaw, I think the $2. Did they add loot to the final boss fight? Yes. Yeah. Final boss fight is, like, final boss fight is dropping the AC May, the Fisheye, and the Guardian Angel now. Oh, Maurice. Frangible got cut out. I think the Frangible is gone, yeah. That's what it sounded like. What are you searching for? Maurice's Black Market vending machine. I want to make this patch notes video, and I need to have Maurice's location in it. If any of you find it, let me know. I'll give you a chocolate chip cookie. They straight up removed the frangible. I don't think it can drop in the game anymore. I'm imagining it wasn't supposed to be in the game in the first place. I don't know if they would delete the one that you own, but I'm imagining that you can't get more. My guess is that they're gonna be fixing it and adding it back in a future update. Did they buff Hellwalker again? Because holy smokes, no. I mean, they buffed it last update, but not again today.
Must be mad I killed their queen.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Yo, Mad Mardigan through the 3 months. Appreciate that. Your frangible is actually gone. Really? They're all deleted from your character. Pain. Okay, they got removed. Actually yeeted. What gun is that? Oh, this is the bod. The bod shotgun, which was not nerfed today.
Gotta change direction.
Whoop. Is the Halloween event live? It is live indeed. Yup. The Lucian's flank is pretty good now. Dude, I want to mess around with the Bonnie and Clyde. Bonnie and Clyde sounds really fun now.
More murder robots on the loose.
I think you get the Halloween drops from the reward claim, if I'm not mistaken. I don't have any ARs on this character. Check map occasionally. You had it pop up. Yeah. I've been peeping it. Thank you. If I find the machine, will you give me the bot you're using? Sure. Dark Angel, I think the 2 months. Where's the black market machine? That's what we've spent the last hour looking for. We're trying to find it. This is, I think, the longest it's taken to find. What's the big encore? Battle Wagon, which drops the Affinity and something else. Battle Wagon drops the Affinity, the Bugbear, and the Completion. Ooh, dude, Bugbear got buffed pretty substantially. Also, that's a drill site, so that's cool. Ghost of Terramorphous, the invincible spotting. How sick would that be? That would be so cool, dude. By the way, the one area that we probably shouldn't check. It was in this cave before, I think, right? No. It was further down. The one week it was in a waterfall. I want to say it was like over here. We're not checking all the way down there right now. Discord found the vendor. Wow. I hate you all. Someone just changed their name to Maurice the vendor. Incredible. I don't think he's checking YouTube chat much. I see both. Like, they're all YouTube and chat and Twitch chat are all on one screen. Is Reactor Harlow still OP? Yes, but you can't use like the Katagawas or Converges anymore. Could Maurice be in a non-overworld location? They've put him in a cave before.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
I don't think he would ever be in, like... It'd be crazy if they put him in, like, Idolator Souls Fortress or something like that, where you have to travel to a new map instance. I don't think that would ever happen. But I think everything else is pretty much fair game. You posted it in general? Am I getting trolled again? Oh shit, we got a new image. They posted a teaser. We got a teaser. We got a teaser. This is literally like GeoGuessr, I swear. This is our teaser. That's got to be Terminus, right? That's on the moon? It's moon? You think moon? Skeppy, that's old news. The one in general is not good. I don't know what you're talking about. That's all I see in the general chat. Oh, you did find it. Sorry, there's two general chats. There's BL4 general and then general. That's on the moon. Yeah. That is on the moon, right? Elpis orbital shatter field. Yeah. It is on the moon. Yay, we found it. Okay, now we just need to find its exact location. Tricky. Dude, good find. Thank you. If I get close enough, it'll probably pop up on my map. It's like all the way down there. Give him a cookie. Chocolate chip cookie on the way. Whirlwind. Joke is on you. It's raisin oatmeal. Got not there yet. How do you get to the moon? You gotta click on the thing by Callus to teleport to the moon. The Murmur TDR AR sucks ass, Bog.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Still got a ways to go. I haven't fought RJ. I mean, I've fought RJ, but not after this update. Moon Callus was sick.
The mountain says I should let everyone know I see some asshole.
Dude, this shit is deep into the moon.
These dudes have?
Oh, he should be pretty close to it. I think we're close. You passed it, did we? It was at the top of the jumps. Not these jumps. Oh. Oh my god, is it in here? Wow, that's a crazy spot, dude. That's insane. Okay, okay. We got it, we got it. Show map. It's there. All right, let's make this YouTube video. We're on the moon. You gotta go like really far down on the moon, basically to the end. We're like almost at the end. Absurd spot. Yeah, actually crazy. Never would have found that. They gotta give us those GeoGuessr pictures. John Rock's going to the Twitch Prime. Appreciate that. Do. Yo guys, what is up? Max in a Borderlands 4 video, and today we finally got the patch that we've been waiting for. This is probably our biggest patch to date. It includes a bunch of changes, quality of life, balance tuning, updates to the game, the new Hearts of Kairos event, and more. We're gonna be reading through and breaking down everything you need to know. Then we'll go over the weekly changes, like where Maurice location is, and then we'll get into my opinions of the patch. I'm gonna kind of read through all of the things first, and then I'll kind of give you my breakdown of if I think the changes are good or not. So I hope you guys enjoy the video. Let's get right into it. All right, so to start, update notes. Hello, Vault Hunters. Can you believe we've already shared more than a month of mayhem together in Borderlands 4? To celebrate, we have an update that includes widespread stability improvements, multiplayer fixes, UI polish, and a suite of quality of life upgrades across visual, audio, and accessibility. It also addresses various reported issues for Vault Hunters, including major balance tuning, loot systems, gear, and achievements, further refining late-game mission flow and overall player experience. We'll monitor the community closely for feedback and respond after the changes have settled. This measured approach to your input will provide a consistent and better experience. As a reminder, our primary goal with balance adjustments is to provide you the greatest number of viable builds. And then they also note that if you are playing on PC, to please update to the latest drivers, as NVIDIA has addressed a number of GPU crashes. Also, you need to restart your game and download the update if you want it to apply. If you don't restart your game and download the update, you won't get it. So, to start, we've got the Hearts of Kairos event. This is a free mini event that will be live from October 23rd to November 6th. This includes the new Murmur Legendary T-Door Assault Rifle and the Scully Legendary Order Grenade to the rewards for world bosses across Kairos. These special drops will only be available during Hearts of Kairos and delivered to the reward center. So if you kill a boss during this event, that boss will not drop the new loot. You have to go into the reward screen and claim it from your rewards. It's not a guaranteed drop, but that is where you get the gear. If you're looking to farm this, you kind of just have to drive around the world and look for pop-ups of the world bosses. Next, progression, loot, and rewards. They reduced the specialization respec machine cost from 5,000 iridium to 1,500. That's huge. That's literally a handful of vile bounties to do before you can respec. Really like that change. I wasn't sure if they were going to touch on that, but it's going to allow respecking and messing around with more builds a whole lot easier and a whole lot faster. So good change there. They added drops to a certain boss fight that was not dropping loot. This is RJ. RJ is going to be dropping now the AC May, the Fisheye, and the Guardian Angel. Very cool that those, which were world drop only, now basically have a dedicated source. They also, there's a lot of changes here. I'm not going to read through every single one. The echo logs being bugged basically on your first character, where you couldn't get 156 echo logs. They've now updated that, so if you get 155, you get the achievement and the cosmetic. So that is fixed. They improved equipment handling when opening rewards while driving. The Lost Loot Machine got a bunch of changes. Lost Loot Machine logic updated to better prioritize high quality loot in overflow situations. Lost Loot Machine SDU upgrades now properly expand slots in multiplayer sessions. Addressed a reported issue with the Lost Loot Machine that could cause duplication in multiplayer. Loot enemies drop more cash. They changed some things with the reward center and claiming your rewards. They also did a bunch of challenge tracking, ensured that bobblehead collectibles in Pester's Grotto and Motherbird No were accessible. Apparently you couldn't get to some of those. They've adjusted various fast travel locations, vault key animations, echolog pickups, objectives being bugged, and improved various instances of mission waypoints not showing up accurately. For gunplay or gameplay and missions, Maurice's Black Market Vending Machine is now able to be interacted with reliably in multiplayer. This wasn't working. Good change there. Vend of the Lion Legendary Machine won't randomly close. They made general improvements to prevent enemies from getting stuck when spawning. This is addressing also bounties not spawning. So they addressed bounties. We've also got a lot of changes to an issue in co-op during the Splashdown boss fight, leading to more consistent behavior. Bunch of echo improvements, enemies not clipping through walls. They patched collision gaps, holes clipping, and invisible walls. Desync, pangolin enemies can now be damaged while grenades, while in ball mode. Just a bunch of general changes. Next, we get to the Vault Hunter changes. The first of which is Harlow. They addressed some Gravitar builds that reportedly caused performance slowdowns. This was if you were expecting to the red tree, where you'd have a skill that would give you a chance to entangle additional enemies or spread entangle. That was bugging out and causing real bad performance issues. That hopefully is no longer happening. The Gravitar passive and augment bonuses to gun damage now correctly apply to Ripper heavy weapon barrels and Ripper legendary heavy weapon, the Streamer. And entanglement interactions also function as designed. Gravitar class mods have been adjusted to no longer roll +5 pencils down and push passives past their intended cap. If you didn't know, you could get a +6 class mod into a skill that would only have 5 skill points. So that was adjusted. Then we get to the big one. Creative Burst, balance adjustments. Neutron Capture now converts all gun damage into radiation and now only applies to gunshots and not all instances of gun damage. Dev note, Neutron Capture is one of the best damage scalers in the entire game, but during testing, we found that this was erroneously applying to all instances of gun damage and was able to scale in unanticipated ways as a result. This new change will still see Neutron Capture being one of the best, if not the best damage scalers in the game, but the power level will be much more in line with our expectations. Additionally, since all damage from the gun is converted into radiation damage, it should have more scaling vectors for clever build crafters and allow for meaningful boosts from gun damage. So we've got an additional way to scale Neutron Capture with gun damage. The big change here is that Neutron Capture no longer applies to instances of gun damage that aren't directly from your gun. AKA, if you're using the Katagawas and shooting all those lightning orbs constantly proccing all that damage, no longer proc Neutron Capture at all. So, you just can't really use a Katagawa's Revenge for Neutron Capture. I've got to do a ton more testing with this. I tested quickly the conversions. It didn't seem like all of the conversions extra projectiles all hitting after you shoot your first shot were proccing Neutron Capture. So basically, this means that Neutron Capture is going to be doing the same damage, if not more in some instances, but you're going to have to basically use how we were doing it when the game first came out, and that's using high fire rate weapons like the Buri, like the Madludi, so that you're just going to be spraying bullets out, and that's how you proc Neutron Capture, rather than procking it from all these extra instances. That also means that you can't do, for example, a grenade Neutron Capture build, because you could make grenades do gun damage, and then those would proc Neutron Capture. That is now fixed. For Cosmic Brilliance passive, Flux Generator Annihilation interaction updated, so spawn grenades now scale properly with character level. Then we get to Amon changes. They made shield visual adjustments for improved clarity in combat situations. If you were holding up his shield, you literally couldn't see anything. That's been improved. his Forge skill adjusted interactions with the Forge Master class mod, so Forge skill now respects its cooldown in multiplayer. Good change there. Onslaughter Calamity, camera behavior stabilized when combining Onslaughter with Order, Legendary Pistol, the Noisy Cricket, and attack frequency of Rocket Punch is now consistent in multiplayer. Balance adjustments, they called this Seeing Red. They like slightly misnamed this. This is There Is Only Red, and they changed this so duration restored no longer increases per point invested and is now 4 seconds at all ranks. If you ranked up Seeing Red, this would give you more duration restore for your Berserk to keep your Berserk always active. It would start at like 3 points. I believe it would get up to 9 seconds whenever you'd kill an enemy. So you only need to kill an enemy once every 9 seconds to keep up your Berserk. This is now only 4 seconds. So you need to get a kill every 4 seconds to keep up Berserk. And they said Dev Note Seeing Red was always meant to have a huge damage scaling potential, but was always meant to be hard to maintain. We didn't want to nerf this passive's power, but we're making the effect harder to maintain. So basically, Berserk is still as strong, but it's going to be harder to keep up at full stacks. Next, Scourge Vengeance. Scorch Kairos passive now displays consistent magazine values for the Ordnance gadget. Forge waves no longer fire unintentionally during Glacial Rapture. Projectiles no longer get stuck in the air with Forge Firewall. Blackout. Shock damage now properly scales with points invested. This is something we've been asking for since the game launched. Blackout is potentially one of Amon's like strongest skills, and it just like wasn't working. So now it will work, meaning Ordnance Amon is going to be even crazier. But they adjusted Blackout, so now Blackout is only 15% per point, down from 21%. They said after fixing the scaling of the damage over time for Blackout, we found that Blackout was overperforming a bit, so we gave it a slight readjustment. This still will be an overall buff now that the dot properly scales. So they toned it down a bit. Honestly, like on paper, this is still going to be one of his strongest skills. That with Comet is going to be ridiculous. So excited to check that out. Crucible Cybernetics, visually corrected, so Forge Knight Forge Axes no longer disappear when activating Crucible at the same time as throwing the double edge. Corrected animation of Crucible while climbing, and Raging Inferno. Incendiary damage now properly scales with points invested. This is also something we've been asking for. Raging Inferno gives his action skills when they crit guaranteed burn procs. I just got a 10 out of 5 class mod for this yesterday, which would give me, anytime I crit my action skill, a 120% burn dot off of that. That will now properly scale. I'm very much excited to try to check that out with Molten Royal. Should be interesting. But yeah, the Raging Inferno is fixed. For Vex, the Siren, they changed Challenge Me, Myself, and I now tracks correctly in multiplayer, independent of clone duration or other players. Dead Ringer for a seal. Spectre's copied weapons now display proper visual effects when firing with a Maliwan Elemental Switcher. Incarnate Vexcalation. Bleed from Bloodletter has been updated, so it no longer recursively triggers itself, preventing unintended damage loops. This is the Bleed fix or nerf. Basically, if Bleed crit, Bleed was a skill. If you Bleed procs off of skill critical hits, so Bleed critting could then proc itself and then continuously proc itself. Bleed scales off the damage dealt, so it would just recursively lead to infinite amounts of damage. That no longer will be happening. For Trouble, they buffed the illusion damage multiplier to 75%, up from 50. They buffed the duration of the illusions to 8 seconds, and the Apex Beast damage dealt increased from 15%, or to 15% from 10% per stack of Unsealed. Did ARs get a buff? Yup. I just want to see if this is Dead Ring preventing bleed with self and then continue that no up from 50 increased from. No, it's not actually playing in the VOD. Cool. Next we've got Rafa. By the way, just quick note, I will talk more about my thoughts at the end of the video, but I don't think these are enough buffs for Trouble. We'll have to see. I haven't messed around with it yet, but I really think Trouble needs like a lot of damage increases. Rafa the Exo Soldier, free grenade from Philanthropo class mod now deals appropriate damage even when no grenade is equipped. Apophis Lance. Apophis Lance changed to penalize gun accuracy instead of gun handling, resulting in projectile speed being unaffected. Apophis Lance now benefits from cooldown reduction effects. This is great. If you did not know, Papa's Lance, you just like wasn't getting cooldown properly, meaning it was really hard to upkeep. It wasn't getting now with caffeine, so if you were like stabbing yourself with a rep kit, you weren't getting the cooldown back. If you went to a vending machine to reset a Papa's Lance, it wouldn't get its cooldown back. It made playing in a Papa's Lance build a huge pain in the ass, and so now it'll actually work. Good change there. Then we get to gear changes. Skills that boost gun handling now properly increase projectile speed. You no longer should be getting negative projectile speed or slower projectile speed if you have positive gun handling. Great change there. They address reports that swapping weapons with the freeloader enhancement on an order weapon with a Ripper magazine would cause all weapons to not consume the accurate amount of ammo. Apparently, this was a bug that you could get infinite ammo on your guns. I didn't know about that. Good change there. Restoration from the legendary rep kit adrenaline pump now correctly works when combined with the Guardian Angel. They reduced the critical chance on the Jacob's crit knife to 30%. This is the crit knife nerf. Dev note, it had to happen. You knew it was going to happen. Pretty funny. The crit knife is no longer 100%. It's still going to be really good. 30% crit chance for 5 seconds is still very, very powerful. For example, you could spend 5 skill points on Vex and only get 15% crit chance. So having a knife that gives you 30% crit is still very good. It's just not going to be the only choice. And that's kind of their goal with this, is they want there to be other options for ordnance to use, which they said they're going to be working on when we get to the buffs later. But also in the future, they want to add like more ordnance that enables gun builds. They fixed the Songbird infinitely stacking damage, so you can't use that anymore. They said using a Jacob shotgun with toric sticky projectiles and the knife launcher underbarrel no longer deals knife damage after swapping firing modes. Jacob's weapon parts updated, so ricochet effects only trigger from intended damage sources. This is the change to the like Midnight Defiance, which would like infinitely ricochet in of itself. The kickballer or like disc launchers with Jacob's parts could infinitely ricochet and one-shot an entire screen. This is now meaning the Jacob's ricochets are only ricocheting from the intended effects. So a lot of those things are fixed. The Ripper Legendary Shotgun, the Golden God overheating effect, now clears correctly when swapping weapons. I've heard that for the most part, this isn't a change to like the Golden God's damage. I have heard some people say that their Golden God isn't doing as much damage, but for the most part, Golden God should be unaffected if you're using it on like infinite ammo Rafa. Corrected behavior on Malawan Legendary SMG. Oh my god. So the first 3 shots no longer consume ammo without dealing damage during continuous fire. The Gamma Void now correctly applies increased radiation damage. They've got a bunch of Gamma Void changes later on. Weapons with COV magazines now function correctly if a repair animation is interrupted with a rep kit in multiplayer. The Daedalus SMG, the frangible, is gone. They removed it from chest loot tables, and if you owned a frangible, it is now deleted. I'm imagining they're planning on bringing this back in a future update, but currently it is gone. The first impression reduced the critical damage multiplier of the first impression AR. Not really anything of note there. Vladov Flamethrower Underbarrel no longer deals infinite damage or bypasses bio armor. Can't shoot through immune phases with it anymore. They made a bunch of changes to grenades, properly working. The healing orbs from the kill spring can no longer heal enemies. The Cinder Shelly now triggers its voice lines less often. Terrible Cinder Shelly nerf. But yeah, it should be less distracting during combat. And lingering payload and splat pack augment projectiles no longer persist when thrown at vending machines. Then we get to gear balance. Assault rifles. They buffed the Star Helix's fire rate by 33%. That's not enough, to be honest. The Star Helix does terrible damage, 33% fire rate. I don't think it's going to be enough. I haven't messed around with it yet, but I think that gun needs more love. Bonnie and Clyde base damage increased by 40%. Pair of Thieves bonus damage increased to 150%. Cannot wait to mess around with this. I think the Bonnie and Clyde is one of the cooler weapons in the game, and it finally got some real buffs. The Bugbear's base damage increased by 40%, and its max damage from its rotary thing goes to 200%. W change there. Very excited to mess around with that. The Rowan's charge base fire rate was increased by 100%. Kind of cool. Rowan's charge doesn't do a lot of damage, but it does work with stickies, and so you can stack those stickies way faster. Lucian's flank base damage increased by 50%, and the Aegon's dream base damage increased by 35%. Really good changes there. Can't wait to mess around with those.
Good.
Then we get to heavy web and ordnance. They juiced the hell out of the Gamma Void. The Gamma Void's base damage increased by 450%. Singularity duration decreased to 6 seconds from 10 seconds. Radiation damage amp increased to 50% from 40%. And the Gamma Void cooldown increased by 100%. I'm imagining this means that it is you can't use it quite as often. However, if you never have to put it away, that doesn't really impact you. Going to be trying out this on Ordnance Amon. 450% increased damage, plus singularities, plus radiation damage increases. Sounds pretty cool. They also buffed the Raven Fire by 25%. Then we get to class mods. Dev notes, class mods relating to melee damage, action skill damage, and specific one-off stats on legendaries have been buffed to make them more desirable. So, for example, melee damage on your level 50 class mods is now 60%, up from 50%. Skill damage on level 50 class mods has gone from 30% up to 45%. On Vex, the Avatar Attunement skill duration on level 50 class mods has been increased to 45%. Kindred Spirits command skill cooldown has been increased to 45%. On Amon, they buffed the Blacksmith Forge duration on the class mods by 45%, detonation damage to 60%, Forge drone damage by 20% per active Forge drone, Forge skill damage increased by 60%. These are just buffing the passives. And the Elemental's legendary effect also increases all damage dealt by Amon by 2% per active affinity stack. So buffs to the Elemental class mod as well. Gravatar Biorobot gets 60% increased hazard damage. The Skeptic stasis damage has been increased to 60%. For other gear effects that are related to melee and action skill damage have increased effectiveness. We want these builds to be pushed up a bit, but wanted to distribute the power among the various pieces of gear to make them more desirable. So Rep Kit's Hard Hitter now gives 50% increased melee damage, up from 40%. Firmware, they just buffed all of the melee damage and action skill damage on the firmwares. So you're going from 25% melee damage up from 15%, 25% melee damage up from 15%. And then the shields now give more melee damage depending on their rolls, so you can get even more melee damage on your shields. They fixed Groundbreaker later on in this. I don't think these are enough changes to make melee feel great, to be honest, but we'll have to mess around with them. And then here's the Groundbreaker change. Groundbreaker now only stores gun, action skill, and ordnance damage. Dev note, Groundbreaker was causing recursive loops that could lead to infinite damage by storing bonus damage across the board. We still want this skill to be effective, but it should not be able to scale infinitely. We'll be monitoring melee builds after this change to make sure that they're meeting expectations, and we'll further adjust if necessary. This ultimately had to be fixed so we can establish a baseline before we investigate further buffs/changes. That makes sense. Obviously, it's really hard for them to determine how good melee is if there's something in the game that's allowing melee to deal infinite damage. So they're going to be changing that. You can't deal infinite melee damage with Groundbreaker anymore. However, they're going to be using this now as a baseline. So if melee sucks now, they'll be buffing it up even more in the future and buffed certain melee things here as well. Give me 1 second. I need to grab some water. I just ordered lunch as well. I haven't eaten anything yet today. By the way, Graham just tweeted out on Twitter that they have a fix for phosphenes being account-wide coming in an upcoming patch, and it will retroactively apply for all of your characters. Meaning, when the update goes live, you'll get reward in progress on all of your characters for the phosphenes. You don't need to do anything. Actual W, big W. Yep. You were hoping the Scully would be a new gas call, but it's horrible so far. Pain. I haven't got one yet. Next, we get to UI and next we get to UI changes. Some big ones here. Sorting settings in menus now persist when swapping tabs or leaving the menu. Hallelujah. If you set something to sort by reason, or if you set it to sort by like level, that will now persist when you exit the menu. Been something that like needed to happen, finally happening. Toggle junk behavior has been corrected to target the desired item in bank menus and backpack. Thank goodness. Weapon wheel no longer sticks when opening your gear. I'm just gonna start that over. Next, we get to UI changes. The first of which is a huge one. Sorting settings in menus now persist when swapping tabs or leaving the menu. So now if you sort by recent, when you exit, it'll be still sorting by recent. Or if you're sorting by level, this needed to change. It was so annoying. I don't know why it was set to like sort by manufacturer in the first place. But yeah, you can finally sort properly. And they fixed toggle junk. But behavior has been corrected to target the desired item in bank menus and in backpack. Bunch more other changes. Combat Radar now features a dedicated legendary loot indicator, making high value drops easier to spot in the heat of combat. Also an awesome change. Been really hoping for that. So now you can just look at your Combat Radar for those legendaries instead of just your compass. Good changes there. They also did press and hold input now cancels correctly without triggering unintended interactions. Restored full screen resolution controls and swapping behaviors. Weekly activities now populate after campaign completion. Maurice's Black Market vending machine timer updates to show correct cooldown. Good changes there. Firmware 3-piece bonuses now show cooldown icons. And Deadeye tier 3 stacks now appear in your passive bar. Great changes there. Boss bar spacing corrected when Combat Radar is active. Transfer machine naming has been standardized across the game. Travel notifications now display the initiating player's name. Bunch of changes there. Standardized update terminology across gear menus, customizations, updated localization, various texts. Good stuff there. For visuals, grapple points now show proper models instead of placeholders. And they reduce the reported instances of visual pops at cinematic starts. Bunch of audio changes, just kind of like minor stuff. Settings and accessibility. They changed air dash is now fully usable on controller when toggle crouch is set to off under accessibility gameplay. Bunch of other changes. Player experience improves stability. We're continuing to investigate and will make further improvements to stability and performance. Address multiple reported issues across multiplayer. Improve matchmaking. Improve performance in multiplayer. Refine graphics settings and shader handling. Improvements made to patch reliability. And the ocean could occasionally fail to load. Interesting. I haven't come across that yet. Some miscellaneous changes, and then we get to our weekly updates. For the weekly activities, For the weekly activities, the wildcard mission is going to be Dark Subject with Vampiric, Cold-Hearted, and Invisible. And the weapon it will give you is the Kickballer, which is kind of funny that after they nerfed the Kickballer, they're now rewarding it. But yeah, Kickballer, Jacob's interaction no longer working. We'll go over Maurice in a minute. And then the Battle Wagon is the Boxy's Big Encore. Pretty excited for this one, actually, because it's on a drill site. This drops the Affinity XXL, which is a great weapon. And it can also drop the Bugbear, which was also buffed. Lastly, the Battle Wagon also drops the Completion. What is that? The Completion? Completion. Oh, I read that wrong. It's a shield, a mass shield. Gotcha. Oh, it's the one that loses the bar when full. Okay, cool. Thank you. I didn't know the name. For Maurice's black market vending machine, Maurice's black market vending machine is probably in the trickiest location it's ever been. This took forever to find. It is on the moon. You got to go open your Kairos map and then go up to the Elpis orbital shatter field. This is right next to the like Callus fast travel. Travel up here, and then you need to basically go from the start and run all the way down, almost to the very end of the area, where you got to do a series of jumps, which will bring you to Maurice's black market vending machine. What that looks like is you're gonna come through this area where you've got to kind of like crouch and jump through this, and then that grenade, please don't kill me. Then you got to basically turn left and jump up to this thing. And then one more jump, and then it is in here. Very, very tricky. I haven't checked my Maurice vending machine yet. Please, good stuff. I've got a swarm in mine and a war paint. Oh, war paint's actually very good. Cool. I'll probably be grabbing myself some additional war paints. Swarm's not great. Your vending machine will be totally random for you, and now this will also probably work in multiplayer. So if your buddy got like the bod in his vending machine, you can now technically join his game and buy yourself one. So that is a very cool change. Swarm's good too. Swarm is good too. You like it on Ordnance Amon? Okay. I liked it on Rafa, but I moved away from it once we got like the fire pot and the waterfall. All right. All right, now for like overall thoughts on the patch and stuff like that. As I still have a ton of stuff to test, but I did get to do one of the Halloween events. Overall, big W on a patch. I think they changed a lot of great things. We finally got sorting working. Respecs are going to be better. Performance should be a whole lot better. I still need to update my drivers. There's honestly so much stuff in here. So overall thoughts on the patch. There's a ton of changes, a lot of quality of life, a lot of improvements for things that needed to happen. I still don't think they hit on some of the biggest things that I was personally hoping for. Those things being map transferring progress on alt characters, as well as your SDUs being stored. Graham Timmons did tweet out a few minutes ago, actually, that they've got a fix for phosphenes being account-wide that is going to retroactively apply. So if you found like 2 phosphenes on one character and 3 phosphenes on another, all of your characters will get like a 5 phosphene completion. So the phosphene changes are coming, but there is a ton of improvements, both to quality of life, performance, and just things that really needed to get changed, such as like lost loot sorting, Maurice's black market vending machine, blackout, and Amon's other skills are now properly working. I don't like this neutron capture change, to be honest with you. I understand why they did it, but part of the reason why neutron capture was so fun to build around was all of the weird and cool interactions that you could do with it. And now, instead of using like cool weapons like Katagawa's, where you could get all these interesting damage, and it made Katagawa's one of Harlow's best weapons, you're going to basically be using like Vladov SMGs and just like holding down the fire button to proc neutron capture. So I think this neutron capture change hurts build diversity and weapon diversity on her build. So not a fan of that, to be honest. All of the other things are good changes in my mind. I do think that they need to go a little bit harder on buffs. To be honest, it looks like Trouble still needs love. Amon's cybernetics tree It got some buffs with its class mods, but the drones still need huge improvements. I was surprised to not see any Harlow Blue Tree buffs. I think Harlow Blue Tree also really, really needs some love. Papa's Lance not working with cooldown is great. Glad that they fixed the Songbird bug. That was a little silly. I think the Jacob's crit knife change is good, to be honest with you. Crit knife needed to get changed, and now there's gonna be more options to use other ordinances. Gamma Void sounds sick. The buffs to the assault rifles, besides the Star Helix buff, I think all sound pretty good. I think the Star Helix definitely needed more damage. Thing hits for 0 damage. We don't have any changes to the drop rates of class mods. I would have loved to see that. I do think we need buffs to getting class mods dropping for your character. Groundbreaker changes are good. That definitely needed to happen. I do think melee might feel a little bit weaker in the meantime, but that'll mean that they can properly buff melee and not have to worry about infinite damage. So that's all good changes there. I still would like to see some buffs to firmware bonuses. There's a lot of firmware that isn't getting used because it's not good. I think that would really improve build crafting and build diversity. And then all the performance and miscellaneous changes, all good. Overall, it is a W patch. Obviously, they didn't hit literally every issue in the entire game, but I do think that they did a great job. A lot of good changes here, a lot of good stuff, and I hope you guys enjoyed the video. I will have a bunch of updates, new gear guides. We'll update our weapon tier list. We're gonna have to mess around and update our Harlow builds, Vex Bleed build. We're gonna be updating. To be honest, I feel like I've just been waiting to make videos on this game until this patch dropped, which it got delayed basically twice. And so now we can finally get back into playing the game and making some guides for y'all. So I hope you guys enjoyed the video. I will catch y'all in the next one. Take care. Peace. Did you give your thoughts on the Halloween event? Oh, no. I didn't. Don't feel guilt using certain things. Yep. That is a big one. Vex Spectre build win? Vex Spectre build was the first Vex build I posted. Its projectiles slow AF now? I thought they got fixed, no? Oh, that gives negative handling. You should be able to get positive handling, though, in Blue Tree to offset it. Boom. I might record that one more time. Just because I forgot to include the Halloween events. Guys, now for overall thoughts. On this patch. Overall, I think the lot of good was done. I am happy to see a ton of these changes. A lot of really, really great changes. They made it so that you can respec more often. They updated the lost loot. They made changes to multiplayer, so multiplayer should be working better. They fixed a lot of the challenges not working. I personally don't like this neutron capture change or nerf. My main reason for that is I think it just hurts build diversity on neutron capture. Honestly, you could make a neutron capture build with grenades and have those grenades proccing neutron capture. You could use all these cool and interesting weapons on neutron capture, and now all this does in my mind is just hurt the amount of weapons that works well with neutron capture without hurting the damage of neutron capture. So I think it's just gonna feel a bit worse to play, to be honest. So I don't like that change. I gotta mess around with it more. Amon's changes, seeing red, Berserk was absolutely ridiculously strong. It was his best skill by far, and now I think potentially you've got more options to use. I would have loved to see some buffs to his other skills, because a lot of the reason why everyone's specking into Berserk on Amon is because there's not many other great options. However, with the Blackout fix and others, should be really interesting. I think Ordnance Amon is going to be one of the highest damage builds in the game right now, actually, with the Blackout change. Still think they need some absolutely massive buffs to his Cybernetics tree, and possibly reworking a lot of the Cybernetics tree. The drones just need some serious love, and they got some love in this, but maybe not enough. Once again, things I need to mess around with. Trouble on Vex got some buffs. Got to mess around with that. On paper, I don't think it's quite enough, but we'll see. Bleed getting fixed, I am really, really happy about, to be honest. I know it's going to be less damage for Bleed because it was bugged to infinitely stack, but I was basically avoiding Bleed on all of these builds that I wanted to make, and I wanted to make a status effects Vex build, but you want to make your status effects crit, and if Bleed crits, then it infinitely scales. So now we can actually make some cool Bleed builds on Vex, which I'm really excited about. Papa's Lance getting cooldown, great changes. The crit knife getting nerfed, I think, is great, actually. 30% crit is still fantastic. It's going to allow us to use more ordnance, such as the fish slap. You can throw a fish slap and get 30% fire rate. That's now going to be more of a interesting option to use on builds, especially if you've got free specialization points. The assault rifle buffs all look pretty good, except for the Stall Helix fire rate increase. I just don't think that's enough. Class mod changes, I feel all right about these. A lot of small 10% buffs or 15% buffs to things. I don't think this is going to make a huge dent. I do think the legendary effects getting changed. So now increase all forge drone damage by 20% per active forge drone. This could be pretty interesting. And the elementalist getting the 2% all damage per affinity. That could be pretty interesting. We'll have to see how that plays out. I do wish that they had buffed other firmware besides just the melee ones, because there's a lot of firmware that isn't getting used. Groundbreaker getting fixed, need to happen. Now they can have a baseline and figure out where to buff melee builds. The last thing to mention is the Halloween event. Gonna be honest, I'm a bit disappointed with the Halloween event. I've only done one of it, but just in comparison to basically what we got in Borderlands 3, which was a whole new area with a whole new boss and a bunch of new rewards and 15 plus brand new anointments that completely changed build crafting and the way to make builds, comparison to basically an event that you have to drive around the world and just look for random events to get 2 new legendaries that I've heard are not that great. I definitely think is a miss. I know this is a mini event, but it does feel like it is significantly worse than what we got in BL3, which is a bummer. Overall, though, W patch, lots of good changes, lots of good things. I can't wait to finally get back into making some videos and stuff for this game, because I felt like I was kind of just waiting for this patch to come out before I could release any updated guides and stuff like that. So yeah, guys, I hope you enjoyed the video. I hope you enjoyed the patch. A lot of new changes to mess around with. I will catch you on the next one. Take care, guys. Peace. Favorite stage and boss in the game? Yup. Ooh, my food's about to be here. Boom. The seasonal event, yeah. It's a very small event. It only runs till November 6th. So it's basically a 2-week event. I'm imagining if it was more major, they'd run it for longer. Yo, yeah. Enjoy the video. Let's get right into it. Do 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 do. Neutron capture is still strong. Neutron capture's damage didn't get changed. The weapons that work with it did. Is there an easy way to find these world events? That's what we're going to be working on. Katagawa's, the like lightning balls that Katagawa spawn no longer proc neutron capture. Am I just waiting for the blood rain to fall to fight the new boss? No, I don't think so. I didn't really see any blood rain. You guys see blood rain? Snooky, thank you to the Twitch Prime. Appreciate that. Green Tree Harlow is feeling weaker? I don't think they changed anything with Green Tree Harlow unless you were using like a Midnight Defiance. Neutron capture isn't skill damage anymore, so it technically did get nerfed. It also doesn't entangle. It doesn't entangle anymore? Oh, that's kind of fucked. Oop, that crashed. Sad.
That's a lot of damage.
Green Tree Harlow feeling
Yeah,
weaker.
Green Tree
Any
Katagawa
weapon
on
left?
Harlow, or Green Tree Katagawa isn't changed. Literally only neutron capture. Just things with neutron capture changed. The event isn't every rift. It says on the map dynamic event instead of rift. Oh, really? It changed so that the world looked like spooky. Like here, this was this a dynamic event? Like I don't know if this was a dynamic event or the normal one. I didn't see any like blood rain, but you can see how different it is as soon as he dies. Oh, maybe that's the blood rain? Gonna be honest, I didn't even notice it when I was running through here, but like I guess that is it. Maybe it's a vision, maybe it's one of my settings. You know what I mean? I'm like looking around for it. I see it now in the recording. Where's my blood rain? I'm literally asking where the blood rain is, and I can see it on the screen. It's just not very visible. Do I have my graphic settings for weather lower? We can check. I've got volumetric fog and clouds on low. Other than that, no, not really. I don't think. Did I do the driver update? No, not yet. That would affect performance, though. Lost Loop Machine. Bonnie and Clyde goaded now. Yep, I'm very much looking forward to it. All right, so to start, update note. It's Hello Vault under it. So to start, we've got the Horrors of Kairos event. This is a free mini event that will be live from October 20th. So good change there. They boss fight leading to more consistent Consistent magazine values for the ordnance gadget is 75%, up from 50, or to 15% from 10% per stack of unsealed. Dude, my mouth it was so dry recording this. I kept fumbling over my words. By the way, just quick note, I will talk more about my thoughts at the end of the video, but by the way, just quick note, I ripped Apavis Lance. Apavis Lance changed to penalize gun accuracy instead of gun hand. Not be able to scale. They'll be buffing it up even more in the future and buffed certain melee things here as well. Dude, this is going to be the longest patch notes video of all time. This ended right above specializations. Oh, oopsies, I'm not showing my screen. Also, my food just arrived. Of melee and buffed certain melee things here as well. Next, we get to UI and hallelujah. If you set something to next, we get to UI changes. The first of which is a huge one. Sorting settings in menus now persist when swapping tabs or leaving the menu. So now, if you sort by recent, when you exit, it'll be still sorting by recent. If you're sorting by level. This needed to change. It was so annoying. I don't know why it was set to like sort by manufacturer in the first place, but yeah, you can finally sort properly. And they fixed toggle junk. Behavior has been corrected to target the desired item in bank menus and in backpack. Bunch more other changes. Combat Raider now features a dedicated legendary loot indicator, making high value drops easier to spot in the to load. Interesting. Some miscellaneous changes, and then we get to our weekly updates. For the weekly activities, the wild card. For the weekly activities, the wildcard mission is going to be Dark Subject with Vampiric, Cold-Hearted, and Invisible. And the weapon it will give you is the Kickballer, which is kind of funny that after they nerfed the Kickballer, they're now rewarding it. But yeah, Kickballer, Jacob's interaction no longer working. We'll go over Maurice in a minute. And then the Battle Wagon is the Boxy's Big Encore. Pretty excited for this one, actually, because it's on a drill site. This drops the Affinity XXL, which is a great weapon. And it can also drop the Bugbear, which was also buffed. Lastly, the Battle Wagon also drops the Completion. The music's always so loud. Is it loud right now? Let me know that's better. Bugbear's a big buff. Yeah, I honestly was enjoying that on Ranger Rafa pretty hard. It was solid on Ranger Rafa. It wasn't big enough to make the top 5, but big buff. Maurice. Maurice's Black Market vending machine is probably in the trickiest location it's ever been.
That's a lot of
This
damage.
took forever to find.
Yo, Dingleberry,
On the
do you want the
moon.
new
You gotta
grenade?
go open your Kairos map.
What?
And then
The Dingleberry, do you want the new grenade? I'll farm for it myself.
That's a lot of
Appreciate the
damage.
offer, though.
Alice fast travel up here, and then
you need to basically go from the start and run all the way down, almost to the very end of the area, where you got to do a series of jumps, which will bring you to Maurice's Black Market vending machine. What that looks like is you're going to come through this area where you've got to kind of like craft yourself one. So that is a very cool change. All right, now for like overall thoughts on the patch and stuff like that. Are hitting hard on Ricochet, Rafa. Hell yeah. Now for like overall thoughts on this patch. Overall, I think the lot of good was done. I am happy to see a ton of these changes. A lot of really, really great changes. They made it so that you can respec more often. They updated the lost loot. They made changes to multiplayer, so multiplayer should be working better. They fixed a lot of the challenges not working. I personally don't like this neutron capture change or nerf. My main reason for that is I think it just hurts build diversity on neutron capture. Honestly, you could make a neutron capture build with grenades and have those grenades proccing neutron capture. You could use all these cool and interesting weapons on neutron capture, and now all this does in my mind is just hurt.
Oh shit, you know what I just realized?
Works well with
that skill that makes neutron capture crit is probably not working anymore, right? But gun crit would. Potentially. Like, if neutron capture isn't skill damage anymore, then make extraordinary probably doesn't work. We'll test it. I gotta finish this video. But that could mean that, like, we go glow up now. Harlow gains crit chance with guns. I haven't eaten food yet today. Fidacious. Neutron capture without hurting the damage of neutron capture. So, like, I think it's just going to feel a bit worse to play, to be honest. So, I don't like that change. I got to might skill up a gun crit.
More.
Yep.
This could be pretty interesting. And the W patch, lots of good changes, lots of good things. I can't wait to finally get back into making some videos and stuff for this game. Like I said, I felt like I was kind of just waiting for this patch to come out before I could release any like updated guides and stuff like that. So yeah, guys, I hope you enjoyed the video. I hope you enjoyed the patch. A lot of new changes to mess around with. I will catch you on the next one. Take care, guys. Peace.
Solid 28-minute video. You think they fixed gun crit for ordnance? What? Any neutron capture build is going to need to be very much updated. I can't sustain with the status effects nodes alone anymore, even with 5 out of 5 combat and 10 out of 5 blackout. Really? Infinite crit wasn't touched. Enhancement count. Yeah, it should. That's how I understand it as well.
Yo, guys, what is up? Max in a Borderlands 4 video, and today we finally got the patch that we've been waiting for. This is probably our biggest patch to date. It includes a bunch of changes, quality of life, balance tuning, updates to the game, the new Hearts of Kairos event, and more. We're going to be reading through and breaking down everything you need to know. Then we'll go over the, like, weekly changes, like where Maurice location is, and then we'll get into my, like, opinions of the patch. I'm going to kind of, like, read through all of the things first, and then I'll kind of give you my breakdown of if I think the changes are good or not. So I hope you guys enjoy the video. Let's get right into it. All right, so to start, update notes. Hello, Vault Hunters. Can you believe we've already shared more than a month of mayhem together in Borderlands 4? To celebrate, we have an update that includes widespread stability improvements, multiplayer fixes, UI polish, and a sweet... Okay, that all seems good. Or 215% from 10% per stack of unsealed. By the way, just quick note, I will talk more about my thoughts at the end of the video, but I don't think these are enough buffs for trouble. We'll have to see. I haven't messed around with it yet, but I... on the class mods by 45%, detonation damage to 60%, forge drone damage by 20% per active forge drone, forge skill damage increased by 60%. These are just like buffing the passives. And the Elemental's legendary effect also increases all damage dealt by Amon by 2% per active affinity stack. So buffs to the Elemental class mod as well. Gravatar Biorobot gets 60% increased.
Your vending machine has waterfalls. Oh shit!
Increased to 60%. For other gear effects that are related to melee and action skill damage have increased effectiveness. We want these builds to be pushed up a bit, but wanted to distribute the power among the various pieces of gear to make them more desirable. So rep kits, hard hitter now gives 50% increased melee damage, up from 40%. Firmware, they just buffed like all of the like melee damage and action skill damage on the firmwares. So like you're going from 25% melee damage up from 15%, 25% melee damage up from 15%. And then the
But Angels, you might need to update the knife
now
command.
give more melee damage depending on their rolls.
Or auto
so you can get
thing.
even more melee damage on your shields. They fixed Groundbreaker later on in this. I don't think these are enough changes to make melee feel great, to be honest, but we'll have to mess around with them. And then here's the Groundbreaker change. Groundbreaker now only stores gun, action, skill, and ordnance damage. Dev note, Groundbreaker was causing recursive loops that could lead to infinite damage by storing bonus damage across the board. We still want this skill to be effective, but it should not be able to scale infinitely. We'll be monitoring melee builds after this change to make sure that they're meeting expectations, and we'll further adjust if necessary. This ultimately had to be fixed so we can establish a baseline before we investigate further buffs/changes. That makes sense. Obviously, it's really hard for them to determine how good melee is if there's something in the game that's allowing melee to deal infinite damage. So they're going to be changing that. You can't deal infinite melee damage with Groundbreaker anymore. However, they're going to be using this now as a baseline. So if melee sucks now, they'll be buffing it up even more in the future and buffed certain melee things here as well. Next, we get to UI changes, the first of which is a huge one. Sorting settings in menus now persist when swapping tabs or leaving the menu. So now if you sort by felt like I was kind of just waiting for this. I will catch you on the next. Class mod changes. I feel like...
All right, good. Oh, I think we're good. $30 minutes till a PoE stream. Probably not watching.
You and your foes are dangerous.
Oh, dude, I exited out of the vending machine without buying anything. F. All right, let's get a little picture. Is Green Tree Harlow meta now? I mean, we're just gonna need to update the neutron capture builds. Where it's gonna land, we'll have to see. It's, you know, it just scales differently now, and we're gonna use different things with it. But I mean, I would say Green Tree Harlow was meta before. To be honest with you. Maurice is on Elpis.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Yo, Steven, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Appreciate that. But Buddy and I found a way to respawn Origo without leaving the boss platform. Yup. I've seen it. I've seen it. Very cool.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Dean through the Twitch Prime. Appreciate that. Filtered by trait and marks are broken now? Oh, no. For science. I don't know if it has a different drop noise, Fidatius. To be honest with you. Harloween. Nice. Maybe we just do big balance changes. How do you trigger the event? Oh, you gotta go find a world event. Driving around, I think, seems to be the best, but there's certain areas where the event can spawn. Cool. Doop, 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 doop. All right, we're gonna make a quick YouTube short, and then we can game. Halloween mini event. It's very much a mini event. Harlow reactor build is over. They didn't change the interaction. Decoherence is still nuts for a reactor or for a Chrome Accelerator, but we have to play Chrome Accelerator differently. Patch definitely changed a lot of builds. Yep. Yeah, decoherence wasn't affected. Where is this Maurice machine? On Elpis. I'm about to make a little video on it.
I wish that one had stayed salted.
If you're looking for the Maurice location of Maurice's Black Market vending machine for the week of October 23rd, you are going to need to travel to Elpis. To get to Elpis, you're going to want to travel. To get to Elpis, you need to click on the Elpis Orbital Shatterfield fast travel station, which is located next to Callus. Once you click on that, you can then travel to Elpis. Once you're on Elpis, you're going to want to run all the way down through all of the comets, craters, and meteors till you get to this section, which is kind of like the last section of Elpis. You'll know you're close when you have to climb through this like big iridium cave. And then once you're through the cave,
You're going to want to make your way up, and then you have to go basically directly up from where you just came. There's some platforms that you can jump on, and then once you jump on all those platforms, there's a little room that will have the Maurice Black Market vending machine in it. Gearbox also, with this patch, updated it so that you can view and properly buy from your friends' Maurice's Black Market vending machines. So if you don't have anything good in yours this week, you can go to your friend's game and buy from their vending machine if they got a really desirable role in their machine. You had the Golden God and the Slippy in your machine? Damn. Vex Sniper build wasn't changed. Do. Boom, boom, boom. Have they said anything about the event weapon having phosphines? They have not. But, like, you can only get them from mission rewards. They're not, like, actual drops, so I don't think you can get phosphines from mission rewards, right? So I'd imagine that they don't have phosphine versions, and, like, only the gun would be able to have a phosphine version in the first place. The new AR is actually so fun. Hell yeah. Is Ranger Rafa? Okay. Ranger Rafa did not get changed. Should still be nuts. All right, let me make this real quick, and then we can game. Sorry for all the YouTube stuff. Boom, boom. Phosphine count in the challenge is still 69. Okay, makes sense. How long is the cooldown? Oh, it should display properly now. I believe it's 30 minutes. I can check, though. To get to Elpis, you'll know you're close when you have a vending machine in it. If they got a really desirable role in their machine. Can they still buy it? I would imagine so, yeah. I am not sure, though. I haven't tried it. That would be a good thing to test. It would make no sense if they couldn't. Kind of like how Loot's individualized. I'd imagine that's individualized as well. For the location of Maurice's black market vending machine for the week of October 23rd, you are going to need to travel to Elpis. To get to For the location of Maurice's black market vending machine for the week of October 23rd, you are going to need to travel to Elpis. To get to Elpis, you need to click on the Elpis. This like big iridium cave, and then once you're through the cave, boom, boom, boom. Perfect. Video done. Video done. Farm bosses now if you rely on action skill. What do you mean? What's the best way to spawn world bosses? We're gonna go work on that. Apparently there's some locations that are like higher frequency of spawn rate. Cheater called the Murmur. Seems bad. Gotcha. What do you guys want to work on first? Should we go farm this new event and get the new gear? I think we should probably do that first. And then I want to do like Harlow neutron capture. Vending machines are not resetting your action skill. Oh, that's not good. We had to update the sound on this clip. All right, did you drop the fisheye? Yup. There's an ASMR demo that I didn't point out because it wasn't in good time, but maybe now. Can you just refund it? Man, we gotta try melee builds now. There's a lot to mess around with. Blackout Amon's gonna be crazy, dude. Get a Watts for dinner and a Dark Beast. Damn. Do Battle Wagon, you'll get a world event every 2 to 3 runs. Really? Battle Wagon, here I come. Yeah, we gotta update the Bleed Vex build for sure. Can confirm the Battle Wagon strat. Word. Didn't they fix Amon's endless bombardment locking grenades? I'd have to double check. Do you think Infinite Crit Harlow changes at all? No. Don't think so. Midnight Defiance, I don't think we're ever gonna use again, but besides that, no, not really. Seems like half of our projectiles are flying to the moon. I don't really know why that's happening. Hello, are you dead? Affinity 19. Fog. You seeing legendaries on your mini map? Oh, great question. I should see them now. Let's say. Nope, definitely not. I am not. Oh, these are only on the combos. Not in this patch. They updated it so that the radar should show legendaries. It was a specific note that they did. What's that? Seeking gun. That's the strat. You can farm it from Pango and Bango. We're waiting for a world event to show up. Die, Mr. Elephant. What's this build? Infinite crit. You take care, Tiger. Is that a convergence with Jacobs? Yeah, yup. Oh, crap. I just bought the non-Iridium version. Whoopsies. Oh, there's our world event. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Rift Champion. So is this not the Halloween event?
Sure hope I'm bulletproof today.
Is Rift Champion not the Halloween event? It's only dynamic event? Just got a bugbear phosphine. It is the Halloween event? Oh, okay. Someone was saying that there's like 2 world events. One that says dynamic event, one that says Rift Champion. And they're separate. Alright, I'm ready for my blood.
Big jiggly boy incoming.
Yeah, I see it now that I'm looking for it.
Get ready to farm.
I do wish it was a little bit more bloody, though.
Boop. They're willing to die. For what?
Boom, boom, boom. Do we get a new thing? Sad. This is dynamic under Rift. Gotcha. Is Amon still worth using? Absolutely. I mean, they fixed Blackout and Raging Inferno, which are 2 crazy skills that like literally were just not working beforehand. The knife is still very good. The Berserk change on Amon just basically means that you need to use the Slippy grenade to upkeep Berserk now. It just means you don't really have an option. You're gonna need to use the Slippy. Is the Slippy with the node proc kill skills means you'll just always have Berserk up regardless. Yeah, and I mean, and it's got damage amp. Exactly.
Shoot my arm off. Science can't be fun.
Boom, boom. Yeah, I don't. Maybe it's a setting you have to turn on for them to show up on the compass. Definitely don't see them on the compass, though. Is it the new gun? Nah, this is just the convergence. Forage skill spam can also upkeep Berserk. Yup. What build is this? Infinite Crit, Harla. Some better days.
Wouldn't mind if the moon crushed that one.
We're working on new post-patch builds. We will. Right now, I am trying to get the new Halloween gear because I want to make a video on them. So apparently, if you farm drill sites nearby where world events spawn, you get a chance of spawning a world event after killing the drill site. And there just happens to be a drill site for the weekly Ongar. So we're doing something like that. I mean, getting a phosphine here would be sick, but I just want the new legendary Halloween gear so that we can make a video on it. If it's good or not, type deal. Okay, we got a bugbear. This thing was just massively buffed today. Hey, look, we got another event already. Another event already.
Surprise, surprise! Someone wants to shoot me.
Is convergence similar to the Borderlands 2 conference call? In a way, yeah. The convergence was also in BL3 as a returning weapon. Basically, you shoot out a projectile that hits an enemy, and then it spawns additional projectiles out of thin air on whatever you hit that converge on the enemy. So you shoot once, and then all of these random projectiles come out of nowhere and converge on the target that you're shooting at. But all those projectile hits with the Jacobs part can then ricochet and then bounce between other targets. It's really, really good. And it got buffed recently. All right, bugbear test. Bugbear test. Honestly, for fire on armor, not bad.
Bullet for whoever comes to avenge.
We got a GMR. All right. Halloween event. Come on. Give me the loot. Dang. Amp on the airstrike goes hard. Oh, I don't think you get a Jacobs on the Mad Lad. You want the Scully? I do want the Scully. Refraction doesn't work. It does. It just doesn't work with Jacob's weapons. Yes, I know my enemies. Bugbear can roll with Jacobs. Really? That's very interesting. World event show up on map. Yup. Boom, 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 boom. Holy shit, I hope it doesn't take that long to upload. Okay, that's uploading. The new gun is hot shit. So far, I've heard nothing but bad things about these new weapons. Gearbox, come on.
I need to run over them faster.
The phosphines are getting updated in the next patch. Or an upcoming patch. They did confirm.
Let's see if there's anything.
They have a fix for them. Gamma Void's not doing any damage at all. Pog. Boom, 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 boom.
Rip her head. In three.
We get this bugbear with Jacobs. Is that a legendary enhancement? It is. Gun damage, shotgun splash. I didn't see the rest. Bugbear with Jacobs. We haven't tried Lucian's. No, we should go grab all the ARs. I actually have quite a few. Atlas, target lock, attach a tracker with gun damage. Interesting. Well, the gun damage roll is good. Hey, we get another event. Holy shit. Boom, 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 boom.
Your gun's hungry then, Vault Hunter.
What build is this? Infinicrit. Should be right in front of us.
That's a lot of damage.
Shiver me timbers.
Come on, Halo, catch up. We got places to be. Boom, 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 boom. K6 is not happy with the new event. I mean, what's there to be happy with? Boom, 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 boom.
What do you have against quality vehicles?
Grabbing ARs? Yeah. Let's go do it. Let's go do it. Patch notes video is uploading. It took us a long time to do.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
It's uploading. We probably should have just made it without Maurice in it, but oh well. Do 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 do.
Yeah, it's uploading right now. It's taking fucking forever, though. I don't know what. We can get the Maurice video up. With the boss's dedicated drop, beyond man. 10/23.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Thanks for all
When
the great content. Keep going.
When I talked to Graham, he said that they wanted to make, this is before the game came out, they wanted to make the world part of the end game. And so my guess is they wanted to do this event as a, because like realistically, you're never farming world events or doing world events at endgame without an event like this. But that doesn't mean that it's a good implementation of it. You know what I mean? Well, also the other thing with the event is like, unless I'm crazy, it's not even like a new enemy. Like they should just make it like a brand new enemy that could spawn in it. Like that would be huge. If it was like a totally new Halloween, you know, headless dude on a horse with a pumpkin in his hand or something like that. You know what I mean? What are we grabbing? That's a good Rowan's. That's a nice Bonnie. No potato thrower buff. Star Helix I'm not even bothering with, honestly. Oh, we got a rad Lucian's flank with Jacob's alt-fire. That thing's crazy. Holy fuck. That's a disgusting Aegon's. Yo, that Lucian's is crazy. Round them up. Let's go. All right, we're gonna do a few more runs to try to get one of the new Halloween events. Super exclamation mark new vid. Infinite Crit Harlow is not touched. Still really good. Still crazy good. Let's slap on the Lucians. Throw on an Aegon's.
Bugbear we were already using. I grabbed a Rowan's, didn't I? There's a Rowan's. Maurice is so far. Maurice is very far.
Enjoy.
Dude, our weapon tier list is gonna change a whole lot. Gonna change a whole lot. Like Midnight Defiance, definitely not S tier. Kickballers getting kicked out of A tier. The assault rifles are gonna have to do some moving. Yeah. Midnight Defiance is going down to like C tier or something. Oh yeah, we gotta rank the 2 new things as well. World boss? Yeah, dude, I'm literally getting a world boss at literally every drill site.
You think you're stronger than me because you've killed someone before?
I don't know if I would keep Katagawa in S. The interaction and build that it was best on, it is no longer the best on. The gun itself wasn't changed. But, you can make an argument for A tier now, I think. Check the BL Twitter video. Scully's F. Oh, no. Oh, it's Icebox. He is very immune. All right. Rowan's crank. Come on, Rowans. You can do it. He's dead. Runs good on Ranger. Bro, I got nothing but blues so far. I think that's 5 blues in a row. Is status effect Harlow affected? No. One-shot option for bosses with Rafa. Like actual one-shot? Your fastest kills are gonna be with the Bod and the Golden God. But those aren't one-shot weapons. If you want to actually one-shot something, technically probably with Spread Launcher. Anything with stickies like a Kaozin also nukes things. Shoots multiple times. Neutron capture was so unnecessary. I'm not happy with it.
Did you see me on the
I'm feeling frosty.
The thing with the neutron capture change is they said at the very start that their goal is to increase build diversity, and the only thing that does is decrease it.
Don't love killing, but I do love living. Radiating. What a plan.
I'm so glad that that was just an audio bit. I was waiting to die any second. Another world event? Question mark? No. Is it a Wamba? This is the Lucian's flank. It just got buffed. Well, they buffed its damage by like 50%. Is the shield worth it all? I don't think so.
Here for you.
The exploding guys do way too much damage. Way too much damage.
That's the price of not following safety protocol. Blowing up this fuck. Guess I don't know my own strength.
Don't think I'd use this thing for bossing. But its mobbing damage is pretty nice.
A little premature irradiation.
You farming in UVH5? Yup. Hey, getting our world event. Bog. You got a Wombo and a Bod in my Maurice vend. What the hell?
That's a lot of damage.
How's the Rowan's charge? Didn't feel as great as the Lucians, to be honest. Oh, this is a Rowan's here.
Shiver me timbers.
Finally got a Scully after 20-ish world bosses. Jesus.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Closer to set. Kapow!
I mean, that was pretty respectable. That was a Rowan's. Sticky's still good. Sticky's still good. Come on, please. Oh, shit. What? I got debated. Legendary AR. They add a legendary AR. It's a fucking lumberjack. That's crazy. Oh, that's insane. Actually insane. You just got the new AR. Fire rate is cheeks. What's its special ability? Doesn't it like execute enemies at low HP? All right, one more world event, and then we're gonna go work on builds.
Kinda like a camel, aren't we? You better like bullets. 'Cause you get
Guaranteed crits under 33% HP.
Look out for the tiny ones.
This is the A guns. Oh shit! The Bonnie and Clyde. Didn't I get that? I really wanted to do Bonnie. Yeah. Bonnie got a huge buff. Oh, dude, it's literally one tapping. Damn, I lost my action skill. I was trying to keep it up there. The thing with the Bonnie, at least when I last used it, is that I was underwhelmed with the shotgun, but the actual AR part was really good. Yeah, like 2k damage a shot with a crit percent and like good fire rate. Find shotgun better for enemies that are harder to crit. Fair. Yeah, dude, this thing's nuts. W gun. Gotta fix my thing. Thing over to my other computer. God damn. Dude, this video is still uploading. Holy. Exclamation mark, bad cat. I posted it as a short. Protean. Protean's a cool shield. How do you get so many drops? I'm doing the Iridium Big Encore, which like quadruples drop rates or something. Do you think Bonnie would work fine with Ricochet Rava instead of Ranger?
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think it'd work well on both, to be honest. I think Ranger Rafa's built for this gun, though.
Gotta watch out. They won't take. Why, you? Detonating. Ow. Okay.
All right, please. I just want one of the new pieces of loot. Come on, come on, come on. No. The Lost Loot Machine now sells items instead of junking them. W. No, it's only on UVH, but not UVH 5 exclusive. You did 15 events and got 0. No, I haven't killed RJ yet. You know the new AR first bubble? Boom, 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 boom. What rolls in the Bonnie? I don't think you can get rolls on the Bonnie. I think it's just a set drop. How do you get the head? It's a shift code. I haven't put it in yet. I actually got to do that. They could have made the head a skin drop. Like something you could farm. That'd be cool. Oh, do I need to redeem it from my like reward center thingy? Hey. Target impact on the money would go hard. Yep. Oh, you know what we should technically do? I think the assault rifle version is way stronger than the gun or the shotgun. But we should get a kill with the shotgun and then swap to the AR. And it should fry. Critical, I see all messages. It took you 31 Scullies on an ordnance build to kill the wagon. Holy shit. Noted. You show my Bonnie again? I don't know if there's like a max damage roll or anything. It's just what I had.
I'm a pro at killing rippers. Rippers never quit, do they?
Let me know if anyone
Another ripper down.
Right.
I'm doing it, everyone.
Holy reload.
All in the name of survival.
They gave me a gun. This is my moment. I'm going in.
They're willing to die. For what? Trust me.
Alright, kill with shotgun. Swap to AR. Done. Done and dusted. Is Harlow's Nova Bomb dead? It's not dead. But you have to build around it entirely differently. Okay, one more. We got another one. I believe. Twitchy, you think of the T1, appreciate that. No Talent, think of the 3 months. Todd Brolo, think of the 54. And Prospector, think of the Twitch Prime. Lost Loot Machine seems to be working now. Huge.
Your whole moon's falling now.
Yeah. Rowan, Bonnie and Clyde's crazy now. Okay. Bugbear's insane. No, dude, that's like 10 blues in a row.
That's a lot of damage.
Dude, is this video still uploading? Holy hell. I'm gonna be the last person to upload a video on the changes.
That's a lot of damage.
Is Boomslang new? No.
Loved every second of these 2 months.
Subverted.
Lefty.
Think of the 2 months. Appreciate that. Leighton Llama, think of the 2 months. And Twitchy, think of the 5 months. Most maintain bonuses and never have to reload. Yup. All right, we're gonna put out a tweet.
that's a lot of damage.
Thanks for the great content, Mox.
Boom, boom, boom. No, no. Thank you. Bonnie and Clyde's a monster now. It's so good.
That's a lot of damage.
Boom, 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 boom. Doesn't seem right. I don't know why. Usually they're uploaded in like 2 seconds. I think it's a YouTube thing. It's now uploaded, but now it's got to process the whole video. I tried dataless SMG with the overcharge underbarrel. I think you'd like it a lot. I don't think so. Sad. How do you activate this so-called event? It's activated off of world bosses. So just do drill sites. Every time you complete a drill site, you have a chance to spawn a world event. Right now, doing the big encore, we're getting, I would say, on average, every 2 drill sites is a world boss. Does the nerf affect Rafa's auto cannons? I don't think so. I didn't see anything that would affect auto cannons.
We got a scuttler. Better not be any bolters here.
Yup. What does RJ drop now? The AC May, the Fisheye, and the Guardian Angel. Can Infinity roll without COV? No. Okay,
This is last world event. I just wanted one of the pieces of new loot.
At least
And then maybe we go try Blackout Amon or work on updating Neutron Capture Harlow. We're gonna try Bleed Vex. There's a lot of stuff. We could go try a melee build. See how melee's faring. There is a lot to go do. Boom, boom, boom. Am I using all green? Yup, and we got another Rift Champion. Do we get a bingo? No bingos. What weapon is this that's melting? The Bonnie and Clyde. Can you get Jacobs and COV on this tribe? I've gotten both individually. I've never seen both together, but possibly. Yeah, you do have one. That's pretty crazy. I was gonna kill something to proc our little buff, but Neutron Capture works best with Affinity XXL. Yeah, I mean, anything with high fire rate's gonna work really well. Boom, 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 boom. All right. Please, 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 new loot, new loot, new loot. My inventory is full, son. Son. Just got a 4% KOs, and damn, I still have yet to see one. So are the shitty buggy ricochet builds finally erased? Some? You got the gun, now you need the grenade. Does I'd be curious. Post if you got pieces of the new gear, post it in the Discord. I want to see if there's variation on them. I'd be curious if they have any sort of variation in their parts or anything like that. The gun does have variation. Okay. Where's Maurice? Exclamation mark new vid. Oh my god, I can finally post my patch video. Hallelujah. Did AFK Rava survive the nerfs? You know, I think it did actually, shockingly. I didn't see any note about it. Any of you playing AFK Rava? Yeah, nothing Rava was doing really got touched at all. Rip Midnight Defiance, RIP to homie. All right, let me timestamp this real quick.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Overview.
the massive 30+ day patch. Making more regrets. What did I miss? You missed an L in overall. Oh. I get. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Only Vex Bleed got nerfed? Ah, that's not true. Harlow's reactor build got hit pretty hard. All melee builds got hit pretty hard. Have I heard of Gunfire Reborn? Yes, it is potentially, if not my favorite, it's one of my favorite roguelikes of all time. All right, I want to try. I just want to mess around with this. I want to fully understand the changes to neutron capture. So let's do some testing real quick. Is this a disease? Okay, whoever said it was not skill damage anymore is wrong. It's definitely skill damage still. Otherwise, I wouldn't be critting shooting this con. Show me how to laugh. It doesn't entangle though.
I wouldn't touch this if I was you.
Okay, it doesn't look like it entangles.
I'm tasting a new flavor, and it's all mommy!
The grenade does no damage. You didn't have a Halloween themed boss. It was just a regular Rift boss. Yup, there's no unique boss for the event. You think it not entangling is a bug? No.
I'm gonna crinkle your bar so
You got 2 bugbears. One was Phosphine. Very cool. Hmm. Alright, let's test it with this. Dude, the respec cost going down to 1.5 is so nice.
Time for a science lesson.
someone's ready for the big time! Someone's ready for the big time! If only I had a spinny chair!
Okay. I'm recording now. It looks like we're doing like 5K
I know a stick
a shot. 5240 is the number I'm seeing most consistently. 5240. All right, now we're gonna spec. That's not really a great test, technically. We can still do it, but let's spec mechanical brilliance practical. Not really a great test, because that's going to make the neutron capture hit harder, so then we should hit harder. But I guess let's see how much harder.
I'm tasting a new flavor, and it's you, mummy!
9339 seems like our most consistent.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
35%. I don't think we got full stacks on Mechanical Brilliance. I'd be shocked if we did. Oh, actually, it looked like we did. That's 50%, 35%. 35 plus 50. Guess Vex is useless now. Where are you guys coming up with these takes?
Fiery cannon!
Ah, look, I'm literally proccing Mechanical Brilliance by shooting. Like, I was at 3 stacks, and then I shot, and I got 5. Yeah, it's definitely still dealing skill damage. That gave me 5 stacks. Interesting. I wanted not 5 stacks. Maybe we shoot it against one of these guys. Shouldn't it be entangling? No? Okay, that's 2 stacks. And now I'm at 5. Whenever Harlow damages an enemy with a skill. Yeah. It's still benefiting from skill damage, doing skill damage. Still works with decoherence. That is not changed. Not changed. Okay, next test. Gun damage. Gun damage should now increase neutron capture damage. Bomb, bomb, bomb. The heck? Go away. 5738 3751 3751 3751 3751. Three, 7, 5, 1. Go away.
Really fair?
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
I'm tasting a new flavor, and it's you, mummy!
5-0.
That's a lot of damage.
Our buff went away. But yeah, we can now get a... Gun damage increases neutron capture damage now. That's actually very good.
Who wants some cold fusion?
6827. Six eight. What?
Are you out of your mind?
I want to see that one more time.
Someone's ready for the big time. I'm tasting an
I'm getting a different number every shot.
umami.
All right, I take off the wants and the super soldier and our enhancement.
Only I had a speed chair.
4738. 4738. 4738. Okay, that seems better. 4738.
Whole front coming.
3954. Don't. Okay. That looks normal. Well, yeah, neutron capture is getting gun damage now. It's still benefiting from skill, still dealing skill damage, but now it also gets gun damage. So we got an additional scaler, but it no longer procs off of like indirect projectiles. I don't know if that changes anything about our build, to be honest. As in, like, how we would spec our points. I think we technically go glow up. If neutron capture is counting as gun damage, that means that you could potentially do a dirty bomb build with it now. Because you should theoretically be able to proc a gun dot off of neutron capture now, which is kind of interesting. But, like, we can go creative overflow now. Before, we would just go resonance cascade. But I think creative overflow is actually the better points now. Neutron capture is counting as rad damage, not gun damage. Both. Do 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 do. No need for high caliber 3 now. No, I don't really think so. I don't think we're using high caliber 3 for any reason now. Blaspheme's being account wide. They said on Twitter that that is confirmed a thing. It's coming. They've got a fix for it. How do you incarnate correctly? I don't think the orb does a lot of damage, so I don't usually shoot the orb. But if you're using Witchy Trigger Finger, every time you shoot the orb, you get your cooldown or your ammo back. So if I'm using Witchy Trigger Finger, I'm spamming it basically anytime my gun gets low.
New kill priority.
Uh-oh.
Trying out this shortcut. Where are my big boy bullets?
Try bugbear interaction with neutron capture. It seems to scale up with the gun passive. Oh, fuck. That's a great call, Nick. Wait, I went the entirely wrong way for this? I just assumed that it had to be there. Whoops. Also, you can get a world event in this cave? That was not the super jump we were looking for. Is there anything else that would work like that? All right, video game. How would you like me to get up there? Am I stupid? It's locked behind the quest is just a phase situation. Really? I was about to say, like, I feel like I remember there being a grapple point on that. What class am I using? The reactor. All right, it's okay. I just want to go see how we're looking boss-wise. You feel like the nerf to buff ratio on this patch is super off. As in, like, there's not enough buffs and too many nerfs.
Your gun's hungry then, Volsunner.
They haven't nerfed anything yet. This was our first, like, actual round of nerf changes. I do think some things still desperately need buffs.
Inside to outside.
All right, we gotta use Mad Scientist for mobbing. We're gonna have to set this up very differently. We're basically gonna have to remake the old neutron capture build where we're using 3 bullets to spare. I think. Feels like fire rate is gonna be king for us.
Gonna need a double tap on that one. I think a little chaos is in order.
I'm imagining the convergence would still feel pretty good with this, just because convergence hits really hard.
Careful, this thing is
Even if only one part of it's getting neutron. Convergence still feels good. Makes sense. Boom, 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 boom.
what an interesting programming.
I can feel. Dude, the vending machine not resetting your action skill is certainly a choice. I don't know why that was removed. That sucks for like Amon.
Eat knowledge.
Oh god. Still looking very good. Just gotta play a bit differently. I didn't see it in the patch notes. To be honest, I can search
That's
it.
a lot of damage.
What gun is this? This is just a Boori. Double barrel Boori.
Burst in the bubble.
Did I get any of the event drops? Nope. Not a single one. No crit on rep kit. I know my firmware is all messed up.
You know how this works. Fire in the hole.
Need him to stand damn still. He shows the roll on your SMG. It's got Torg, Impact, Alt Fire, and Jacobs. I don't think we actually care for the Torg barrels technically. I'd have to double check, but I feel like getting Torg Impact slowly decreases your slightly decreases your fire rate, which is not what we want. It feels like it fires slower than my old Buri, but I don't have that on me right now. So, like, if I'm using a fire weapon with neutron capture, does it just stop doing fire damage? Yes. That's kind of interesting. I mean, that means you could use technically any elemental weapon. Like, we could use a Hellwalker and make it radiation. I don't know how that would work with dot weapons. Rad Elemental Eater, you can't kill. You're probably right. I don't think we could kill a Rad Elemental Eater. How does that work with, like, a Shock Dot Stellium? It also means that the scientist turns off neutron capture buff. Wait, what do you mean?
This'll feel funny.
Oh, would you mean like if you're using a shock weapon? Yeah, if you're using a shock weapon. You could still get it to work, though, with a Watts for dinner. Like, if you're using a Watts, you'd be fine. Okay, so this is... give me a better example. This is a fire strat, right? We neutron captured. No more fire damage? Oh, holy shit, you just lose your fire damage entirely. That's crazy. Oh, I can't say I like that. It should definitely be added on top that removes, like, elemental matching entirely. I gotta go get a Shock Dot Stellium. I have a fire one. We could just test with the fire one real quick. Oh, wait. No, I got more. Do I have more? There's a 33k Stellium. I don't have the Malawan thing to give me guaranteed status effects, I don't think. I do not. Let me just see if we get lucky. Yeah, dude, it's just changed my dot into red as well. But that actively works against it because the scientist class mod now doesn't work. Because the scientist class mod was good because you could proc a shock dot. I can't proc a shock dot anymore.
Careful, this thing's experimental.
Like, that could work with the scientist.
I'm gonna swindle your bar so hard.
I'm gonna send a message. I feel like that can't be intentional. Well, our Half-Life Harlow status effect build didn't use neutron capture. So it doesn't, like, that build isn't affected by this. But
I know I sense when I see one. If only I had a spinny chair.
try the Lucians with neutron capture. Yeah, it's real nice. Scientist is still good to get neutron capture back after your action skill ends. I mean, I think you just use the skeptic. You could still use the scientist if you have a good enough uptime on your watts for dinner.
What's in the butt?
Owl friends. I'm tasting a new flavor.
Does that mean a watts or amp shield's now amp neutron? It should. Need a reliable way to entangle. Yeah. I think Skeptic is slightly better in that scenario, though, right? Because you don't need to entangle, you just shoot an enemy with a status effect, and you get your, you get your action skill back. Doesn't really matter if they're entangled or not. Obviously, confirmative reality needs them to be entangled, but maybe you don't need that, technically, depending on what you're using. You just show my trees real quick. This is my skill trees right now. Where's the black market? I just uploaded a short on it. Hockey.
And it's you, mummy.
Wouldn't Dirty Bomb benefit from these changes? Dirty Bomb would benefit from these changes, yeah. What did I want to do? That should mean that Break the Ice converts all of your gun damage to cryo damage, and the same way that Neutron Capture converts all your gun damage to cold radiation. I mean, on paper, Neutron Capture does more damage, yes.
Neutron capture does more damage, but it works with less weapons. Boom, 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 boom. Exclamation mark playlist.
I'm tasting a new flavor, and it's you, mommy!
Fiery crab cannon!
What? Wait, what? It still does radiation damage. It used to convert it. Break the ice used to convert neutron capture to ice damage, or cryo. It used to convert to cryo. It no longer does. Look, 22k red. I'm getting my bonus cryo damage. Bro, please just farm the world bosses. I did. We're gonna farm more. We're testing stuff right now. Have they broken Harlow? I think they have broken Harlow. Sad. Well, Stone, that's one way to save quit. Do you think this was intentional? I don't think so. No. Not in the patch notes, Mark.
Have my hot hug!
So the question is, if it converts your entire gun to rad, what if your gun doesn't have a dot? Oh, fuck. Wait. Oh, fuck. Wait. Pause. I have an idea. Guns without dots will now deal dot damage. What's the biggest instance of damage we could do? Do I have one? Mixologist? Nah, dude. Rad dot off of a spread launcher. Spread launcher's gonna be rad damage. Space lasers? Space laser could potentially get converted to rad. We gotta grab a space launcher. We gotta grab a beam tosser. Are the events live? They are. Hot Slugger. Hot Slugger would be potentially interesting. It scales the damage. What do I need? We need a rep kit.
You're in it now.
Something to cry about!
I didn't rep kit.
Old friend!
No. The goal there would be to see if it could proc a dot or not.
If only I had a spinny chair!
It's gonna be over by the time that's ready.
A surprise party?
Bum. What's the big encore? Battle wagon.
I know a snitch when I see one!
It can proc a dot.
Ready for the beat?
Oh shit. Oh god. It can proc a dot. That is interesting. Yeah, 200k dots, not bad.
You out of your mind?
Aw, shit, that wasn't the spread launcher.
I'm gonna swindle your bar!
That's without the rep kit.
Hard!
I have ideas. Yeah. Let me see if I get a space laser. The thing is, on that, we are basically just using neutron capture, not for the damage, but for it to convert it to a rad. Which means, we could, but like technically we don't need to go that deep into red tree, right? Like we could just go into like status effect stuff. What are we looking for? Assault rifle. Space laser gun. Oscar mic. There's another Oscar mic. Doesn't look like I have a space laser Oscar mic on me. Is the Katagawa strat dead? Yes.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Happy 71 years.
Nerdified. I think the 71 months. What the fuck? That's crazy. Thank you. How you doing today?
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
W.
Bon.
I'm tasting a new flavor, and it's you, Bobby!
Wait, what? Why is everyone dotted?
How much damage was that? Entangle? Yeah, Entangle shouldn't be sharing 100% of the damage we're dealing.
Have my hot on!
Bombs away.
Ah, fuck. I didn't use spread again. Boom, 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 boom.
Careful, this thing's experimental.
Damn, no crits.
Only I had a spinny chair!
No dot proc either. Oh, is neutron capture bad? It's not bad, it's just different.
Are you out of your mind? If only I had a spinny chair!
Look, dude, everyone's getting dotted for the exact same value. Oh, they shouldn't be taking the same shared dot damage unless they change something. Unless I'm mistaken. They did change entanglement a bit. They updated entanglement. Did the description change? Gun damage and skill damage. Yeah, I don't know why that would be 100% of our damage. I'm not using action at a distance.
Another day in the Order's glory.
And I'm not giving in. I will not bow.
Toxic blast.
Fuck. Again. Does the crit knife stack? It doesn't stack. No, it'd just be one. A will to change. Inceptus does not cooperate. He really does not.
Here comes the brain power.
Okay. I wonder if we get multiple. Surely we don't get multiple neutron captures or additional for each pellet. 'Cause that's not how that worked before.
No dot. No dot. Am I on easy? No. No.
Bombs away.
This dot damage is wild. Well, he doesn't have enough health to survive the dot damage, apparently. That's not my fault. Jarvis in hands. Declutter. Let me see what numbers that were on screen there.
If you've got skin.
Get rowdy. Oh, it's good.
Is there any way to make this guarantee dot damage? Not really, right? Not unless it was like a Malone spread launcher.
It'd be exciting if it was easy.
First shot to reloading Mallow enhancement. Only on a Mallow gun. This isn't a Mallow. Can this make beam toss or dot? Maybe. I don't have a beam tosser on me, but like theoretically, yeah.
You and your wallet are welcome.
You signed a release form, right?
Josh had just posted a video on it. There's a short and a long form on its location. From unintended to unintended. Wow, we're gonna make something work with it. I feel like we're just scratching the surface on what we could potentially do with this. We need to go get a beam tosser. Does anyone have a Oscar mic with a big laser that I could test? I have one, but I don't know where it is. I think it's on my Rava. Yeah, we've run like 10 of the events. They're pretty underwhelming.
Where's the recycling bin when you need it?
You call that an event? I mean, I wouldn't, but I didn't name it. What comm are you using? The reactor.
I got the sales.
So long. Say goodbye.
Hazardous material coming through.
Nice. Rad versus double armor bars. Oh, shit. Nice little teen witch. Mine.
Ain't no fuss, no problem.
Alright, we got a lot of stuff to work on. Wasn't that bigger before? It was bigger, yeah.
Your problem now.
It's also on an armor bar, though. But yeah, I wonder how important going deep into Red Tree for that was. Don't you ever look at him in the eye. Let's test. Let's test real quick. Oh, I got the map bug, or I can't actually scroll over. Let's go deep red and see. Well, we could also just real quick before we change it. Let's shoot this dummy and say it.
Built this myself.
I mean, it's still a pretty big dot. It's like over 100k, and against the armor, it'll do half as much damage, which is what we were saying was like 50k. Words are spoken. Neanderthal, let's be the words I've spoken. Do I still need a laser Oscar? I do, yeah. How much damage does yours have? Can I talk about the bleed nerf for Vax? So bleed is considered skill damage, right? Bleed itself procs off of skill and gun critical hits. So if you made bleed crit, bleed could then proc itself. And if you had 100% crit, then bleed would recursively loop. So it would do damage. That damage was a crit. That crit would proc a bleed, which scales off of the damage dealt, which would then proc another bleed, which crits, and that continuously loops until you're dealing quadrillions of damage. All they did was make it so that bleed doesn't, it can't loop itself. So you can still make bleed crit, and it'll do more damage, but bleed can't proc bleed. Like, you could bleed an enemy for 1 stack and end up with 20 stacks, as long as they were critting. Yeah, that'd be great, Shockwave. Alright, I'll invite you after this.
See how you like this.
Again. Alright, that does look better.
My diagnosis? You got a
I don't know the secrets, cause I'll tell.
Tangle with this.
I think we got something good here. I think we got something good here. Anything new? Lots of new things, Devlin. What did you change exactly? We went deep red. We gave ourselves a lot more neutron capture and less focus on status effect. But more neutron capture damage means more status effect damage. So now we just one tap him every single time. Just one tap him every single time. Will this build be viable for mobbing? Yup. Just wouldn't use a spread launcher for mobbing. Let's do a kill just out of curiosity. I mean, we're not really set up for it, but... I went to back. I've probably.
That's a wrap.
Oh. Not gonna one tap with an SMG. I was Vex after the crit knife. Never. I haven't played Vex yet. Should be fine though. They are confirmed to make Phosphine challenges across all characters. Yeah. Boom, boom, boom. How do you do that big dash forward? It's basically a keybind to make move forward and sprint dash and jump all happen at the exact same time, and I've got it on a macro on my mouse button. You're gonna just ordnance aim on. Yep, we're gonna get to all the builds. No, I still think we would. This is specifically set up to do one shots right now. This is specifically set up just for one shots. Are the mobs tougher? I don't think so. I think it's just the boss.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
With the standard neutron capture builds, what would be a good option for dealing with armored enemies? I mean, you don't really have an option for dealing with armored enemies, if that makes sense. It's going to convert all your damage to radiation. So it's not like you can use a cryo weapon against armored enemies. No way did Borderlands tweet out a crit knife video.
I'm sorry I can't be what you want me to be. I'm sorry I can't make the best.
What the hell is this?
Oh, I wish I could have, darling, but it's just me. I can't do this, you see. I'm sorry I can't be the one to hold you when the world is on your shoulders.
Rip. Huh. Boom. Didn't show any boss mounts. Now do one for the Midnight Defiance. Invite for laser. Oh, yeah, I want to see this. Is your name just Shockwave? Feels like things only freeze once they're dead. True. Oh, there you are. I see you. Blind streamer. What? He joined. I lost my game audio. Wait, I got it back? Weird. It was gone. I don't know why it takes so long to do that. The thing is, we're converting the whole space laser to rad, so it's doing less damage against him, technically. Oh shit, you know what? I also don't have a amp rep kit on. Kinda need the amp rep kit.
Here we go.
Ooh, just shy, just shy. Alright, mate. Yup. I wonder if this only gets one neutron capture. Like one instance of neutron capture proc. Or how that works. I actually don't know. It's converting it to rad, which is cool. Doesn't really help us on this guy. Oh, there he's gone. I think we just needed to do it before neutron capture wore off. Boom, boom. And I feel so exhausted. Am I still with on caffeine addiction? No, not yet.
Just I got the sales for what?
The new singer for Caskets. I love Caskets. They're so good.
You'll hate this.
And a gamma ray. You're talking about this skill? Yeah, before we respect, I had 5 points into this. I'd be curious which one wins, 10 out of 5 into gamma ray or 10 out of 5 into decoherence. It really just depends on how much of our damage is coming from how much of our damage is coming from neutron capture and how much of it is coming from the actual gun. Your Rafa got nerfed so badly. What were you using on Rafa that got nerfed? Oh my god, dude. Paul Tassi just tweeted out, no exaggeration, Borderlands 4 may have launched the worst Halloween event I've ever seen. Holy shit. He's not wrong. Overall thoughts on this patch. Overall, I think the lot of good was done. I like this neutron cap. Just gonna others back, but I was basically about Pavis. I think that's enough. Pretty interesting. We'll have to see how that plays out. And the last thing to mention is the like Halloween event. Gonna be honest, I'm a bit disappointed with the Halloween event. I've only done one of it, but just in comparison to basically what we got in Borderlands 3, which was a whole new area with a whole new boss and a bunch of new rewards.
Paul Dazzy makes me feel like the worst person you know makes a great point meme. I like Ball. We got pumpkin heads. We did get pumpkin heads. Let's fucking go. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest. I'm just ignoring the Halloween event. We're going to make a video on it, and that'll probably be it. Do, 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 do. Speaking of which, let's go make this Halloween video. Let's go make this Halloween video. Does anyone have... I was going to farm for the gear, but I want to make a video on them. Does anyone have the grenade or the AR for me? Let's make a video covering what they do, how they work, and how to farm the event. You got the AR. Just put your shift in chat. I'll send you an invite.
Here we go, surprise party!
Give me something to cry about! I'm tasting a new flavor, and it's your mommy!
You got 2 ARs? You got a Jacob's AR? What's your shift? .2, and I don't know baseball, but that doesn't sound very good. Distorted 101. Distorted 101. Are you sure that's your name? I just copied it from your Twitch message. Nordic has the
That's a lot of
grenade.
damage.
Dude. Interesting.
You've seen people claiming there's a third secret Halloween legendary. Really? That would make me very happy. Is it the friends we made along the way, or is that real? Boom. Hi, Dixie. Thanks for the $5. Hey, Moxie, Main, Harlow, Infinite, and even that feels weak post patch. Are you disappointed in the event and the update? I think I'm done with BL4 for a while. Infinite Crit is feeling weaker post patch. I can't say. I don't think anything changed with Infinite Crit unless you were using like the Songbird. I'm definitely disappointed in the event. I think, honestly, they probably would have done better for the game not releasing it than releasing it. Genuinely. I think it's really going to hurt community sentiment. Whoa, that thing looks kind of cool. Bomb, bomb, bomb. Nutritious murmur. What is it firing? Deals critical damage to enemies under 35% health.
Snuggle up, Buttercup.
Are you out of your mind?
Interesting.
I know a snitch when I see one.
What the hell? Oh, it like seeks enemies.
Or dead.
And I guess shoots at them. There's no shot it's shooting for 155 damage. There's genuinely no way that it's shooting for 155 damage. That can't be real. That can't be fucking real, dude. Oh, there's no way. What are we doing? That's got to be a bug, right? That's got to be a bug. Surely that's bugged. What the fuck? 155 damage? Bum bum. Is it level 50? Yeah, it's level 50. It says it does 5.5k, but that's the impact damage.
There, it does its 5k damage. All right, I gotta record this for Twitter. All right, there we go. 155 damage per shot. 155 damage. The Christmas snowball grenade that does 160. Dude, I like. What are we like? Genuinely, what are we doing? 55. Nutrient. What the hell? Why is everyone dotted? For a while. Hell. Fucking real, dude. What the hell? Oh, it like seeks enemies. And I guess shoots at them. There's no shot it's shooting for 155 damage. There's genuinely no way that it's shooting for 155 damage. That can't be real. That can't be fucking real, dude. Now that's a lot of damage. More tricks, less trades. What is this new format for Twitch, dude? What are we doing here? You have infinite grenades, infinite damage. Wait, why do I have infinite grenades? It still has an ordnance cooldown, no? Can't throw them infinitely. You could throw that across the map at a mob and it wouldn't kill it by the time it got there. Dude, I wanted to make a video on like, hey, here's how to farm the Halloween event. Here's how you get the rewards, but I feel like I'm gonna get shit on for doing that. Like, I might have to make a rant video, like, you know what I mean?
Well, it throws the skull, and then the skull seeks out enemies and shoots at them. And then it collides and explodes. Murmur is weak too. I mean, it's not great, but it's nowhere near as bad. Just do both in one video. Other than Biorobot and Reactor, why do you say that? Scientist is still good. You just don't use Scientist with neutron capture, and Skeptic's still good. Is Infinicrit still working? Yup. Why not use the Scientist with neutron capture? You can't really do shock damage anymore. Because neutron capture converts all your damage to radiation now. All right. You try blackout yet? Bro, I'm about to go get blacked out. We're about to start drinking pretty soon. All right. Where's bagging? All right, let's make this Halloween video. Yo guys, what is up? Max on Borderlands 4 video, and today we're going to be going over my guide to the Hearts of Kairos mini event. This is a new event that just got added. It is dropping
Yo guys, what is up? Max on a Borderlands 4 video, and today we're going to be going over my quick little guide to the Hearts of Kairos mini event in Borderlands 4. This is a new event which is rewarding new legendaries. We're going to be going over what those legendaries do and how to farm the event, as well as my opinions on the event, because to be honest, I'm unbelievably disappointed in this little mini event. We'll be breaking down that as well. I hope you guys enjoyed the video. Let's do this. So to start the world event, you don't need to like enable anything for this horror event to be on. You do need to like download the patch and be online, I believe. But this event is going to be spawning from Rift Champions. It's going to say Rift Champion Dynamic Event. These will populate on your map. That's how you know that they are active. And then once you see one of these show up, you can just go over there. You'll see a world boss in a bubble. You kill that boss, and then that boss will not drop you the new legendary gear from the actual like drops. You do need to go into your rewards center where you'll get a Rift Champion reward. You open that, and that's where you're going to have a chance to get one of the new pieces of legendary gear. Do. Now, someone sent me that there was another way to farm the world events. I don't know if it'd be better than the way that we've been doing.
I'm going to show you exactly how, but before we do that, make sure you click that follow button. Trying to hit 100k, and you can always unfollow later. So in this specific location on the map, the Punitive Manufactorium, a lot of world events happen in here for some reason. This is in the Terminus range, so if you come here and there is one, I'll show you exactly how to go about getting more. Once the enemies spawn, just simply kill them, and once they're all dead, make sure you collect all of your loot, because they do drop very good loot. And then immediately I get on my vehicle and head to this corner, and use it to jump all the way up here. Then you can use to scale all the way up to here. Then up here, all you want to do is clear all the normal enemies. They are pretty easy. Then once you've cleared all the enemies up here, make sure for sure they're all dead, because some of them can be sneaky. Make sure you're not looking.
That seems way harder than just doing the drill event.
Render distance. So I'll stand right here and look over here for like 1 or 2 minutes. And then after like 3 minutes.
You just stand there for 2 minutes? No, okay. We're just gonna stick with our method. Do. So, let's go over there. Hands on the new OP grenade. Yes, sir. It's fucking crazy. I genuinely could set my game to easy mode. I don't know if it would kill anything. Dude, how freaking cool would it be if they had just like, I'm just flying into this area right now, and it's like, you know, it's like kind of nighttime, and it's kind of lit up, and there's like green things over there, and there's some red lighting over there, and it's like, yo, this feels a little like Christmassy right now with the snow going on. Like, dude, imagine if they had just made a section of
Carcadia Halloween, and everything, like, it was just spooky and decorated, and the enemies in that area were different for the 2 weeks, and the enemies could drop you some new legendaries, and maybe one of the bosses was transformed. Like, just anything else besides what we got would be sick.
Wouldn't mind if the moon crushed that one.
So now there's a bunch of different ways to encounter world events. The best way that I have found, by a long shot, is actually doing drill sites. Now, for this specific week, we're going to be farming Battle Wagon. The reason for this is, like, you could drive around and look for these events. I found that to not be very effective at all. There's a method of, like, going in this cave over here and, like, sitting there for 2 minutes waiting for world events to spawn. I think this is just the most productive and fastest way to do it. But basically, every time that you kill Battle Wagon or any drill site, if there is world events that can spawn near it, you get the chance after you do a drill site. So basically what we're doing is you do the drill site. It doesn't matter if you're doing big encore or not. Personally, I'm doing big encore because I'm farming the Phosphines, and this gives you like 2 birds with 1 stone. But let me record that again. So for actually farming this Halloween event and spawning world events or these like Rift Champions, the most consistent way that I've found to do it is to farm a drill site. In this scenario, we're going to be doing Battle Wagon because it's the big encore. Any drill site technically works, but every time that you clear a drill site, if there is a world event that can spawn near you, it refreshes or can respawn after you kill a drill site. And so while I was doing this, I was getting a Rift Champion about every, like, I'd say on average 2 kills of Battle Wagon. Sometimes it was after 1. I got 3 in a row where I'd kill Battle Wagon once, go do the world event, kill Battle Wagon, go do the world event. And these world events will show up on your map, so you'll know they're there. The 2 spawn events that can spawn by Battle Wagon are here. From the Snowy Wells, it'll spawn right down here is the first Rift Champion, and then the next one is right up here by these enemies. And every time that you kill Battle Wagon, you have a chance for one of these world events to spawn. Because you're close to 2, it happens pretty often, and that way you're knocking out Battle Wagon and farming some cool drops. The Bugbear just got buffed. It drops Battle Wagon, but you are also going to be spawning a lot of these Rift Champions. Just do Battle Wagon, check your map, go to the Rift Champion, kill it, and then come back and go do Battle Wagon again. It's very efficient, and you should see the event popping up pretty often.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
There is a method. There is a method of like AFK waiting in a cave over on this side of the map by Heritage Opus that you can do to guarantee yourself events every like 4 minutes or so. However, I think that's just slower and less productive than doing Battle Wagon. But that is also an option. Basically, you go to Heritage Opus, go into the cave over here, and then clear out all of the enemies, and then you just simply wait for the world events to spawn every like 4 minutes.
Battle wagon in the video. You got a drink. Ooh, I like it. Now for the new loot from the event, you can earn yourself a Murmur Meteor Assault Rifle. This does have part variation. I do know that it can roll COV parts. I know that it can roll Jacobs parts. Beyond that, I'm not sure. I think you definitely want to try to find this with a Jacobs roll. And the Murmur's legendary passive or ability is Executor, deals critical damage to enemies under 35% health. So if you get something to low health, you get guaranteed crits on that enemy. Pretty cool effect. It's like damage and fire rate. Its fire rate particularly is very, very low. So if you're going to use the Murmur, you're going to want to use it on builds that like buff up fire rate a lot, like Ranger Rafa would be a decent choice with this. Ranger Rafa with this weapon would, on low enemies, get a 100% crit chance, which is pretty cool. Harlow on like Infinite Crit also works pretty well. Right now, I'm just on a Neutron Capture build. And as you can see, we're shooting for like decent damage. Not a great weapon, but there's some things you could do with it to make it better. Definitely need like a very strong build behind the Murmur, in my opinion, to make it feel great. And then the other legendary that you can get from this is the Booming Scully. I'm not sure about the variation rolls on this. I don't think it can roll elemental. I'd imagine it can roll with just normal like grenade prefixes or like parts. This one's got explosive for 21% increased grenade damage. And I think the Scully is genuinely one of the worst pieces of gear in the game right now. To give you an idea, when you throw the Scully, it will home in on enemies and shoot them. This Scully is shooting for 155 damage. Not that this is an ordnance build, but like on a full ordnance build, I've heard of this thing hitting for basically like 400 damage a shot. To give you an idea, my like Murmur with nothing active shoots for like over 3,000 damage, sometimes 6,000 damage. Most guns in this game hit for at least over 1,000 damage. So for an ordnance with a cooldown when you throw it to only be shooting for 155, I think is bugged. Or like, I don't know. Obviously, the grenade itself does like 5,000 damage when it impacts an enemy, but that's still atrocious levels of damage. So yeah, I'm not sure what was going on with this or what the intention behind this piece of gear is, but it is certainly not good. Spawn with dual homing. Is there a phosphine Murmur? No, I don't believe so. Now for overall thoughts on this Halloween event. I know this is a mini event. I know it is a free event. However, I just think it's a huge miss, to be honest. I feel like it's going to do more harm to the game than if it hadn't released at all. Genuinely, yes, it's a small event and it's going away in like 2 weeks, so it's not the biggest deal, but I think this was a really cool opportunity for Gearbox to show off how they can dynamically change the open world and add cool new events. The free events in Borderlands 3 were genuinely some of the best content that we got for the game. The Cartels event, Bloody Harvest, both introducing brand new areas with tons of brand new loot, new boss to fight. I think they, instead of this like open world event, maybe if they wanted to do incorporations into the open world, they could change like entire areas or zones
into like a bloody area where you could just get this stuff to drop from them, like from enemies. They could maybe introduce new enemies in these bloody zones. Like honestly, Diablo has like hell tides that could have been something like this, where like maybe every hour a new area spawns that is like raining blood and has scary enemies in it and can drop some new Halloween firmware and Halloween gear, and maybe make the Halloween cosmetics as drops so you could farm that. There's just like an infinite amount of ways that they could improve this event. As is, it's massively disappointing, and I hope that Gearbox takes the feedback from this event and listens to it and incorporates it into the future, because one of the big misses with, like, for example, Wonderlands was not incorporating some of the feedback on those PLCs into future content. If they do have future events lined up and plans to replicate this in different ways, I really do hope that they learn from this, because I think it really, really, really needs to be improved. Guys, that's going to do it for the video. I hope you enjoyed. I will catch y'all in the next one, guys. Take care. Peace. Boom, 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 boom. The grenade can roll elemental? Really? You get a screenshot or an image? Anyone got a bot in the Maurice? Look at this guy trying to mooch. Just go farm Axmal 500 times, forehead. Good eye, sniper. Anything for this horror event to be on. I do. Yo, guys, what is in this little mini as well? I hope you guys enjoyed the video. Let's do this. Rant, you just mad? So to start the world event, this event is going to be wait, that scene's not showing anything. Whoopsies. So to start, you don't need to like enable anything. One of the new pieces of legendary gear. Bye bye, beautiful. This song's so good. I don't really understand that shield, to be honest with you. However, listen to Carnival. I'm not sure. Doesn't ring any bells. Dude, how freaking cool would it be if minutes waiting for world? Now there's a bunch of Now, there's a bunch of different ways to encounter world events. So for actually farming the because you're close to 2, it and again. Window. Is to farm a drill site. In this scenario, we're going to be doing Battle Wagon because it's the big encore. Any drill site technically works, but every time that you clear a drill site, if there is a world event that can spawn near you, it refreshes or can respawn after you kill a drill site. And so while I was doing this, I was getting a Rift Champion about every, like, I'd say on average 2 kills of Battle Wagon. Sometimes it was after 1. I got 3 in a row where I'd kill Battle Wagon once, go do the world event, kill Battle Wagon, go do the world event. And these world events will show up on your map, so you'll know they're there. The 2 spawn events that can spawn by Battle Wagon are here from these snowy wells. It'll spawn right down here. That I got so far. And so while I'm getting a Rift Champion about every, like, I'd say on average 2 kills of Battle Wagon. Sometimes it was after 1. I got 3 in a row where I'd kill Battle Wagon once, go do the world event, kill Battle. Kill Battle Wagon, go do the world event. And these world events will show up on your map, so you'll know they're there. The 2 spawn events that can spawn by Battle Wagon are here from these snowy wells. It'll spawn right down here is the first Rift Champion. And then the next one is right up here by these enemies. And every time that you kill Battle Wagon, you have a chance for one of these world events to spawn. Because you're close to 2, it happens pretty often. And that way you're knocking out Battle Wagon and farming some cool drops. The Bugbear just got buffed. It drops Battle Wagon. But you are also going to be spawning a lot of these Rift Champions. Just do Battle Wagon, check your map, go to the Rift Champion, kill it, and then come back and go do Battle Wagon again. It's very efficient, and you should see the event popping up pretty often. Do. Spooky and decorated. There you can do to guarantee yourself events every like 4 minutes or so is also an option. Basically, you go to Heritage Opus, go. There is a method. There is a method of like AFK waiting in.
I was seeing the Borderlands TikTok about the crit knife. I did. It's pretty great.
Heritage Opus that you can do to guarantee yourself events every like 4 minutes or so. However, I think that's just slower and less productive than doing Battle Wagon minutes. Every like 4 minutes.
They're so rare to roll with Daedalus. What's rare to roll with Daedalus? Dude, our whole Discord was looking for a
now
Daedalus
the new
Queen's
loot from
Rest the other
event.
day.
Now for the new loot from the event, you can earn yourself a murmur on low enemies. Get a do with it to make it better. I think you can roll elemental. This Scully is shooting for 155 damage. Damage when it impacts. The intention behind this piece of gear is, but it is.
Arlo looks holding that gun. What, in her little character image? Wait, what the hell? I didn't realize it was that big. Like, what? Is it supposed to look like that? It doesn't look like that in your hands in game. Wait, what? It looks like you're just holding a normal AR. What the heck? Dude. Wait, let me change to like another AR. Dude, what? It's like 8x the size. You think the GMR is like that? I got a GMR. No, dude, the GMR looks normal as hell in comparison.
To make it feel great, or what the intention behind this piece. Now for overall thoughts on this. Yes, it's a small. Now for overall thoughts.
It's about to get cold.
Where's my blood rain? Interesting. Vending machines is on Kai. We didn't get anything.
Overall thoughts on this Halloween event. I know this is a mini event. I know it is a free event. However, I just think it's a huge miss, to be honest. I feel like it's going to do more harm to the game than if it hadn't released at all. Genuinely, yes, it's a small event and it's going away in 2 weeks, so it's not the biggest deal, but I think this was a really cool opportunity for Gearbox to show off how they can dynamically change the open world and add cool new events. The free events in Borderlands 3 were genuinely some of the best content that we got for the game. The Cartels event, Bloody Harvest, both introducing brand new areas with tons of brand new loot, new boss to fight. I think they, instead of this open world event, maybe if they wanted to do incorporations into the open world, was a really cool opportunity for Gearbox to show off how they can dynamically change the drops, so you could farm that. There's has scary enemies in something like this, where maybe they could maybe introduce new enemies in these bloody zones. Bloody Harvest, both introducing brand new areas with tons of brand new loot, new boss to fight. I think they, instead of this like open world event, maybe if they wanted to do incorporations into the open world, they could change like entire areas or zones into like a bloody area where you could just get this stuff to drop from
Oh, it has to
them,
bleed yet? No, not
from
yet.
enemies. They could maybe introduce new enemies in these bloody zones. Like honestly, Diablo has like hell tides that could have been something like this, where like maybe every hour a new area spawns that is like raining blood and has scary enemies in it and can drop some new Halloween firmware and Halloween gear and maybe make the Halloween cosmetics as drops so you could farm that. There's just like an infinite amount of ways that they could improve this event as is.
Have you tried Bonnie and Clyde?
massively
It's insane.
disappointing.
Really good.
And I hope that Gearbox takes the feedback from this event and listens to it and incorporates it into the future because one of the big misses with, like, for example, Wonderlands was not incorporating some of the feedback on those PLCs into future content. If they do have future events lined up and plans to replicate this in different ways, I really do hope that they learn from this because I think it really, really, really needs to be improved.
Boom, 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 boom. All right, outro. Guys, that is going to do it for the video. I hope you enjoyed. I know that the Halloween event, at least in my opinion, is a big letdown, but there's a lot of good changes in this patch, and I do think it's a bummer that most likely the Halloween event is going to overshadow a lot of the good that was done in this patch. Doesn't help that this patch was also delayed by a week, so that now all of the cool changes that went live are also happening live on the Halloween event. But yeah, guys, that is going to do it for the video. I hope you enjoyed. I've got a ton of more videos on the way. I'll catch you all in the next one, guys. Take care. Peace. Starting a new character unlocks a lot of fast travels? Wait, really? Guys, that is going to do it for the video. Guys, that is going to do it for the video. I hope you enjoyed. I know that the Halloween event, at least in my opinion, is a big letdown, but there's a lot. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed the video. Let's do this. So to start, you don't need to enable. You said starting a new character starts with a bunch of fast travels unlocked. Level 30 skip. Oh, yeah, look at that. I didn't see that in the patch notes. That's a good change. You get a bunch of the towns unlocked and some of the big fast travels. It's not the entire map, but it's a step in the right direction. That definitely helps. You don't have to, run manually all the way into Dominion. You get Moxie's Bar. You get the Callus fast travel. That's super helpful. The story fast travels, yeah. I didn't see that in the patch notes. Is it this node? Various fast travel stations have been adjusted to unlock when they're intended to. Why'd this just go blinding bright? Is that what that's supposed to be? Because they're story fast travels? Gotcha. I mean, I never would have known that. They should have pointed that out more, because that's one of the biggest feature requests that people have been asking for, is literally that. Obviously not the whole map transfer, but it's a step. Sounds like they're always supposed to be unlocked. Yeah, maybe that's why it's in a bug fix. Twin lock when they're intended to. Yeah, sounds like an unintended thing. That's crazy. Bum bum. Bring back Ravenous Waddle Gobbler. Incredible. Bonnie gets love. Is Star Helix good? I don't think Star Helix got buffed enough, to be honest with you. You're seeing mixed reviews on buff/nerves. I mean,
Here we go. Oh, there we go. There we go. It took a little. It.
yeah, your Marmorate Jacob's roll, and it's not great. Yup. Assuming most complaints are from people overly relying on glitches. There were some bug changes that have nothing to do with glitches, though. I do think the actual... Well... What did you just tag, man? Hunter Seeker was way better. Hunter Seeker was really good. There's not a lot of buffs to like. Is that a bad take? That I don't feel like there was a lot of buffs to stuff, at least as much as I was hoping for. Like the nerfs, I do think are a little bit more severe than the buffs, at least at first glance. The neutron capture nerf was unwarranted. I agree with that. Yeah. I mean, there's new things that we can do with neutron capture, but I just... Like, there's new builds we can make with it. But are the nerfs just bug fixes? No, there's some, like, legitimate nerfs. Like, they nerfed Amon's Berserk upkeep. They nerfed neutron capture. I guess those are really the two big ones. Bleed was bugged. Out of curiosity, I'm just gonna hop on my Bleed Vex build. I think we would need to change how this was set up, but I'd be curious. It shouldn't stack bleeds on top of themselves anymore. So like this shouldn't look very good.
Destroy your counterfeit soul. Flip the switch.
changed back to timekeepers. Boom, boom. Midnight Sniper nerf. Am I looking to do more Vex builds? Absolutely. We can actually use the crit knife on a bleed build now. That's kind of nice. World boss is legit. Stop showing up for you. The sound of silence. Oh my god, dude, I hate the change to not be able to reset your action skill in vending machines. The only thing that does is it means that, like, if I want to farm a boss quickly, I just do this. Yeah, literally just makes it back to save quitting. No comprende, no comprende. Okay, well, that still works. He didn't have enough health, but if he did, that would proc a big bleed. Dude, literally, like, I'm just gonna save quit. I'm not waiting 26 seconds for my action skill to come back. Why are we save quitting? Because they made it so your action skill doesn't reset in the vending machines. Like, if you don't build cooldown on Amon, and you want to use your action skill, you got, like, 80 seconds to wait between after killing a boss.
You were a mistake.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Like you had a chance.
Shiny? What do you mean shiny? I didn't get a shiny, did I? Yeah. So now I kill the boss and just save quit. You got a shiny pog. Boom. Dude, what is going on with my gear?
Looks normal there. It's like the line is broken on it. Do you see that CS2 lost 1 billion in market cap today? Counter-Strike 2 lost 1 billion in market cap. What do you mean? I don't know what that means. Is Counter-Strike publicly traded? Isn't it just owned by like Steam? Explain. You can trade up to knives now. But what do you mean it lost market cap? Isn't that like a stock market thing? It means the cost of skins. They made it so you can trade up to knives and gloves. Oh, so you can't just get it through through like the crate unboxings, meaning there are gonna be way more knives and stuff. That's pretty insane. AKA sell all your knives now, yeah. Does this give you your health back? Should still give you your health back, right? How is Amon looking this time around? Amon's gonna be nuts, dude. With the neutron capture changes, dude, honestly, Amon might be doing some of the highest single target damage in the game. It does sell your gear now, yeah. I believe. You changing anything on Infinicrit? No. The Grenadier Amon class mod can roll 5 into Blackout. I don't know if you would want 5 Blackout over 5 Comet, though. I think you'd still want, Tail of the Comet, to be honest. When again. Thoughts on Bleed Vax? You're not gonna be nuking bosses with a Borstel Ballista anymore, but it'll still one-tap bosses with like Spread Launcher, Bleed Proc. For mobbing, I don't think it really changes. It's not like we were throwing crit knives or needing it to do that stuff for mobbing. The issue with this is it's gonna do so much damage that like we're not even gonna get to see the dots proc or spread launcher. I mean, bleed scales off of the like how much damage you have, right? And spread launcher is the single highest incidence of damage that we could use with it. So like, you know what I mean? What procs a bigger bleed, an SMG pellet or a spread launch? You know what I mean? There's nothing really you could do about that. Boom, 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 boom. How bad does Groundbreaker suck? Haven't tried a melee build yet. Dude, but like, if I want to get my action skill back now, if I want to farm this boss, I have to wait 50 seconds. Bot could always roll in fire. Just gotta save quit. Boom, ba-dum, boom. Yeah, the Murmur's the event gun. Still seems very good, but not one-shot good. Gotcha. Vex would be less affected by it than, like, Amon would be. I can't believe this is a thing now. Gearbox have fixed being able to reset skill cooldowns by looking at vendors. Save quit farming is back. Please, please, please revert this change. Kill boss with Amon. Either wait 50 plus seconds for your action skill to come back, or just save quit. Paying for the Encore machine, refund it. Yup. The tweet is too long. Whole point of Maurice, or just make using Maurice. Wait, what? Moxie. Oh, sorry. Or just make using Moxie's Encore. Brain fried. Halloween event fried my brain. It's all going downhill from him. Is someone still looking for 3 in the mag bottled? You're just talking in general? Amon still likes it.
That's a lot of damage.
Did you notice that the Dark Beast is now spawning in non-elemental variants?
Really? Non-elemental Dark Beast. No, I haven't seen that at all. How would that work? I have no idea. Made triple bypass, and now with caffeine, the meta for boss farming. Yeah, or just save quit. Dr. Blair, thank you for the 2 months. Emperor, thank you for the 2 months. Chew, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Lil Yuki, thank you for the Twitch Prime. And Clussington, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Bullet stacking with the Vlad SMG isn't patched, so I heard. Just got murmur in the vending machine. That's interesting. Does it convert toric rocket launchers? I don't know if it works with ordnance at all. I don't know if it works with ordnance. All right, I'm going to upload this Halloween video. Let's get that up. We got to work on so many things. I'm a little overwhelmed with the amount of stuff that we need to go work on. I kind of want to do Harlow. What I want to do... Harlow Neutron Capture, Vex Bleed. I do want to try a drone build or Crucible build with Amon with the changes. I don't know if it's worth jumping back into trouble immediately. I don't need that image. I could just do it on another character. God, that looks creepy.
Do do do. Shotgun underbarrel, basically an explosive shotgun. It's pretty sick, yeah. I don't like the boom sling unless you get that roll. But with that exact roll, it's pretty sick. They completely ruined the game for me. Bleed build sucks ass now. I mean, Bleed shouldn't have been infinitely stacking. Event guide. Yeah. I'm aware. Trust me, I'm aware. Yeah, we couldn't work with that. Your bleed vex feels ass now. That's because it's no longer infinitely stacking damage. That build could spec up 5 points into bleed and be done. And it could one-shot every boss in the game. Yes, the net result is it feels worse, but that build just couldn't exist. Is there a trick to find bubbles easier? If only there was a Halloween guide going up right now. How do we phrase this? I don't know. We probably shouldn't have included our review of it in the same video. Yeah, you can like actually use bleed in builds now. How's that? Yo guys, what is up? Max on a Borderlands 4 video, and today we're going to be going over my quick little guide to the Hearts of Kairos mini event in Borderlands 4. This is a new event which is rewarding new legendaries. We're going to be going over what those legendaries do and how to farm the event, as well as my opinions on the event, because to be honest, I'm unbelievably disappointed in this little mini event. We'll be breaking down that as well. I hope you guys enjoyed the video. Let's do this. So to start, you don't need to like enable anything for this horror event to... I think that's fine. Got a new... That boss. New weapons. Or I guess new gear, technically. Ordnance, Amon. Ordnance will change a little bit in that you're going to want to pick up Blackout now. Blackout is like too good now to not go pick up for Ordnance, Amon. You get the Phosphine AC May. Oh, from RJ? That's pretty cool, actually. I don't love that that is clipping into him. Let's change that thumbnail. Fuck, I don't love that either. I would collect the items in case they're buffs to them, noticing how low their damage is. The thing with that is, like, they're only around for 2 weeks. So, like, I'd almost prefer if they didn't buff them. If that makes sense. Like, they're about to be unobtainable in 2 weeks. If they buff them in, like, 3 weeks from now or whatever. Like, if they're going to buff them, they need to do it, like, literally, like, right this second. See if this is any better. Do. All right, which one do you guys like more? And then we're done. That. Right or left? Right or left? I think I need to do a poll. It looks like lefts are slightly winning. Which left? Right. Your poll hangs left. Thank you for sharing, Baggin. Appreciate you. Feeding. Does Groundbreaker still scale with the Slippy? It should. Yeah. You should still be able to build it up with the Slippy. All right, left it is. Left it is. Thank you for the help. Did they fix class mod drops? Class mod drops have not changed, but they've also stated that they're not bugged in any way. You get the bot in a black market. Spell farm. What? Thank you. This is why I make the videos on stream. Hooray, and an event guide. Yup. Yo, guys, what is up? Max on a Borderlands 4 video. And it's live. It's live. Man, I really took so long to get our like buff patch video up. Are we bullet witching on Vex now? I'm gonna put up a poll, see what y'all want us to work on, and then whatever it is, we'll work on. Because there's a lot of stuff I want to do. Honestly, Rafa, I feel like Rafa doesn't really change at all in this patch, huh? Unless you want to do melee on him, fair. Right now I've got Neutron Capture, Bleed Witch, Kill Skill Vex, Ordnance, Amon, or Raging Inferno testing, I guess. All right, I'm gonna use the restroom. BRB. What won the poll? Spoopy one. Aggro, I got a code from the devs for Chronos New Dawn. Bleed Vax. Wait, let's do it. Your mom won my poll. No shit. Buy now for a limited time. All right, bleed one. Let's do it. Borderlands 4 video. All right. So this was our build beforehand. We're gonna mess around with some things. Is AFK Rava? AFK Rava was not touched. All right, leeching points into bleed. Material components. Ars Arcana for more skill damage. Crazy idea to use Bloodshot. We actually might go Bloodshot for the additional damage against bosses. Bloodshot with a bod. There's no reason to use a bod with that. Genuinely none. Bod's only if we're using the Deadeye class mod or Undead Eye. Those points are genuinely just worse than enhancement. Is it not worth going for blue tree status effect crits? I don't think so. Don't have a great point for a great where to put that last point, to be honest. Okay.
I had a spinny chair. ready for the big time!
What I'm testing right now is I want to know or slash double check if Bloodshot can proc its own bleed instance, which I'm pretty sure it can.
Have my hot hug!
I guess that wouldn't appear as two separate numbers, though. It would just show up as the same instance on top of each other.
I'm tasting a new flavor, and it's you, mummy! I know a snitch when I see one!
We get a much higher dot, though, with Blood is Power. Isn't Bloodshot only sniper rifles? No, not at all. Bloodshot's only for sniper rifles if you're using the sniper rifle class mod. Let's just read, when Vex uses a rep kit, her next gunshot will become a bloodshot, converting her damage dealt into kinetic. Only with the class mod, the Undead Eye, is this only with snipers. Otherwise, you just use a rep kit and then proc it. Does that work with amp rep kits? Yup. Yup. I don't know why my class mod got so effed. If you wanna see. Of everything. All right, let's set this up. I need firmware. I think this is what our tree's gonna look like, to be honest.
Give me something to cry about!
This is power!
Are you out of your mind? A surprise party? Ah! I'm tasting a new flavor, and it's you, mummy! If only
Pretty beefy dots on the GMR. It's 318k dot. How's our specializations looking? We're gonna want riddle, contamination. I am a gun, I guess is fine, and a Hunbind, I guess is fine. All right, let's set up our firmware. You know what, Marathon? What did y'all said sorting by something wasn't working anymore? Wait, sorting by sorting firmware no longer working?
Huh. You can no longer sort for firmware. Unlucky. Sorry, my firmware never worked for you? Really? Worked pretty well for me. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, hell yeah. Once I click it, it unclicks itself. Oh, the first thing has always done that for me. Beefiest energy shields. I mean, you can get a turtle, like triple turtle shield with like 65k capacity. Do you think Watch for Dinner is a myth? It's pretty rare. Get square. Underwear. Can't headshot with the ballista. Yup, yup, yup. Alright, let's put that away. Are we you still using 3 high caliber, 2? We might do 3 high caliber, 1 god killer, 1 heating up. Oh, the lifesteal, so I wanted more health. I mean, for survivability, it's great. If that is what you're looking for, great option for survivability. Rafa's got a lot of like shield skills. So I personally like using shields that are actual shields on him, because you can make them do pretty good work. I have an elemental Vex build. The first build for Vex I posted was elemental. Our bloody summoner build.
Cumbersome to this world. How's Harlow's red tree now? Different. We were doing some new shenanigans with it, but it functions entirely different. I'll probably need a very detailed video on it. Do. Why is this thing so broken? One can do wrong, two wrong and do right.
That's a lot of damage.
I need one more thing. Fix the plasma coil. It should. How does bleed look after the patch? Bleed's still strong, but you need to properly build around it rather than it just dealing infinite damage. Do you think Zed's not giving cooldown as intended? It's a very weird change. I had 34K spread launcher. That one's 15K. That's the last thing I'm looking for, is a high damage spread launcher. We had a 31K on Harlow. I could just give that back. The highest it goes to is 34. I had one, but I don't know what character has it. Do the knives stack the crit chance? Like 2 knives is 60%? No, right? That's not how that works. No. Okay. Just making sure. Boom. All right. Bleed effects test. Let's go do it. Let's go do it. Wait, what the heck? I looked away for 2 seconds. How'd I land there? What just happened? Wait, what? I looked away for 2 seconds and I am in the middle of the map and no enemies spawned.
Neutralize. Deconstruction.
Huge.
Instructions delivered. That's my pattern.
Boom, boom, boom.
Sorry, not
Wait, what's giving me shield? What is giving me a shield? I'm wearing a timekeeper's. What? I'm not wearing the ones. Teen Winch, not wearing that. Killsprig, not using that. Where was just giving me shield? Was this give me shield? And gains over shield for each enemy affected. Ah, that's kind of nifty. I put that on because it's 50% increased status effect damage. Which is kind of nice.
If only you had a soul to suffer.
What in the shit?
Deadly aim. You look ridiculous. Glad you let me do that.
Boom, 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 boom. I guess we save quit now, right? To kill the boss because I'm about to lose my action skill. Scene. Oh, thank you. Do. All right. One shot? Question mark? Cool.
Let's how do we nerf ourselves? So that one was that's a 31k spread launcher. Let's do it with a 15k. This one's 15k. Literally, we're nerfing our damage in half. I'm curious because I want to see what the bleed does, and that obviously, I think we get like 1 tick of bleed. Let's do this. This basically nerfs our damage in half, but we'll probably see the bleed, Brock. $500k. That was 500,000 damage. Dot Brock. That's half damage. That means we're probably dotting for like 1 million. We're probably dotting for 1 million a tick.
No pulse? No problem. I'll bet you.
Hammer down aim on, and now he's way stronger now. Pog. That build with a furnace into Raging Inferno for bossing could actually be kind of nuts.
This move is a real killer.
That one we kind of shanked. Detonation on class mod 60% now, yeah.
Remember, mental health is also important.
Go, go, go. Do. All right, let's try shooting him with the GMR. What do you use for mobbing on this build? Hot Slugger, 7th Sense, Borstel.
Bye-bye now. Try not to haunt me, okay? Please.
don't know if our bullets are hitting him there or not. AR is not that great for bleed. Yeah, we're looking for like big chunky damage to proc big bleeds when they happen.
Always appreciate you.
Want to see if we can make that look a little bit better. I'm curious. Did I ever find an order sniper? Nope.
I've trained for this.
I have not. I mean, that's decently respectable. Pick up stray for mobbing. I don't know if we have enough crit chance to really justify the stray. Still be decent, but
They don't let me cut on folks no more.
there was a change, but it didn't work. They still don't display on the radar. Should we try a sniper bot in a curiosity? I don't think it'll do anything. I don't have any dataless enhancements for it either. Put on that and see. I don't think this is really gonna do anything. That's actually a pretty decent bleed. Yeah, Bloodshot Vex is unchanged. Brings, I'll be there. This song makes you want to watch Surf's Up. Goated movie. We also lost our 3 Deadeye on that. Sniper bot's good for mobbing. Yeah, that makes sense.
Remember, Dr. Z's Gore Emporium.
Kind of fucked up on the rotation of shooting those. How many pearls have I gotten? 0. They're not in the game yet. You don't have phosphines? Phosphines I've gotten 9. Bonnie and Clyde. Oh, dude, Bonnie and Clyde would be a great bleed weapon now. Bonnie and Clyde would be a goated bleed weapon. Actually, oh, we should go get one of those. I got one. There's a cool new bug where you're not able to fire your gun. Happened when you equipped bullets to spare firmware. Skill issue. Nah, it's unfortunate. Sorry to hear that. Borderlands 4 video. Blade is still seemingly very good. Blade is a very strong skill. Just so we're clear, how bleed functions, just on a baseline level, right now. That's 60% times 20. 60 times 20. At full stacks of bleed, I'm doing 1,200% of my gun damage as dot damage. Bleed is considered, it scales off of your final damage. So anything that buffs the damage of your gun is going to make bleed proc more. And bleed double dips. So it's a double dipping final damage skill that can proc off of a ton of different things. It gets double bonuses from like kinetic damage. It gets like double bonuses from damage dealt. Anything that would, because it re-grabs your bonuses. So like anything that would like increase the damage of I guess kinetic, all damage dealt. Anything else? I guess crit damage. Technically, if you get an increase to crit, would proc that, and then a bloodletter crits it, it gets it again. Will become more popular. Bloodshot Vex feels great. Yep. Yeah, that definitely helps. What did I want to do? Oh yeah, I wanted to go get a dataless enhancement from our Harlow. Anything else that we needed? Oh, dataless enhancement and Bonnie and Clyde. Which build got gutted? Honestly, the build that changed the most, I think, is Neutron Capture Harlow.
you have the Bonnie and Clyde on you? You do. Okay. Bonnie and Clyde's great. How did the neutron capture testing go? It gets increased by gun damage. It still deals skill damage, gets increases to skill damage, and it converts all damage to radiation and gives the ability for things to dot that couldn't dot before. It's actually pretty interesting. There's some pretty ridiculous things you can do with neutron capture that you could never do before now. It killed old things, but it opened up a whole new can of worms, to be honest with you. It opened a whole new can of worms. But yes, if you're playing the old Harlow exactly how it was before, it'll feel infinitely worse. You have a video on that new can of worms? Yup. Yeah, we already did quite a bit of testing on it today. One-shotting a ton of new bosses, or one-shotting bosses with a new way. In a way that she couldn't do before. Closely. Do 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 do. No, it doesn't work anymore, Garrett. How many bosses do you got? 9, I believe. Besides the sticky bod, Golden God is really good. Convergence melts bosses. The Chaosin melts bosses. Genuinely try the Queen's Rest out. Ridiculous pistol right now. Wow, Yoshi, how'd you get in here? What's up, bub? Where'd you go, puppy? Where'd you go, puppy? Free Yoshi time in this economy, indeed. Your dog is cuter. Doubt. Yoshi's the cutest. Look at him. Did we withdraw the items that we needed? I think we did. I think we did. We got a bod. Where's our Bonnie? Dude, Bonnie could be so much fun for this. Wait, Bonnie hits hard. It's got good fire rate. That's a very good dot. Only big thing we're missing right now is a better way to make our crits or our dots crit more often. Do I have a shock collar for Yoshi? Nah. He doesn't need one. Yoshi plays. I get the reference. I get the reference. If you die and quit out, do you lose money? No. Do you wish the Halloween event was like Borderlands 3? Yeah, I agree. There's no shot we just found that in a vending machine. Dude, I've been looking for one of these. It's a masher pistol.
Is the skill tree the same? No, not even close. We've changed a lot.
Stay down. Death to a life imitated.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
What did I want to do? I guess I can't do it now. I want to take off Witchy Trigger Finger.
It's about to be a single ready. Control all deleted.
I don't want to.
Every team needs a star player. That's me. And don't you guys forget it.
What are we gonna use to get our action skill back? I guess we could just go caffeine.
Dead.
Caffeine technically works. We're using triple anyways.
This is all happening so fast. Follow my lead, pal.
Same as always.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
You're about to be null and void.
I gotta test if Bloodshot is really worth for us. On paper, it sounds nice. But there's a lot we could pick up instead. Right? Because, like, this gives us, whenever we use a rep kit, our next gunshot will become a bloodshot, converting damage all into kinetic damage and dealing bonus damage based on our current health. Like, it's not like one instance of bloodshot for a one-shot is that impressive, right? Like, the whole point of why we were using, like, the bot and the affinity was to proc a ton of them super fast. And that was leading to big damage. But realistically, 5 points into it for a single instance of it off of a rep kit is probably not worth. Now that I'm thinking about it. You know what I mean? What's my base HP? 13k. But like in comparison, if we don't go that, yeah, I got 13k. $5 points isn't worth for just that. I agree. I think we get rid of this, and then that gives us this point back, which we didn't need. And we don't need 5 points into grave. So that at minimum gives us like 4 points to work with. Only worth if you're spamming sniper shots, in your opinion? Yeah, I agree. I agree. I kind of want to go grave implements with grave power. It was just like it's just like so much mobbing damage. Do you have a capstone equipped? No. That's a ton of extra damage for us. It doesn't really do anything for bossing. The other option would be Cold Iron into Potence of Suffering for more status effect damage. Which is, it's all right. We're close to Vorpal. That's big crit damage. It's technically good for us. %25 crit damage. Well, I don't think we could put any points into Bloodshot, to be honest. I was thinking it was going to be sick, but then I remembered that it's not just bonus damage, it's just adding health. I tested trouble at all? Not today.
Next time you're bleeding out.
Okay. Note to self, don't use the shotgun. This is Bloodshot Vex. Nah, it's Bleed Vex. Ordnance Amon still good? Ordnance Amon, best he's ever been.
Last call for regrets.
Yeah, very good day for Amon, honestly. Besides the Berserk change, but Berserk change doesn't really matter as long as you're using the Slippy grenade. It's a little bit bigger pain in the ass.
I got the sales for what ails you.
This one doesn't technically, like, the bounce pass doesn't really do anything for us, but other than that, it's pretty good. I hate that you have to wait for this cooldown now. Do.
Be with me, sisters.
We gotta do that kill where he doesn't run away. Wow, that's the worst shatter weight I've ever seen. Let's go get one kill on him, and then we're gonna update our skill tree because I think we can make it better. Can I see your shield? Ah, just using a timekeeper's shield right now.
Remember, no pulse, no problem.
Super Soldier would be pretty good here for us. For the extra fire rate. Boom, 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 boom. Clap. We did not want to get hit there.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Maybe Teen Witch plus Amp. Oh, it's just a different build. I'm not saying this is better than that. It's just a different build. Your Peacebreaker Rafa seems to be melting bosses now. Gosh, I don't think they changed anything with that. They hardly touched Rafa, honestly. Which, I guess I'm not surprised by. But yeah, everyone else got hit pretty hard. You're glad one-shot builds are gone?
One-shot builds definitely are not gone. Well, I whiffed him. But, no, very much not gone. You can't one-shot a boss with a single shot of a pistol on a bleed build. If that makes sense. Like, it's not going to infinitely stack on of itself. But you just use something that has a higher damage source and you can still one-shot everything. I think the one-shotting on bleed is a little lame because it's just basically spread launcher. But that's why we were messing around with other stuff. Everything feels fun with Hip. Yeah, Ranger Rafa is kind of a use any gun build.
Last call for requests. None? Excellent.
Taco Rafa, true. Fully charged order sniper is great for bleed one shots. Do you have a good order sniper? I've heard those can get crazy, but I've yet to find a good one. This is Amp and Rage.
You're good, but I'm better.
Boom, boom, boom. There we go. Fisheye? Nah, I'm talking like purple order snipers. Apparently can get crazy. Does an order sniper charged up all proc bloodshot, or is it all, or is it only one of the bullets? I believe, if I remember correctly, that the it's considered in a single instance of damage. So if you charge it up, it can proc one big bleed.
I got the sales.
I also never seen a meta level purple order sniper. What would be the name on it? I have no idea. I have yet to mess around with them. P for Pip, that change isn't working properly. Did Jacobs get a nerf? Not really. Some intended exploits with Jacobs weapons got fixed. But Jacobs as a whole didn't get changed, no. See, the thing with the fisheye is it does 3 shots. We would want an order sniper rifle that just shoots 1 shot. Like a single instance of damage. Let's go respec this. Floor packs, pretty much, yeah. Boom, boom, boom. We're gonna do that. Then we go Keen. I think enhancement's super nice. Do 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 do.
15 is a lot of status effect damage. I don't hate something like that. The only thing with that is Grave Implements is a ton of gun damage for us. Would be really good, but only for mobbing. We're not gonna go like Mortal Terror. Cool. All right, let's go try that. Big patch, main points. Tons of new stuff. You get more fast travels if you start at fresh level 30. They like more than half the respecking costing for like specializations. They made it so sorting inventory now remembers what you sorted by. What else to note? They fixed a ton of skills not working that were working. You need a reactor mod? No. Even order sniper if you'd like. Yeah. Legendary or purple? Satisfied damage is just straight up more bleed. Yup. Using the order snipers you have in Discord. Invite, you can drop them. You missed the mail system. It was pretty nice. We don't need these beam tossers right now. Or stelliums. What do you got for me? Torg Jacob's order. Interesting. 4-1. That looks potentially interesting. So the interesting thing is if these consider as one instance of damage, or if they count as multiple. If they're one instance of damage, we're in the money, because then that could proc a big bleed. You think it is one instance? Boom, boom. Great to troll people, true. If you drop Keen Mind for drink full. Keen Mind's pretty good for us. It's really the only thing that's letting our I mean, we have like 15% plus 30 plus another 5, 20. We have like 50% crit chance for our bleed. Which isn't bad. I didn't crit.
Never gets old.
No crit, no crit.
Think I always appreciate you.
Does this still give you your shield back?
I got the sales for
It does. Okay. At least for that. At least it still heals you.
Now serving number you.
Damn, no bleed, Brock. For slightly better bleed? Wait, what do you mean? Like what I just respec to?
This move is a real killer.
Boom.
FYI,
Look at
laser
that.
data is reporting that the crit knife will cap the target hit to 30% crit. So if you had more before, it will lower it.
FI Lazy is reporting that the crit knife will cap the target hit to 30% crit. It's not adding? Really? Oh, that's kind of fucked up. It caps it at 30%. I mean, that's still beneficial to us because we don't have... We don't have more than 30%. But do I just unspec all of our crit skills then?
think we just unspec our crit skills then, technically. You're not better. So you're better off not using the crit knife. It depends. Like on Ranger Rava, it would be throwing to use the crit knife. Same with like Infinite Crit Harlow. But on us, I mean, I've got 20% crit chance currently. So I could just use the knife for 30 and save us the skill points, technically. I mean, that's easy enough to test. I should have 50% crit chance currently. Well, yes and no. I could get to 50% crit chance. Not with our guns. I technically have 50% crit chance with bleed. This is only skills. My guns would have less. That would be tough to test.
That's a lot of damage.
On anyone but Ranger Rava. Ranger
like
Rava
a
would be a good test for that. You'd like a donut. I want a donut too. I'm hungry. Enhancements giving you crit percentage? No, currently not. Oh, that's kind of fucked. That puts us in a really weird position where we could either use the crit knife or not. The rock bottom. I like all of these points.
Yo, guys.
Remain in misery. Grave Fiends is kind of nuts for us. This, we double dip this. And it's a 16 stack duration. That's better than any sort of like gun damage increase, technically. We don't have a way of proccing it on bosses, but all right, let's go test the crit knife capping crit chance real quick on Ranger Rafa. Because Ranger Rafa has 95% crit chance. How's Vax looking? Great. You can finally properly build around bleed instead of it just bleed bug. I have a crit knife. Let's put on the Jacobs enhancement with 20% crit chance. With a Jacobs gun. Bonnie and Clyde's perfect. Versus the plus 30. Yeah, you're right. You're right. It doesn't say plus 30.
I'm gonna go kill something real quick. Are we actually like properly set up on Ranger Rafa? Yes. Yeah. We got a dancer on and all that. Cool.
Nunca fallo. Hasta luego, friend.
Okay, so we currently have 73 plus 20. We got like a 93% chance to crit, right? Lots of crits, lots of crits, lots of crits, lots of crits. Throw the throwing knife. Not lots of crits anymore. Interesting. Let's see. Doesn't help that my Peacebreaker cannons were shooting as well. I recorded it. Let's watch it back. 73 plus 20 slots of crit. It's the crit, right? Lots of crits. Lots of crit. So 12,934 looks like our crit number. Throw the throwing knife. And then look at all the 11s. The damage number when we crit is higher because it's got the penetrator or the like amp payload on. Wow. Cool. Piranhas.
All right, I posted that on the Twitters. Does the gun suck as bad as the grenade or not? The gun's not great, but it's nowhere near as bad as the grenade. No more Jacob's ricochets in the Midnight Defiance. Nope. Do 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 do. It not being additive sucks. Yeah. It not being additive really sucks. It basically means you either spec, like, unless you're getting way over 30% crit chance, you just don't bother now. You know what I mean? Like, if I'm spending 30, or if I'm spending 10 points to get 40% crit chance, it might not be worth. You know what I mean? When I could just use a knife for 30 and then they don't add together. I think you technically just save the points. If you're on Ranger Rafa and you can get 95% crit chance, then obviously you just don't use the knife. But yeah, like this, I could spend 5 points for 15% crit chance, but that goes away if I throw the knife.
That's a lot of damage.
Interesting. You don't need the knife on builds like Ranger Rafa or Infinite Crit. Yes. Correct. So you just want an amped knife. On like Ranger Rafa and Infinite Crit Harlow, yes. What hover drive do you use? I could not tell you. I have not touched that in 18 years. It looks like I'm on a dataless rank 4 right now. Is this just a Bloodshot build? I'm not using Bloodshot at all.
Doctor, why don't you come on back,
Dude. Not that this would look any different, but we should probably just go shoot him again. I gotta fix my freaking... They add skill description to class mods when mousing over them in today's patch? I don't think so.
What lies beneath your surface?
Nothing is natural.
You tagged Graham in the post asking if it's intended or bugged. Word. Seems intended, to be honest with you. F. I shouldn't aim down sights because then I can't see if it's fully charged or not. No, mother F. What are the go-to perks on Watts for dinner? Amp and Siphon. Wasn't there supposed to be a Halloween boss? There's a Halloween event. Dude, I swear that there was like a Halloween enemy-looking thing in their poster. Like, am I crazy? Or was there look like there was a new enemy? There was an image that they were using that showed like a guy. Look, this thing, this image. Is this an enemy that exists in the game? Is this an existing boss? I don't recognize it, but I thought this was like a Halloween boss that was going to be in the event. It's Pango Rider in Carcadia? Like Pango and Bango? No. It's just a mounted bandit. I don't know. It looked like a Halloween enemy to me, so I kind of thought it was going to be new. But that's just a normal enemy. Well, normal with the dude on top? Seeing them on my way to Maurice. Oh, shit, okay. My aim is so trash. No, I didn't hit the machine. This guy is particularly tough because he literally goes and flies away. Hey. Is beautiful. Thank you for this. You're very welcome. Any interest in Outer Worlds too? Yeah, I tried to tell them I was interested because they were giving away keys on Twitter for creators. Oh, I haven't heard anything back yet, though.
I don't think this thing shoots all 9 bullets. It just is 6. Boom. Which of your Vex builds was untouched? Anything that only Bleed Witch was affected. Quite literally only Bleed Witch. Stupid girl. No shot that one shot's Radix, right? How good that would be with Bloodshot? Bloodshot is, I think only super great when we're doing a lot of it. You're seeing everyone's videos about the events? Wait, who else made videos about it?
I expected more from you.
Did K6 and Jolts talk about it as well? I mean, as everyone should. You, Jolts, K6, and Chadley? Oh, shit, really? Oof. Wait, you're telling me Chadley put out a video complaining? There's no chance. You would never do that. No shot. Not Mr. Positively over there. That's crazy. You know that man booted up the game for 10 seconds and then went to Battlefield 6. Not as lucky on the blade on that. What? What? Ah, it's a mic receiver. Yeah. Yeah. That's crazy. Why? You're going... Oh, because you guys are putting a thing in there? That's crazy. Steph's got to catch a flight tomorrow at 7:30 a.m. for work. And then she's home at 4. Like, what? That makes no sense. They're literally flying her out to go do one task and then back. I'd be pissed. Do. Your flight tomorrow boards at 4:43 a.m. I'm gonna be honest. If I had a flight that boarded at 4:43 a.m., I don't think I'm sleeping. All right, just sleep on the flight. Otherwise, I'd miss that. 1,000%. Boom. Is the Azime a new shotgun? No, no, Azime is not new. It just didn't have a dedicated drop, and it does now. I hit his fucking arm.
Yeah, listen, I'm old. I'm old and I'm an alcoholic,
legit.
right?
Is that a bagging clip? What? How'd you even do that? Who recorded me? Break me down, 'cause it's almost like your heaven. Oh, we still got a lot of work to do on the neutron capture build, yeah. I did a poll for what people wanted us to focus on in Bleed 1. Alright, we can kill the vault bosses. Let's go fuck around with Callus and Saul.
No one cares about you.
You'd rather be hammering dudes? What? I read that out of context? Make that a quote. Titanfall 3 Hopium. Oh, you're down incredibly bad.
The veil is closing in.
There's 5 big encore. 5 big encores? Yeah, that's not great luck. That's definitely not great luck. Can we kill Callus with this? Dope. From everything. Myself. Is testing for a new build. We're updating Bleed. Updating Bleed Witch. Is there a good order enhancement? I can't believe I'm asking that. That would be better for a one-shot build. 30% max charge from full damage.
Yeah, that would be good. Let me see if I have one. I've got a bunch of legendary enhancements and quite a few orders. When firing from max charge, comes orders lines have a 30% chance to make the max charge time and ammo. No, that one's bad. I'd imagine a purple would probably be best in this scenario. No icons, very cool. Atlas, Malawan, Jacob's COV, order. 50% accuracy, burst fire speed, fire rate, crit damage. Torg, Ripper, Vladov, Torg, Vladov, Atlas. Do you need a good order enhancement? I do. Let me check my Infinite Crit Harlow. What build are you working on? Updating Bleed Witch. I've tried Dark Tide on multiple occasions. I couldn't get into it. Damn, I got an F-ton on you and not a single order one. What's the best way to farm for legend enhancements? Drill sites. You got one, Captain? Now we all know my name. Whoa, you're very colorful. Yeah, that's pretty solid. I still think a purple with like just the power shot one and some good passes would be stronger, but that certainly works. By the way, if you guys aren't in the Discord yet, you got to get in there. The trade section in there is insane. Yeah, an order enhancement with power shot and muzzle brake. What's muzzle brake do? Did they even find that dataless swap? I don't know. You're loving Infinite Grip, but I feel like it got hit. That or I'm missing something. I don't think anything affected it. At least not directly. First item that dropped is a crit knife. I tested the handling fixes. No, not yet. I'm gonna play Outer Worlds 2. I asked for a key. We'll see if they give me one. Someone's got some good order enhancements for me. Doo-doo. Do 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 do. What's the Discord? Exclamation mark Discord. Holy shit, that's 1,000,000 dot. We just parked in 1,000,000 damage dot. That's fucking crazy. Nerf bleed again. Shut your face.
This is cool shit. Oh, my mic is on. My bad.
Uh-oh. Thank you.
You're good, but I'm better.
1.7, 1.3, 1.7 million dot with the power. Do, 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 do. This new event sucks. Don't run around, DJ. That's not the way to do it. Exclamation mark new vid. Dude, I'm getting so many comments on this. I said, Epic tweeted, Gearbox have fixed being able to reset your skill cooldowns by looking in vendors. Save quit farming is back. GG's, I guess. And I said, please revert this change. Kill boss with aim on. Either wait 50 plus seconds for your action skill to come back, or just save quit. Or make, using Moxie's Encore, refund your cooldowns to streamline the process. But yeah, save quitting is back. Feels bad, man. God forbid you wait 50 seconds to nuke another boss. Maybe try slowing down and enjoying the game. Then you won't make another 10 posts about how bored you are with the game. Try slowing down. I'm going to enjoy standing there waiting for 50 seconds. This is a great idea. Great idea. That guy's commented on literally all of my posts, being really mad at me. How fast do you want to play the game? More complaining. Dude, crazy, 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 crazy. As my stand, I would say quite the opposite of that. I really wanna sue. Borderlands 4 video. How dare you make fun builds to kill bosses faster? I know, right? Maybe if we killed the bosses slower and sat there for a minute after every kill, we could take in the scenery better. That's a great idea. That's a great idea. How big are the Red Tree Harlow nerfs for convergence? Your convergence does not proc neutron capture on all the additional hits. It only procs neutron capture once per shot. So you're losing like, I don't know, 6x damage.
What is happening with your base area?
Neutron capture is still Fs. Neutron capture is technically doing more damage than it was doing prior to the patch. However, you can't trigger it as quickly. You can't trigger neutron capture as crazy fast, but it can do more damage now. What the? What? I just fell through the floor? No. What the heck? I would like to go back. Back up, please. KOs and stickies don't proc neutron. Oh shit. Yeah, stickies were double procking neutron. They'd proc on hit and then proc again on explosion. Damn. Yeah, I mean, they basically just made it so you gotta use the freaking Buri. Like, just use the Buri SMG.
Your death will be my design. Timekeeper is gonna love me.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
A bit overkill.
Either we get unlucky or you can't proc a bleed on that. Because I popped this little bubble. I popped this little bubble. To be fair, we only have a chance to proc bleed.
Your head will accompany me to the Timekeeper's side.
Never gets old.
Pop. Slow down your damage and enjoy the fight. The little tasty morsel. Alright. We got 42 seconds to wait before you can fight him again. Might as well go look around, see what there is to see, you know? Maybe check my phone. Only 23 seconds left. Pretty cool. Just enjoying the game more now. Oh, maybe we could play hide and seek in that time. Put on some Subway Surfers for chat to enjoy. We're on a 60-second ad. Oh, dude, we just run an ad after every kill. That's perfect. That's a great idea. I don't think this works. Yeah, I need his head to be, I think, shootable. I think his head needs to technically be shootable. You need to slow down.
Probably doesn't matter on like Dullahan or something like that, but otherwise, probably I don't know if you can proc a bleed on that little like dot.
Your head will accompany me to the timekeeper's side.
Prefer if you didn't, bud.
Okay, well, just doesn't matter. It's just bleed be gone. Boom, 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 boom. Gives you time to read chat. True. Bug, 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 bug.
How's your aim, Saul? Screw you! Screw the timekeeper!
I am alive. Do, do, do. No, I haven't played Rafa yet today. To be fair, like Rafa got the least amount of changes and new stuff. Need an accelerator rep kit for farming. Yeah, true. Triple amp accelerator, or sorry, yeah, triple accelerator rep kit would be cracked. Why would they remove the cooldown reset from the machines? I don't know. Maybe they wanted people to spend more time enjoying the game, looking around and taking the scenery. Scriptnik, gonna be the Twitch Prime. Appreciate that. All right, I'm gonna order dinner. Same energy as extending the cast time on TP and D4. Yeah, pretty much. I don't know. I really hope that they come out and like give us some sort of statement on some of these changes and stuff like that. Did Infinicrit Harlow take any hits? No, I don't believe so. People were saying that it felt worse, but I think that's just placebo. I'd have to mess around with it more. Did machines reset cooldowns in previous Borderlands games? No. But you also had to save quit every time you wanted to refarm a boss, so it didn't really matter because you would just save quitting. So when you'd save quit, it would reset your cooldown. The whole point of the machines is so that you don't have to save quit. But now, without them refunding your cooldown, you just save quit. You know what I mean? Legendary map raider? It doesn't work quite yet. What kind of food should we order for dinner? Using the Moxie machine to reset cooldown. Yeah, it should be like a Destiny banner. You use the Moxie machine, it just gives you full ammo, gives you health, gives you cooldown. That's what the cost could be for. They could increase the cost of the Moxie machine and just refund all your stuff. Rax said get tacos. Rax isn't in here, is he? Rax does like tacos. Milkshakes. I don't think I've ever ordered a delivery milkshake. Fuck, I'm gonna order this Euro Bowl again. Fuck it, why not? Re, mi, fa, sol. Do, 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 do. If I add 50 cents, I can save money. Incredible. Oh, biscuits. Sorry, I'm figuring this out. I need to add $3 to save 5. And I added an item from another store, but it didn't count. All right, I added a soda. I needed to be exactly $3.50. They don't have dessert.
I added a soda and it came out to be like 40 cents cheaper than if I hadn't. Where did the vendor move to? Exclamation mark. Well, I guess it's not my new vid. Maurice? Boom, 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 boom. Needs to save 40 cents. Shut the fuck up. You live so far out in the woods, you can't get DoorDash. Oh, I'd just simply starve. Okay. I think we're kind of like done with this build, to be honest. Let's go, like, do a drill site or something. See how we're looking mobbing-wise. Let's whip out the hot slugger. Do Harlow next. I think we are going to do Harlow next. But yeah, let's record this build video and then knock it out. I beg your finest pardon. What the fuck? A Forsaken Chaos and a vending machine. Interesting. Can I afford it? Boom. Forsaken Chaos. Big Twitch drop. W. Own baby Harlow. We started the whole stream with testing neutron capture. And then we one-shot a bunch of bosses with it. And then we recorded our video. And then I said, what do you guys want to work on? And everyone said Vex. Also, look, we're flying.
Nothing about you makes sense.
How dare you question my loyalty? Wasn't recording. That usually helps.
They gave me a gun.
I might slightly tweak our specialization around. is very dead to that bleed dot. The only thing that we don't have that I kind of want is one shot, one kill. Get a Watts in your vending machine. Grant tweeted something. Hey. A fix to another bug related to camera movements caused an unintended quality of life hit here. We're going to add the cooldown reset back. On my hide and seek championship trip. I already said that in the other tweet. Yay. Very glad this was unintended. Now tag Grant about your post on the knife. I don't like tagging the devs in my tweets, to be honest with you. I know that they see them without me having to, like, tag them in it. They're already very busy, I am sure. Okay, our action skill uptime is still pretty great. You think the knife is really good? I'm happy about it. I think the knife is intended. The way it's worded, it works as the way it's worded. Do 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 do.
I see somebody who needs a talking to. That was so painful.
Oh shit, you know what I just realized? I'm still wearing the order thing. Doom. Yourself. What the hell? Wait, what? None was even close to me. That was crazy. Do, 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 do.
That was your best. I'd start running.
This is Bleed Witch. Yup. Shout out to Mario and Rava. They made a change that is correct. What do you mean, to Mario and Rava? Dude. Oh man, everyone's just so up in arms about everything this update. Radix test. You missed the Radix test. We one-tap Mr. Radix. Did they fix the Burt's Bees bug? Yeah, you can still stack projectiles. The flamethrower no longer like bypasses immune phases though. All right. Dullahan
Hot Slugger. What's our other weapon? Maybe the GMR? GMR, pretty good, pretty good. Is the event fun? Worth doing. Oh, it's so fun. PSR or M4A1? Isn't the PSR a sniper? What do you mean? What are you asking? Voice will make me choke upon my words. Why does my class mod look so fucked? I don't understand what happened to this thing. Anyone else's class mods look real weird today? Was your last gun stupid? Untrue. Chad, that's the class mod I got from Mr. Boiler. You have a class mod that still have not changed their type, even though it shows it changed, but the icon's frozen. You have icons. True. The text is all misaligned on purple class mods. Really? Mines are showing 0 to 3 on Deadeye, but on the left side when opening inventory it shows 3 out of 3. Oh. Okay. It does look like there's some purple class mods getting after. Doesn't look like all of them, just some. You've had several purple mods misaligned text. Oh god. Cool. Dude, anytime I order food in New York, I get some dude on a bicycle. Picks up the food and then it takes 45 minutes to get here. God dang it. Anything that says kinetic damage is off by a line? Really? What'd you order? Oh, I got a meat and chicken bowl. With some like tzatziki sauce and hummus and onions. All right, let me grab some water and then we're gonna record this build.
It's the first time in 200 hours. Yeah, I done it twice in 600. I with you. All right, let's record video.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Persona, I think the T1 for 30 months. Goddamn. Appreciate that, Persona. Are you on drones any good this update? I don't know if the drones are great, but I've heard the axes with Raging Inferno are. Right. Yo guys, what is up? Max in a Borderlands 4 video, and today we're gonna be updating my Bleed Witch build. Now, this was one of the first like Vex builds that I put out, and we've improved the build a ton. To be honest with you, I didn't update the build at the time because I was waiting for them to like potentially fix Bleed. Bleed has now been fixed, so the build is technically weaker in a way, in that like you just don't get infinite damage. However, that doesn't mean that the build is like weaker when properly built into, as we can still get our bleeds to hit well over 1,000,000 damage with a proper setup. And now it actually matters what gear and stuff we're using, because before you could just throw a crit knife and you just instantly win the game. Doesn't matter what weapon you use, you just get infinite damage. So now the build is more fun to play, in my opinion, albeit that you do need to be a little bit more specific with your build and skill choices. So I hope you guys enjoy the breakdown. Let's get right into it. So the first thing to understand is Bleed itself. Now, Bleed or Bloodletter is a skill that reads your gun and skill critical hits have a chance to apply Bleed, causing kinetic status effect damage over time for a duration. Bleed is affected by status effect application chance, and it itself is considered a status effect. Now, this is all true, right? However, there are some things that this is not saying, and that is Bleed is also skill damage, or it is buffed by increases to skill damage, and it has synergies with skill damage. Bleed also double dips certain things. Basically, anything that would... Let's do that again. So let's start by... So let's start by talking about Bloodletter or Bleed. This reads that gun and skill critical hits have a chance to apply Bleed, causing kinetic status effect damage over time for a duration. Bleed is affected by status effect application chance, and it itself is considered a status effect. So anytime that we shoot an enemy with our guns and we crit them, we have a 50% chance to proc a Bleed. At 10 out of 5 into Bloodletter, we get a 60% of our gun damage per second per stack. At full stacks, that's 1,200% of our gun damage per second, which is crazy. Now, in terms of scaling Bleed, understanding that is going to make a lot more sense to why we're picking some of the things that we're doing. So to start, Bleed is based off of your final damage, meaning that if you hit an enemy for 5 damage, or if you hit them for 1,000, the damage that procs off of the 1,000 will deal more damage. Anything that affects our final damage, aka like amp on rep kits, if we've got like buffs up, if we do more damage, our bleeds will deal more damage. The other thing to understand about Bleed is it takes into account when you proc a Bleed, it grabs certain buffs that would apply to both your gunshots and your Bleed. So for example, if you have all damage dealt, that means that your gun will deal more damage, but when your Bleed procs, it will re-grab this thing, like all damage dealt. So if you have all damage dealt, you get that multiplier basically twice, which is massive. It also gets increases from... I should write this out real quick. it gets double dips from all damage dealt, crit damage. It wouldn't double dip gun damage, I don't think. It double dips kinetic damage, all damage, and crit buffs. Okay. How Vex feeling? Pretty good, actually. So now let's talk about so before we get into like the gear and everything, really want to do like a breakdown on Bloodletter, aka Bleed, and how it works, because we know more about this skill now than we did when the game first came out. So Bloodletter reads, gun and skill critical hits have a chance to apply bleed, causing kinetic status. Fuck. One more try. So before we dive into like the skill tree and the gear and everything, I want to talk about how bleed works and how to properly scale this. So Bloodletter reads that gun and skill critical hits have a chance to apply bleed, causing kinetic status effect damage over time for a duration. Bleed is affected by status effect application chance, and it itself is considered a status effect. So when we shoot an enemy with a gun, if we crit them, we have a 50% chance to proc a bleed. That bleed does 60% of our gun damage per second, which has a 4-second duration, and it can stack up to 20 times. At 20 stacks, we're dealing 1,200% of our gun damage per second on an enemy as bleed. Now, a few things to note. First is that bleed takes into account your final damage, or the damage that is triggering the bleed. So, for example, if you shoot a gun without an amp on your rep kit, or like without amp on your shield, and you shoot with amp, the amp proc will deal a bigger bleed, even though it's not like a higher card damage, or you're not using like a higher value. If you're dealing more damage, you will proc higher bleed values. The other thing to note about bleed is that while it is considered a status effect, it is also considered skill damage. And so anything that increases skill damage will increase bleed damage. And the last thing to note with bleed is it double dips values that would apply to both the things that trigger it and things that would scale bleed. So for example, bleed is a kinetic status effect damage over time. If we have kinetic damage, for example, as a passive, like with material components, this 35% kinetic damage, that's going to apply to our shot that triggers bleed if we're using a kinetic weapon. And because bleed does kinetic damage over time, when bleed procs, it grabs all of your bonuses that would apply to it. So it gets this kinetic damage plus 35% twice. It also gets all damage dealt. It'll also double dip into like modifiers or debuffs. So for example, if I'm using like an amp payload knife that increases the damage a target takes by 15%, that 15% will apply twice. I'm going to get the 15% on the initial hit to make me deal more damage. That final damage is impacted. And then when bleed procs, it'll grab that and it'll deal 15% damage again. So some important things to be able to scale bleed. But basically, for bossing, we're going to want to hit as hard as we possibly can to proc the fattest bleed to delete things. So now let's get into our skill tree. So to start, we're putting points into leeching attunement. This gives us more lifesteal and reload speed while we're attuned to kinetic, which is really nice. Lifesteal will be scaling into damage with blood is power later. So just fantastic point. Then obviously we're putting points into bloodletter. This is what the whole build is based around. Then we're putting points into material components. This gives us kinetic status effect damage, which single dips, and kinetic damage, which double dips for this build. So a bunch of extra damage. Then we're going down to the right side to pick up Ars Arcana. This gives us 45% increased skill damage. It doesn't fully display that bleed is skill damage, but trust me, Ars Arcana is going to give us even more bleed damage, which is fantastic. Then we're going down to Essence Leech. We get Lifesteal, double this effect when action skill is active. This Lifesteal is going to help us sustain ourselves, but also with our Blood is Power, we get bonus kinetic damage based off of our Lifesteal, which is going to allow us to hit even harder and proc even bigger bleeds. For the rest of we're also for our augment, we're going to be using Grave Harvest. This is going to give us a action skill restore of 20% anytime we walk over an orb, which will allow us to upkeep our action skill, which is super helpful. And then we're also, for our augment, we're going to be using Grave Harvest, that whenever we walk over an orb, we get 20% of our action skill restored, which is super nice. Once again, we deal way more damage while our action skill is up. I don't use Heart Piercer just because Heart Piercer, whenever you use it, is going to reduce your health. It can like restore your health as well. It's just not really worth in my mind. If we're using Essence Leech, if we're using Blood is Power, we only get this damage while our health is full. So anything that could be lowering our health, I just don't think is really worth. For the rest of the skill points, in Blue Tree, we're going Cold Iron for some extra gun damage. I'm going to slightly change that. It should be reload speed. Reload speed is way more helpful than that little bit of gun damage. We're just going to do that. I like that way better. Yeah, dude, that's snappy as shit. For the rest of our points, in our Blue Tree, we're going to be using Idle Hands for a bunch of extra reload speed at full health. Reload speed is just straight DPS for us, especially with weapons like the Hot Slugger. So this is really nice. And then 2 points into Sanguine Fiends for some extra health restore whenever we kill enemies, just making us even more tanky. Then we're putting 5 points into Portents of Suffering. This is 35% more status effect damage for us. Once again, we are a bleed build. We want our bleeds to hit really hard, and this is awesome for that. But the real kicker here is Grave Fiends. This is going to give us a all damage dealt. It stacks up 3 times. Those stacks last for 16 seconds. So this is up all the time. And with Grave Fiends, anytime that we kill an enemy, we're going to get more all damage dealt. All damage dealt, once again, double dips for bleed. So for mobbing, this is super nice. For bossing, we don't really need this. It's not going to be up for bossing, but just for like running around, this is a huge damage increase for us, and it's a lot more valuable than like speccing any points into, for example, gun damage, because we're going to get this modifier twice. For the rest of the points, I put 1 point into Grave Sustenance. Whenever we kill an enemy, we get some action skill restored. This paired with our Essence Leech. For the rest of the points, I put 5 into Enchantment to give us bonus kinetic damage while our action skill is active. Our action skill is going to be active all the time on this setup. So this is just even more bonus damage for us. And then 1 point into Grave Sustenance. Whenever we kill an enemy, we restore action skill duration. Grave Sustenance with just 1 point plus Grave Harvest is enough uptime to just like keep our action skill going. It's very, very nice. I did try this with like 5 points into Grave Sustenance. I just felt like it was a bit overkill.
I should note that like skills like enchantment, which gives us bonus kinetic damage, and skills like blood is power, which gives us bonus kinetic damage. These are individual sources. Anything that says bonus, these don't impact our final damage of our shot, but they do give us a ton of extra damage. So like the bonus damage of enchantment giving us 37% bonus damage on top of our gun, this bonus damage can proc its own instance of bleed. So the more sources of bonus damage that we have, the more stacks of bleed we can proc. So technically, shooting one pellet from like the hot slugger can theoretically give us 3 stacks of bleed from a single shot if we've got 2 stacks of bonus damage from enchantment and also blood is power plus our initial shot. So while these bonuses are giving us a lot of extra damage, they're also going to let us stack bleeds way faster. Now let's go over our gear for Now let's go over our gear. Let's do mobbing first. Now let's go over our gear. Now let's go over our gear for now let's talk about our gear. We're going to do mobbing first, and then we'll talk about bossing. For mobbing, some of my favorite options are the Bonnie and Clyde. This was recently buffed. It has 2.3k, at least mine does. I don't know if this is like a max damage roll or anything, but this thing shoots really fast. It hits really hard and is just fantastic on bleed builds right now. You get the shotgun swap. I personally like the AR mode more than the shotgun mode, but you can use the shotgun mode to then buff up the AR mode. This is one of the best bleed weapons in my opinion right now. The Hot Slugger is just fantastic. You already know that this is one of the best guns in the game. Super great on bleed, especially because it's a single instance of big high damage, procs massive bleeds. The GMR is also really nice. This has got a ton of base damage, but when you zoom in, you get 100% increased damage. Thing hits like a truck. Really great for proccing big chunky bleeds. And then lastly, I really like the 7 cents. 7 cents is great on this setup. If you can get a dataless shotgun loader on it, you can stack up bleeds very quickly. Hits really hard. All of these weapons will be great for mobbing. You can use them for bossing. However, there are better options in my opinion for bossing. For bossing, we're really going to want to hit, for bossing weapons, we really want to hit as hard as we possibly can to trigger a big bleed instance, all kind of at once. And for that, there's 2 great options right now. The first is the spread launcher. This is the single highest amount of damage that you can deal in the game in a single instance, and it gets buffed by amp rep kits. It procs a bunch of projectiles, which can all proc bleeds. Most bosses in the game will not survive a amp shot from a spread launcher on this build for bleed to even proc, to be honest with you. I actually had to use a lot of the times we were using the 31k bosses were just getting insta-killed. I actually threw on my 15k spread launcher, which is dealing half as much damage, just to see the bleed procs from this. On the fully, this goes all the way up to 34k, but on a 34k Dullahan, your bleeds will be upwards of 2 million damage a tick on this setup. It's ridiculous. You just will not see enemy health bars. The other option is order sniper rifles. Order sniper rifles have a interesting interaction. I believe Lazy was the first person to discover this. I'll have a link to his channel, but order sniper rifles have a ton of base damage. This is a 5,000 base damage sniper rifle, right? But when you charge it up, it fires multiple rounds. Those multiple rounds, instead of having each individual instance of damage, they all get converged into one single damage number. So you're firing 6 times 5k, basically as base. Mine's got like Torg and Jacobs, not necessary. However, because when you charge this thing up fully, it does 1 instance of damage. Big instances of damage that can proc bleed are our bread and butter, and it'll all get amped because it's 1 instance of damage. It gets the amp, and then it just hits really hard, and you can one-shot most bosses in the game with an order sniper rifle on this setup. Super cool. Now for the rest of our gear, I'm using a triple bypass with amp. This does not stack, so like it doesn't need to be on a triple bypass. For bossing, you don't need like a triple bypass. You can get away with like an enrage amp, but it's just nice to have. Gives us a lot of healing if we need it, and we can use it for cooldown on our action skill, and we're using a lot of guns that benefit from amp, so that's what I'm rocking for my rep kit. For the grenade or ordnance, we are using the nerfed crit knife. This is very interesting, and we actually had to tailor our build a bit around it. So obviously damp damage payload is really great, as we talked about. The big difference with the crit knife now is this is not additive 30% crit chance. It sets your crit chance against a target to 30%. So for example, if you're using a Jacobs enhancement that gives you 20% crit chance, and then you have your points into target prescience for another 15% crit chance, so in total you would have 35% crit chance. If you throw the throwing knife, you actually lose crit chance. And so I didn't take target prescience, I didn't take keen mind, because all of these things, if you throw the crit knife, you just don't get any value from. They're technically wasted skill points. And so that's why we're not using things like Keen Mind, is because the crit knife just sets your crit chance to 30%. It is not an additive 30% chance. And so just throw this against bosses. Don't really need like crit chance for mobbing. We do enough damage. But for bossing, just throw this, and then your crits have a chance to bleed, which is awesome. For our class mod, my class mod's currently effed up right now. In the new change, any purple class mod that rolls kinetic damage just looks really wrong. But this is a movement speed kinetic damage status effect damage class mod on a Scion. Scion is the best for bleed builds because it rolls into Bloodletter. Really just looking for 5 into Bloodletter here. If you could get kinetic damage, that's great. All damage dealt would be good. Gun damage is good. Status effect damage is all good. It's pretty crazy Scion, to be honest with you. For our shields, we're rocking the Timekeeper shield. This is going to give us a ton of survivability. It is not the highest damage option for us. However, because you have so much health regen, and damage reduction, you're basically at full health and like just a massive tank. It's one of the favorite reasons to play a Bleed Vex, is because you just heal so much. You're so hard to kill. For bossing, technically you could take this off because it's not really a help. For some of our boss kills, I put on a Watts for Dinner with amp so that we would deal more gun damage. That extra amp for a one-shot is really, really nice. But technically doesn't even need to be on a Watts for Dinner. It could be any amp shield as long as you've got a good one. And then lastly, I was using a hat trick for extra ricochets, and when we are critting with Jacobs, we get bonus damage. This is also pretty gnarly with gun damage and gun crit. Allows us to hit extra hard. For the like one shot with the order sniper rifles, you could use an order one. For most of our one shots, I wasn't using one. But if you can use one that has like the guns with order license parts, gain 30% damage when firing for maximum charge, that is the most amount of damage that you could get from an order gun. I'd prefer to have this on like a purple with like gun damage, gun crit, and like sniper rifle damage would be really, really nice. But yeah, for specifically the order sniper rifle one shots, I'd use that. I honestly didn't change my like Jacobs thing for the Dullahan one shots. For our specializations, we've got some weird things going on. I'm using Riddle You This. Whenever you deal gun damage, you gain a stack of gun damage. This is a bunch of gun damage for us. Contamination is a must. Critical hits grant increased status effect application chance. Remember that bleed is affected by status effect application chance, so this is just like a genuine must-have point for bleed to feel really good, because you'll proc bleeds way more consistently. You won't be at that 50% chance anymore. And then I am using I Am a Gun and a Honed Mind. Now, these are not working exactly as they say. This reads that action skill damage now benefits from increases to gun damage. However, this also applies to skill damage, and bleed is a skill. So we're getting increases to our bleed damage based off of our gun damage, which is awesome. And then a honed mind means that when our bleed crits, we just can deal more damage with it. A honed mind isn't totally necessary on this setup. I think I Am a Gun is more valuable. So if you want to get more action skill cooldown with the amp rep kit, you can use Now with Caffeine. Sometimes I'll swap to this for mobbing and then put this on for bossing. But for the most part, I was using a honed mind. So when our bleeds crit, they just deal more damage. For our firmware, I'm using 3 Deadeye. This gives us increased gun crit damage and then stacking crit damage. Note that this crit damage does technically double dip. For bleed, it's not gun specific crit, so it will apply when our bleed procs a crit. It'll give us even more damage on those crits, which is huge. We're using 1 into God Killer. Damage dealt to badass enemies increased by 10%. This is a multiplier. It is 10% more damage to badass enemies, and badass enemies do count as bosses. So this is huge. Once again, we're not using, like, for example, 2 into... we're not using 2 into high caliber, because that's 10% gun damage. That doesn't double dip. This does double dip for our damage, which is huge. And then I just went for extra quality of life, heating up. This gives us a 20% gun reload speed just off of 1 piece, which is really nice. You could technically go for some like extra fire rate or something like that. But this gives us like 50% fire reload speed on the build, which just feels fantastic. And that is what we're doing for firmware. Guys, that is going to do it for the build. I hope you enjoyed. All in all, like, bleed is still really strong. You do need to get a bit more involved to make it as strong or do crazy damage. You do need to be more specific with your gear. You do need to, like, min-max a little bit more. But if you do and you put in the work, bleed is still really strong, still one of the best skills in the game, and still allows Vex to, like, one-tap just about everything in the game. I hope you guys enjoyed the video. I'll catch you on the next one. Let me know what build you'd like to see updated next. Take care, guys. Peace. Good evening. Hi, John. Use 1 capstone only? What do you mean 1 capstone only? Have you already updated Neutron Capture Harlow? No, I think that's next. We're going to end up making 2 Neutron Capture builds, though. One basically updating the old Neutron Capture, and one doing some very wacky stuff. Because there is some wacky stuff you can do now. Did you say kill spring or triple bypass for rep kit? Kill spring. Or sorry, triple bypass. I don't think you need a kill spring on bleed Vex. This is one of the few builds that really just doesn't need a kill spring. I thought they fixed the like training dummies procking these like orbs on them. Boom, boom, boom. Fisheye would not work well with bleed. Fisheye does multiple instances of damage rather than a single instance. So, like, for example, I'd have to test it more, but I don't think every shot gets, like, amp and stuff like that. Let me see. Dez, you take care. Let's see. What kind of bleed can we proc with a fisheye? $27K. 60K there. 166. That's not bad.
Give me something to cry about.
151.
Chug my hot hog. A surprise party?
That reload speed is insane. There it is. 172.
I know a stitch when I see one.
Honestly, it's procking good bleeds. Better than I expected.
I'm gonna swindle your bar so hard.
Surprised that didn't go up at all.
Someone's ready for the big time.
Do you think a viable build could be made for movement speed? Shock with Vex? Been pairing with Shock Wombo combo. Yeah. I mean, I don't see why not. You test the neutron capture change? Yes, but we're gonna start making a build with it real soon.
My hot hog. Give me something to cry about.
Damn, that didn't proc a bleed.
Someone's ready for the big
1 million shot. Doo-doo. Best god roll from an RJ. I don't think Fisheye rolls parts. My food just got here. Give me 1 sec.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
All right, I got food. Build video done. Food acquired.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Yeah, we put out some videos. I want to watch what Jolts and K6 had to say.
Welcome back to another video, and today we need to talk about this Halloween event. I hate making videos like this, but we have to talk about this. This Halloween event we got for Borderlands 4, it's not it. It's not it. Now, don't get me wrong, this is a free event. Keep in mind, you're not paying for this event. It's just a free event in the game. You jump in, you play it, you jump out. But there is no sugarcoating it. It is not good. This, in my opinion, was one of the laziest events we've ever had for the Borderlands franchise. Like, even Borderlands 3, the hotfix events for, like, you know, hey, legendary pistols are dropping on Eden 6. That was more exciting than this Halloween event. So, maybe you're out of the loop. You're wondering, what is this Halloween event? What are you talking about? As you might know, in Borderlands 4, you can drive around and randomly find these rip bubbles. You enter the bubble, you fight a boss, and then you get a bunch of loot. This is a normal thing in vanilla. You can just randomly stumble upon them, and that is what they are. The Halloween event is the same exact thing, except the sky is red and it's like blood rain. That's it. Yep. I'm not exaggerating. Like, the event is literally playing the vanilla game, except they made the sky red. But hold on, there's a catch. You can get 2 new legendary items from this event. So when you jump into one of these rifts and beat the boss inside, you normally get rewarded a loot chest that you can open up and get random guns out of. For this loot chest, there's a random chance, not guaranteed, random chance to get one of the 2 legendary items from this event. One is going to be the Murmur TD-War Assault Rifle, and the other one's going to be the Scully Grenade. And unfortunately, these items are really bad. Like, terribly bad. Keep in mind, these are not guaranteed items you get from the chest. You have to drive circles, get a bubble, run inside, kill the boss, and then you have a really bad chance of pulling one of the event items. Now, right away, I know people are going to point out, like, you know, free is free, this event's free, why are you complaining about free? It's not about it being free, it's about the actual, like, quality of the event. It was hyped up to be this, like, cool Halloween event coming up, you know, jump on the game, get your cool gear, you know, like, new blood rain, you know. It almost seemed like there was going to be a new boss, the way they were wording it. And then it turns out we're doing something we've already been doing in vanilla play as the event. And then the items suck on top of that, so, like, that's not good. Just for comparison, in Borderlands 3, we had the Bloody Harvest event 6 weeks after release. And for free, we got a brand new map, brand new boss, brand new items. The map even contained like an Easter egg. It had an entire mission flow to it, and it was a really, really cool event. We go from that to this. What happened? And to make it even worse, these 2 weapons you get from the event are not even like fixed parts. If you recall back in BL3, we had the limited time event for Bloody Harvest. Like, it wasn't a permanent event at the time, it was only temporary. FOMO, you know, get on the game, play it, get your drops before they go away. And people really wanted the Vindicator gas call. Due to the part combinations, it was really hard to farm and really rare to roll. And a lot of people missed out on that item. For Borderlands 4, for the Horrors of Kairos event, these items also have random parts. So you will probably have to farm like hundreds of bubbles, I'm not joking, hundreds of rifts, just to have the chance at the part combination you're looking for. On an item that's already not good, so I don't know why people would be farming the parts for this. So the reality is you are driving circles more than Nox DLC to find these bubbles for a random chance for an item that has random parts on it that isn't even good in the first place. Without a doubt, this goes down as probably the worst free event we've ever had for the Borderlands franchise. I hate saying that out loud, I'm such a Borderlands fan and like, it breaks my heart. Bro, speaking of breaking hearts, even the Broken Hearts event for BL3, which I thought was kind of like whatever, had more substance to it than this. Anyways, I'm not going to drag the video on for too long. Borderlands 4 still has a lot of potential. I'm curious about the actual paid content for the game, like how is that going to turn out? Hopefully good. But yeah, Borderlands 4 is off to a rocky start, and they need to get on the game if they want to get ahead of this. I will say, as time goes on, gamers are going to have higher and higher expectations for their game, and that can be hard to maintain over time, but this is a huge step back. Anyway, sorry about the rant today, I just had to get it off my chest. Let me know below in the comments what you guys think about the Horrors of Kairos event. I just really hope that the upcoming Christmas bounty pack is going to be of quality. Like, that part is paid content, so hopefully it's good. To give it a fair comparison, it would have to really match or top what we got in Borderlands 2 for our Christmas event, which was the Tender Snowflake Headhunter pack. That included a whole entire new map, new mission, new boss, and a big chest farm at the very end. Can they top that? We'll have to wait and see. Anyways, thank you guys for watching. Again, sorry about this video, it just had to be said. You guys have an awesome day, and I will see you in, hopefully, a more positive video. Peace out, guys.
Good video. I'm curious to what Mr. Killer Sex said. Probably the same thing. Sorry, we're watching videos while I eat.
Well, the new Horrors of Kairos event, if you're going to call it that, is out now on Borderlands 4, and it's not great. Basically, it is just rifts, and you run from rift to rift if you want to do it that way, or you can do what I'm doing and I farm the battle wagon, which is our weekly boss that we fight for the big encore so that we can try and get our shinies. It has 2 shinies in its loot pool, by the way. So what I do is I farm that, and then I check my map, and after each farm I look and see if you have this icon in your map. If you do, then mark that and head over there, and you're going to have a rift there, and inside that rift there's going to be one of the world bosses, and the world bosses are exactly the same as they are.
I wonder what the frequency is when we all posted these videos. Like, we've all posted them within like a few minutes of each other, a few hours.
Blood rain. I have not seen any blood rain in these things, but you kill this boss, and it's not that it drops you the new items that you can get from the Halloween event. It will give you a chest reward thing in your inventory. You go into your inventory and you go to the screen, and right here you click on the button, and then you see if you have the drop. And so far, after doing, I don't know, 5 or 6 of them, I've gotten 1 of the 2 drops, which is the Scully, the grenade mod, and it is not a good grenade mod. Somebody in my chat said it was a B tier grenade mod, and I think they were just trying to be really nice and not hurt the grenade mod's feelings, because it feels really bad. I don't know what kind of different roles you can get on it yet, because you can't get these events to spawn very often, so it's hard to like get a bunch of different versions of these things. So ultimately, one of the things the Gearbox could do to make this better is have more rifts spawn more often, have like 3 or 4 spawn at once even, so you can go from rift to rift, fight these bosses, because they're not the easiest bosses in the world, especially if you're on Ultimate 5. They are going to be nice and challenging. One person in my chat said that they had Sky Spanner Cratch, and Sky Spanner Cratch has an attack where he will literally push you outside of their bubble. So that person just completely lost the rift. Also, if you die in the rift, you lose the rift goes away. So this is like, to go from the Bloody Harvest in Borderlands 2 to the Bloody Harvest in Borderlands 3, which was great. Captain Haunt and the Captain Haunt theme, everything about the Bloody Harvest in Borderlands 3 was amazing in my opinion. And then they added the true toggle, so basically he became a raid boss when you fought him in mayhem mode. Like, to go from that to fighting rift bosses changes with no indication outside of fighting these guys that it's an event at all. I don't know, man. This doesn't feel like a good step in the right direction in my opinion, but I will say this: the patch that came out today was excellent. I thought there was a lot of great changes in there. I know everybody was worried about the crit knife nerf. They lowered it so that it's not guaranteed to do crits. It instead has a 30% chance, so a 1 in 3 chance. And on my Rafa, I've got a crit knife that has 3 charges. Basically, you know, by throwing all 3 of my crit knives, I'm almost not guaranteed, but I, you know, have a 1 in 3 chance with each of those throwing knives to make it so that all my attacks will apply crit damage for 5 seconds. So it's still very good.
Wait,
I know a lot of people were worried about Vex and
I don't think that's how it works.
Harlow being nerfed into oblivion, and they don't feel bad either.
It's
they
that?
all still
No.
feel really good. Harlow doesn't get as much damage from neutron capture, and Vex doesn't get as much damage from bleed. But just be honest with yourself, guys. Those things were broken. They were like Salvador levels of broken. And I know a lot of people say that it's a PvE game and that it doesn't matter. You should be able to do whatever you want. But if you're just like one tapping everything, you get so bored. I was already getting bored playing these characters and not having anything really to like test it. And that's like my big issue right now, is there's no end game in this game. Like I'm enjoying like going around 100%ing the game. I'm enjoying like, you know, trying builds and things like that, but there's nothing to test anything on. And it's going to get to a point where we're all just bored of like just exploring the map. So we need something to sink our teeth into. We need takedowns, we need proving grounds, trials, more drill sites, more slaughters, something. I don't know. I would like to see, one thing that they could do is they could make it so that there's a big encore on each type of activity in the game every single week. One of the vault bosses gets the big encore machine, one auger site gets the big encore machine, one of the ripper drill sites gets the big encore machine, one regular world boss. Just, you know, have it so that there's multiple big encores in every single week to give us things to farm, and that at least gives us something to do. Because also when it's the big encore boss, they get double health, double damage, so that gives you, you know, a little bit more of a challenge. It's not raid boss level challenge, but at least it's a challenge, you know what I mean? But all in all, like I said, the patch feels very good. I'll link to the patch notes down in the description below. The event itself does not feel very good in my opinion. There's still time for them to like make changes, and I'm sure that this is something where they can literally probably do something on their end and force out a hot fix and have it so that rifts spawn more often, I would think. And also doing more big encores, it just seems like an easy win. But I don't know, guys. Tell me what you guys think down in the comment section below. Appreciate you guys watching, and I will see you guys in the next video. Take care.
Yeah, everyone finally feels the same way. They should have made it a Halloween haunted auger mine. What food are you eating? It's like a gyro bowl. It's got like chicken shawarma, some rice, onions, arugula, tzatziki sauce. Space lasers feel strong on chroma build. Yep, it is. We were messing around with that earlier. I mean, they could have done a lot of things. Euroball? No, like GYRO. Like a gyro? My understanding is it's pronounced Euro. A Gunerable? Someone tricked you. It's gyro.
Vaccine Witch still safe. Indeed, yep. What mine are you rocking? I use the Samsung Odyssey G7.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Cool. You really need a new Vex build? Just recorded it. It'll be up tomorrow. The pumpkin head is just a shift code. Dude, I'd be like more interested in engaging with the event if like it was like a pumpkin head drop. You know? It's just a shift code. The pumpkin head is definitely the best thing to come from the event. Well, the Borderlands 2 event is a little bit hard to compare just because that was paid content. So, like, of course it's going to be better. But the Borderlands 3 event, I don't know. It was just, it was infinitely better. My like, confusion / frustration with it is... I think mainly stemming from the fact that, like, I guess partly, Randy was like, oh, we've, like, more than doubled the budget of Borderlands 4. Like, we're going big with Borderlands 4. This is going to be our, like, biggest, most ambitious. And, like, Borderlands 4 in of itself is fantastic. Like, I love this game. And what they did with it is very ambitious and sick. But, like... where's the budget for post-launch? You know what I mean? We need some of that budget for post-launch content right now. The game just came out. They don't have enough time to make a good event in less than 1 month. I guarantee you that this event was being worked on before the game came out. Borderlands 3 dropped the Halloween event 3 weeks after the game came out. Sorry, not 3 weeks, 6 weeks. We're like at the almost exact same point. You know what I mean? Like, we know what Cash looks like, not because they just started working on him now, but because they started working on him before the game came out. Because they need to. Like, these things just take dev time. They only had a month. Yeah, I mean, they had more than a month. They've had 6 years since BL3.
We had the roadmap for this event, meaning that they were going to be doing it like a month before the game even came out. Well, the Christmas stuff is going to be paid content. One thing I really hope that they do with the upcoming stuff is they just need to make sure that the gear and stuff that they're dropping is good when it drops. They need to make sure that the gear that they're dropping when it drops is good. Yeah, they can buff it later, but that like takes away from half of the fun of getting a new piece of gear. It's like, oh, you know, it's gonna be sick in 3 weeks. I think crit knife technically nerfs our damage on our current setup. Technically. Do we still get neutron capture on stray projectiles? New body cosmetics. Pretty sure that's happening in the next content drop. Boom, 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 boom. Around and out. Boo, boo, blue. Sweet home Alabama. Oh shit, you know what we gotta go get is a gamma void. Anyone have a gamma void? Where does the gamma void drop? I have one. I have one. What the heck is the cooldown for this thing? 53 seconds. Jesus. Sweet home Alabama. Where the skies are so blue. Did Harlow get a nerf? Harlow did get a nerf. Boom, boom. Let me copy this save real quick. Let's work on some neutron capture stuff. I don't know if we'll finish this tonight, but let's. I'm gonna copy this because we're about to change a bunch of stuff. Is Vex top DPS? Oh shit! You know, I was gonna say that Harlow is. At least prior to this patch, I would say that Harlow is the strongest character in the game. I don't know if that is still true. To be honest. I don't know if that is still true. Boom, 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 boom. We just don't need high caliber on basically anything Harlow anymore. High caliber 2 is still technically solid. I need an overshield amp rep kit. How different is neutron capture? It's actually quite different. Not even 2 high caliber. 2 is potentially still worth. Because it's gun damage, it's a multiplier, and the neutron capture does gun damage now. So yeah, I could see 2 high caliber. How does neutron capture still scale now? It scales the same as it did before, but now it gets gun damage increases as well. So it does more damage than it did. Like, it technically is a buff to the damage of neutron capture. However, it only procs off of gunshots that are direct from your gun now. Meaning that you can't proc it with Katagawa's Revenge. You can't proc it with the Convergence. I don't think it works with the Root. I'd rather this be high caliber, but we can do this for now. I would have never doubt. I wanna never let out home. Get a phosphine bugbear first try. What the hell?
Robot army. The whole boss would be jealous.
Kind of cool we get to use the Gamma Void on this build now. We still got a lot of testing to do with neutron capture. I think it just combines all of its damage into gun damage. All right, here, let's do this. Neutron capture with bottled lightning. We gotta do that whole rotation a whole lot faster.
Forgot to carry a one.
You don't know how it works. Interesting. Well, I could try it out. Choosing the armor boss is something. Well, everything else would insta-die, so... Still use a lot of SMG. Yeah, I think this is going to be our, like, bread and butter weapon. I fucking missed. You get like hundreds of damage points rapidly, all doing a ton of rad damage. That's interesting. Putting down the purple Vlad SMG. The main thing you're looking for is the alt fire barrel that gives it 75% increased fire rate. I think this gamma void is hurting our like rotation. I killed him. Oh, he got him. Yeah, the Vladov heavy ordnance is nice. That's how I leveled with neutron capture. You are forever. Let's try the like root. Yeah, it doesn't seem all that great with the root anymore. It's kind of to be expected.
Radioactive material.
Does it matter what ordnance weapon I use for heavy ordnance Amon? For bossing, a little bit. For mobbing, you can kind of use whatever you want. There's certainly better options. Anyone else get kit from offline play? Root and Katagawa is still good for Green Tree Harlow. Yes. Yep. You just got disconnected? Yep, you just did. We all did. Oh shit, I'll go. Noted. Wait, am I reading this right? I thought this was plus 50% radiation damage. It just says radiation damage over time. Increased radiation damage over time. That's all they take? I thought it was going to be 50% rad damage. Interesting. I don't think this does anything. Yeah, I think the servers just went down.
Tangle with this. Predictable as all hell.
We're gonna have to go back to 3 bullets to spare. I think.
Is any fight with me really fair?
For all the extra fire rate. We also gotta find a good bury. I gotta go find my OG one that we used. I genuinely don't think I've ever seen him do that move before, to be honest. You have a 15.6 base fire rate with an extra barrel. Does it have like Torg or anything on it? I don't want Torg impact on it. Shift is down. Yeah, shift seems to be down. It's Jacobs plus Ripper. Yup, that works. How much mag size?
It's around 60. Oh, give me that. Give me that. Give me that. You got so many world bosses. Are you checking your rewards? They don't drop from the actual boss. They're like come from the new world thing. There's a Glassmon with Deadeye. I should definitely save that.
Remember, I got the sale.
He means that you're not seeing it again. If only shift was up. True. Fingers crossed they're making changes. Oop. Now connected. I guess it was a lie. Give me one second. I'm going to run to the restroom. I don't think Star Helix is worth using. Rowan's is better. The big winner for me, at least so far from what I tested, is Bonnie. Bonnie's crazy.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
We.
Ah, look, we're back. I fixed it. We're gonna decide if we're gonna make 2 neutron capture builds or 1. Yeah, that's perfect. Actually have a physicist. That one's kind of fucking crazy. Good lord. Doodle. Some intern got woken up and had the chef's wedge. We have a lot of testing to do. A genuine F ton of testing to do.